To a brand new edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. We appreciate you always taking the time to be with us today. I am Speedy. There comes Greg Burgess after hitting some buttons and getting the YouTube or video portion of the show rolling and sitting down, getting ready for the day. We have special guest here today, good friend of the show, going to join us. We'll talk about that. We have a charity charge today. Can't forget that, and a whole lot more, so let's bring him in. A lot to recap, too, from this past weekend. Mr. Greg Burgess, what's up, my friend? How are you?
Hey, buddy boy.
What's up?
Yep.
What's happening?
Here we are, Monday morning.
Here we go. It is a charity charge today at participating Buffalo Wild Wings. It benefits the Toys for Tots program. This is an annual thing we do every November. We dedicate Toys for Tots. The Toys for Tots Foundation benefits from the charity charge every November. And so that's today. 10% of food sales at participating Buffalo Wild Wings goes to charity charge. And there is a slew of them. And I know a lot of you around the country can't actually physically get to a Buffalo Wild Wings, but Toys for Tots, a national program, and all very familiar with them. But just locally in Alabaster, Alabama, Birmingham, Alabama, Gardendale, Tuscaloosa, Hoover, downtown Birmingham, Trussville, Pell City, home of Todd Jones, which we'll talk about, Oxford, Chelsea, and then the Buffalo Wild Wings to go at Vestavia over by the old studio, and then in Northport there off on McFarlane Boulevard. Those are your locations benefiting in the Buffalo Wild Wings charity charge today, benefiting the Toys for Tots program. And I did mention Todd Jones. So much history with this show.
Oh, yeah.
Good friend. Still stay in touch with him.
Todd.
He is coming by today to just hang out. And just be with us, and that's always fun.
Yeah, he's a funny guy.
It's going to be a great day today as we sit back, get the day going, the week going, and a lot to recap from. We were talking about it this past Friday night. It kind of just started. It started with, for you, high school football in the state of Alabama, where we have high school football playoffs going on, all the classifications. Oh, my goodness. And it's happening in all the states. The one in the parking pass dilemma that we had
I'm glad you
last
got
week, we found it. And we talked about how you didn't need it Friday night, but if you win, you'll need it, and y'all won.
Yeah, that's right. So I'm glad you went and got it. I appreciate you throwing yourself in front of the trash truck and retrieving it.
Yeah, Thompson High School in Alabaster, Alabama, where Greg's son coaches, went down and played a very good Auburn High School, and ended up winning that game. So now they host again, which means your parking pass is back in play.
Right. So thank you for digging it out of the trash.
Well, look, and we can put right after that, you can put it back in your little keepsake
box.
Box.
That's right.
But you made a decision,
dirty.
and I think it was a good one, Greg.
Yeah.
You said, I don't know if I'm going to go down there. You talked about how kind of a long day it was.
2.5 hours from my house. So after the game, I would have to driven 2.5 hours after getting up at 2:15 in the morning.
Yeah.
So it'd be getting a little sleepy.
And then we said, we were entertaining all kinds of different. I was like, well, I could go. And then I'm like, well, no, I'm going home and you're going home. So it doesn't help the back end that much.
No.
And you made the decision, okay, I'm just going to stay and watch it and stream it.
Nowadays they stream them.
Yeah.
You can see about, anybody. It's amazing what they do now.
Because I told you and you agreed. What would happen if I did that? I would drive all the way down there and we'd get our butts whooped.
Beat, yeah.
And then I'm driving home mad and tired.
Yeah, but I should have stayed at home for this.
Yeah, but if you stream it and get it like you like it, then you'll probably win, and you did.
Yeah.
And then you said, hey, I'm staying up and watching Tyson.
I did. And, guys, I'm not saying it was a hoax, but.
Oh, boy.
Mike Tyson, he's 58, and he looked 58 in there. I know we all remember Iron Mike, and I'm as guilty as anybody. We saw the video of him working out because there's two things there. A, that video wasn't very long.
Right.
Okay. B, I'm convinced they sped it up to make it look better than it was.
But that's what I was going to ask, because I got to tell you, I have not seen one punch. Okay, because Friday night I had to make a decision and I went to bed. I haven't seen it, but everything I'm seeing online is, how could that person that was throwing punches in training be the same guy? Did he throw a punch like that?
It didn't like me. Look at the punch count difference. Just how many punch. I mean, he didn't throw very many at all. And his footwork, there was no footwork, and they claim he had a knee injury. I don't know about that. He just I mean, look, one of the greatest fighters of all time, and I'm not putting him down. He's $20 million richer for this fight.
Yeah,
but I think Jake Paul, he could have knocked him out, but he didn't do it. I say knocked him out. He could have got him in trouble. I mean, Mike's probably got a pretty good chin.
Okay, let me ask you this: what side of the fence are you on this one? Okay, are you on the Mike Tyson had more and he just did what he did to get paid and get through it? Or are you in the fence of Jake Paul, it was his idol, he could have knocked him out, but he didn't?
Yeah,
where are you at on that?
I think Tyson thought he could either. I think he thought he was being legit. I don't think he knew I'm gonna go in there. I ain't gonna put my full effort.
Okay,
it's just his full effort now is a big difference. Okay. And plus,
he is 50.
You're trying to watch it, and Netflix, I guess, it didn't account for the people that were going to watch it because it kept buffering.
I did hear complaints about this.
It would hang up.
The quality was bad.
Yeah, the quality was bad, and then finally it's a live event, but like the way, like I clicked on after it had already started. So it took me back to the beginning.
Oh, you couldn't click.
Then I found finally where I hit a button and it said live, and you could go to live.
Okay.
But for a while there, I was watching behind. I didn't realize it. So I finally figured the live out right as they came out to fight. But the fight before it, and I watched probably most of it, with them two women. And look, it's weird women fighting, and this was violent. But I can promise y'all, I have never seen people stand toe-to-toe forever. You know, they were doing 2-minute rounds, and I think they went 8 rounds. I can't remember. They stood toe-to-toe and threw punches constantly. Nobody moved. Nobody tried to get away from them. They stood toe-to-toe and just beat the crap out of each other. And the one girl had headbutted her, and she had a gash. I mean, gaping open gash. How about her cut man? He deserved something, even though she ended up losing the decision. But a lot of people think she won. Controversy. But if you want to go from a pure boxing standpoint, most entertaining fight of the night was that one.
Really?
Yeah. Except for the fact that two women are beating the crap. Yeah, beating the crap out of each other. That was a little weird, but they stood toe to toe. You talk about in shape. You know how you get tired punching.
Yeah.
Imagine punching this, and that was 2-minute rounds. I don't know what the rounds normally are. But they just stood toe-to-toe and just beat the crap.
Did that one go 8 rounds, too?
Yeah.
Was that
It went to the decision. And but everybody's saying that was the best fight. But
so then that's over. Okay, that's over. And how long between the two? What was it?
I missed
you did?
I even missed the intros. I finally
because of your live thing?
Yeah, that I finally went live. And they were just now getting in the ring to start round 1.
Okay. All right.
And
I was wondering about the intros and how they came out.
I think he thought he could. I don't think it was a complete setup or nothing like that. I just think he just got in there and this guy's a lot younger than him, and Mike's 58, and he looked it.
So you think kind of on the table here, if we went, the two scenarios I just talked about, there is a scenario where it just is what it is?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I'm not saying it, and they got them bigger gloves on, and so it was a little more cushiony when they punching. But there was a couple times I think Tyson looked like he might have been in trouble. But, I mean.
I just remember during training, Tyson hit that bag. And then one time he hit the guy that his coach or whatever that wears all the padding. And we said if he hit Jake Paul's ribs like that, he'd be done. And he never did? Mm-mm. Is it because why not?
I don't know.
Huh.
He just looked tired. Looked like, and his footwork, there was none. Nah, I don't know. It was. I looked. Everybody, we all enjoyed the hype. We all got into it. And all that, but it was. In the end, Mother Nature's hard to beat.
Okay. Yeah. He is 58, and Jake's 27 or something.
Yeah. Father time, not I say Mother Nature. That's a different. Father time's hard to beat.
Okay.
Let's go with that.
Yeah.
I don't know why I came up with Mother Nature. I mean, it ain't like it was a tornado.
Right.
See, that's Mother Nature.
Right.
This would Father Time.
Mother Nature could affect Father Time.
I guess so. But I don't know if they're married. But
all right. All right. Well,
anyway,
we'll have to talk about it more because I know
it wasn't very good.
And all,
it just wasn't very good. Which it didn't bother me because I have Netflix. I didn't buy it just for it.
Right. Plus Thompson had won, so you didn't care.
Yeah, I just watched that on NFHS. who had much better quality than the fight. Yeah.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll be back. 16 minutes past the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. When the doctors at Brickhouse Nutrition announce a Black Friday sale, it's a big event. Field of Greens, the life-changing superfruit and vegetable drink, is on sale right now. And this special Black Friday sale includes Lean, the physician-formulated weight loss phenomena that helps turn and burn excess fat into energy. From weight loss to sleep aids, from creatine to whole food bars, they're all on sale. Visit fieldofgreens.com, use the code SALE, S-A-L-E, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's nothing more frustrating than your earbuds won't work, so Raycon is making your everyday easier with their best-selling everyday earbuds. 32-hour battery life and multi-point connectivity. Raycon's everyday earbuds are now even more easy to use. They're available in a variety of vibrant new colors, and the quality rivals some of the biggest names in premium audio. And right now, you get 20 to 50% off site-wide when you go to buyraycon.com/bigbox. buyraycon.com/bigbox, or go to the link at rickandbubba.com. So let me guess, your medicine cabinet's crammed with stuff that doesn't work. You still can't sleep, you still hurt, you're still stressed out. Well, clear out the cabinets and reset your health with CB Distillery. CB Distillery's targeted formulations are made from the highest quality clean ingredients, and with over 2 million customers and a solid 100% money-back guarantee, CB Distillery is the source to trust. Get 20% off today at cbdistillery.com with the code BIGVOX, cbdistillery.com code BIGVOX, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Hey, did you know you can join AMAC today for only $1? That's right, $1 for 1 year membership. I want to encourage you to visit amac.us/bigvox and join today with this limited time offer. AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens, works to advocate for the values that matter most to Americans. Becoming an AMAC member gives you access to free advice on Social Security and Medicare. Plus, members enjoy exclusive money-saving discounts on travel, hotels, insurance, and more. Join today by visiting amac.us/bigvox. If your approach to everyday aches and pains is to mask them, then repeat that cycle all over again. It's time to try Relief Factor. Instead of masking pain, Relief Factor helps eliminate it with a unique formula of ingredients that helps support your body's response to inflammation. Give it a try and get the 3-week quick start pack for just $19.95 at relieffactor.com, or call 1-800-4-RELIEF to get that deal. You can also find that information at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Don't mask pain. Fight it naturally with Relief Factor. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful.
The Man Church Conferences are coming in 2025. Inspiring speakers, powerful worship, great fellowship, and incredible resources designed for men's discipleship. Tickets are on sale now for Birmingham, Panama City, and Atlanta. Get your tickets and all the details now at themanchurch.com. Disciple men. Change everything.
If your spine needs some extra TLC, then you need a Helix Sleep mattress from helixsleep.com/bigbox. Each Helix mattress is designed for specific sleep positions and comfort. With 20 unique mattresses made from your personal preferences, you'll find one that's right for you, and Helix lets you try it out for 100 nights risk-free. Take the 2-minute Helix Sleep quiz to get matched with the perfect mattress. Head to helixsleep.com/bigbox to save 20% off your mattress order, or go to rickandbubba.com. With Helix, better sleep starts now. Our friends at Tax Network USA tell us if you owe back taxes, don't gamble with the IRS. It's a no-win. You need Tax Network USA on your side. Their attorneys and expert negotiators employ aggressive strategies to help settle your IRS issues quickly and in your favor, even if you haven't filed in a few years. They've helped resolve over $1 billion in tax debt for people just like you. Talk with one of their strategists for free. Call 1-800-780-8888 or go to tnusa.com/bigbox. All right, when it comes to protecting your home, it's always better to stop trouble before it starts. That's why Simply Safe is changing the game with Active Guard outdoor protection. Now, it offers a double layer of defense, cutting-edge AI plus real-time monitoring by Simply Safe's agent to prevent crime before it happens. Save 50% on a new Simply Safe system with a select professional monitoring plan at simplysafe.com/bigbox. That's simplysafe.com/bigbox, or find that link at rickandbubba.com. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past the hour. Welcome into the kickoff hour. I am Speedy. There is Mr. Greg Burgess. Today, a charity charge at participating Buffalo Wild Wings, benefiting Toys for Tots. We do this annually every November, and the Buffalo Wild Wings charity charge benefits the Toys for Tots program. And so today is that day. 10% of food sales at participating Buffalo Wild Wings will go to Toys for Tots. And so go out and enjoy some great food. Looking here, if you are into the NFL and to see kind of, hey, what's Monday night looking like, you've got the Texans at the Cowboys. That's
Boy,
tonight.
Cowboys, wow.
Yeah, buddy, let me tell you
Now,
something.
they lost their quarterback. They weren't doing any good when they had him.
No.
It's just there.
And what's weird with them
they're
is, like,
waiting on at the end.
they're like 0-4 at home. It's weird.
Wow.
3-6 overall. Texans 6-4. That's your Monday night football game. So if you go enjoy some great wings and you know, just kind of hang out at Buffalo Wild Wings, then
Have a good call.
10% of those food sales at those participating locations will go to Toys for Tots. All right, so we were talking in the break, and I hate when this happens, Greg, and I guess it happened to you last night when you were woken up for some reason, you can't go back to sleep.
God, you know, I'm always on Sunday nights anyway. A lot of times I get big eye.
Yeah.
Because you
Start
you
thinking
lay
about
there
it,
and
yeah,
you keep looking at the clock and you're not asleep. Well, I did a little of that, and then I finally fell asleep. And then I wake up. You know when you can hear your mind's messing with you. Lisa's going, hey, I hate to bother you. And I'm thinking, why are you waking me up? And in the background, I can hear Millie barking. Sounds like she's in the house. She's barking so loud and going nuts. Now, they always bark off in the distance, and I'll hear them out in the middle of the pasture. But this was a possum. She had a possum backed up on the porch. And that possum didn't know what to do. It must have been up there because I had a bowl out with some dog food for the dogs.
Uh-oh,
it
let
must
you
have
down.
been up there. Well, so Millie's losing her mind. I'm asleep.
Possum's cornered.
You know how they're hissing. Lisa's like, oh, God, scared to death of it. And I was like, it ain't coming in the house. So I get up, give him some shorts and a shirt on.
What time is this again?
It's about 11:30. And so I go through the garage, I grab a broom.
I was going to say, I knew you were going to grab a broom.
I grab a broom, and I said, I'm going to get that song again. So I go out there, and Millie don't like the broom, so she took off.
What are you saying to Millie?
I'm telling her to shut up and go on.
Like hey, come on, get out here.
Yeah, and that thing's just hissing. You know how they do. God, they're ugly.
Did you tell them, hey, I'm trying to, seriously, they're so ugly. I hate those.
So Lisa starts, I'm fixing to sweep it right off there. And she's like, don't hurt it. She's yelling from inside the house for me not to hurt it. I said, I'm just going to move it off the
You're talking about
porch.
assistant coach? She's screaming at you?
So now she's worried about the possum. Well, I don't care about the possum.
I just want Millie to stop.
Yeah.
If Millie stops, the possum will leave.
She was going nuts, you know. So finally, I got the broom and just kind of shooed the possum. At this point, Millie's given up.
You talking to the possum, or you just like
get on out of here? So So she's give up for some reason. When I show up, she's sitting there wanting to take the possum on. Then when I show up, she leaves. She goes and gets in the garage, which was great. But I don't know why.
Well, she didn't
just
like
do
you.
that in the first
She didn't
place.
like you.
I guess so.
Even though you did what you did for her.
Anyway, so yeah.
Where's Mr. Buddy in all this?
He wasn't giving it much. He would walk by and look. That was weird. And he didn't engage it.
Well, he knows. You don't mess with a possum.
But
I don't want none of that.
Anyway, so I had to sweep it off, and finally it went off into the darkness. Just somewhere, you know. I'm sure it'll come back tonight.
Oh, well, don't leave the dog food down.
I'm not. But my gosh. But you know when you can hear when you're asleep and you can hear somebody talking and you're like, is this real? Am I awake?
That'll get your heart rate up a little bit.
Yeah. God. So, and then now I'm wide awake.
Yeah.
You know what I did? Laid there about an hour and a half. And then the clock went off. I got about 30 minutes of sleep after that.
You start thinking about, man, I need to go to sleep.
Yeah, and then I can't go back to sleep. I flip-flop, possum, flip-flop.
How many times you lay there thinking I'm fighting that possum?
Oh, yeah. And then I'm thinking, what if it comes back? I got to get up and do this all over again.
How you feel like you responded to the possum? You feel like you did pretty good?
Absolutely. I've dealt with many a possum. The best one is the time, you remember my dog I had named Baby Girl? You remember her?
I do. Did you get hit by a car?
Yeah. So she was a really good dog. So I'm looking out the back window and it's dark and she's just outside the light. And I look and she's got something in her mouth and she's walking and she's kind of holding. I thought, God, that's something big. So I go out there and she had a possum that was, you know how they'll play possum? Uh-huh. She was carrying it around. So she drops it and it still lays there. So I go get a shovel and scoop it up in the shovel. When I do, it sticks its head up and looks at me. And I took it out back and put it up to a tree and it climbed out on a limb. And away it went. But she came back with it in her mouth.
Look what I got.
Yeah. You know, so I've dealt with some possums out there where I live. That, and I told you the other week, I'm sitting there in the kitchen and something got on my eye. And I looked down at the big window, sitting on the ledge outside is a baby raccoon.
Well, good looking gracious, at me. Greg.
Yeah. I run it off. Now, the dogs have had encounters with those before. Yeah. I've had them. Yeah. It's just living out in the country. You deal with stuff like that.
You don't know.
You don't never know.
How quick did she ask you if you left the dog food down? And that attracted the possum?
Well, no, she wants the dog food down because she thinks our dog's got to eat 24 hours a day. Well, you fill the bowl up. I said, but they've done eat this morning. I saw them eating. Well, they need some food in case they want it. Well, now we got possums.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. But anyway.
So did you get behind? So
but the worst part is not
the back porch. Is it closed in or is it open?
It's open. It's just up steps.
Okay. And so the possum had easy exit.
Yeah. Once we got Millie away from it, and I came after it with the broom.
Mm-hmm. Well, Millie probably was trying to wake you up. Like, look what I got. I got something for you. It's back here.
She was just barking at it. She wouldn't engage it, which was probably a good idea.
Yeah.
But yeah, for some reason, Buddy wasn't impressed with it.
Millie gotten kind of fat?
Fat as a tick. When she showed up at the house, she was skinny bones. She eats 24/7.
Well, because Lisa has to have the food down.
And she's huge.
And I guess Millie's thinking, well, if you're going to keep putting it down, I'll keep eating.
Oh, I'll eat it, yeah.
So she looks like really big.
Oh, yeah. Her butt's this wide. Of course, remember, after she had the puppies and she had that infection, they had to go in and spade her. A lot of times they get kind of fat from that, too, but she eats a lot.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, at least that food's down.
She's got this big body and this little bitty head. She's a weird-looking dog.
Scared of you.
I don't know why, unless I'm sitting on the back porch. I've told you that.
So if you're sitting, you're fine.
On the back porch.
Okay.
If I'm sitting anywhere else, she won't come to me. But if I'm sitting in a chair on the back porch, she'll come up to me.
Like and let you pet her little head?
Yes. But any other time, if I've been down,
little tiny head.
If I've been down to pet her, she gives me a head fake and takes off. She's weird, man. I ain't sure. I don't know what she is. She may be a little alien herself. Hey,
okay. Yeah. I love it.
Look at him.
We'll take a break. We'll be right back. Jonesy's in the house, so he's going to be hanging out with us all day. He can't believe he's up this early.
He can't.
Bottom of the hour. We'll take a break. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
When the doctors at Brickhouse Nutrition announce a Black Friday sale, it's a big event. Now's the time to save a bundle while you reboot and optimize your health. This is the biggest sale of the year on everything. Field of Greens, the life-changing superfruit and vegetable drink that promises your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. And this special Black Friday sale includes Lean, the physician-formulated weight loss phenomena that helps turn and burn excess fat into energy. Even Radiance, the collagen accelerator, with 4 times more health and anti-aging power than that influencer collagen. Yes, that's on sale too. From weight loss to sleep aids, from creatine to whole food bars, they're all on sale. All you need to do is go to fieldofgreens.com and use the code SALE. Fieldofgreens.com and use the code SALE. That's promo code SALE for this Black Friday deal. This is a different code than usual, folks, only for this Black Friday event. Fieldofgreens.com, use the code SALE. Or you can go to rickandbubba.com and just look under the sponsors button. If your spine needs a little extra TLC, then you need a Helix Sleep mattress from helixsleep.com/bigbox. Everybody's unique and everyone sleeps differently. Helix has several different mattress models for you to choose from, and each mattress is designed for specific sleep positions and comfort preferences. In fact, the Helix lineup has 20 unique mattresses, including the award-winning Luxe collection and then Helix Elite collection, a mattress designed designed for big and tall sleepers, even a mattress made just for kids. Nervous about buying a mattress online? Don't be. The Helix Sleep Quiz takes into account your individual sleep preferences to match you with the perfect mattress. It only takes a few minutes to answer a couple of questions, and once you pick your mattress, Helix knows there's no better way to test a new mattress than by sleeping on it. So you get a 100-night trial, so see how you like it. With more than 12,000 five-star reviews, it's time to head to helixsleep.com/bigbox. Save 20% off your mattress order or visit rickandbubba.com for the link. There's nothing more frustrating than when an everyday item that you depend on doesn't work. You know what doesn't cause that kind of fuss? Raycon's best-selling everyday earbuds. Raycon's everyday earbuds are made to make your everyday a little easier. Every time they update the product, they add new features to make them even more easy to use, like 32-hour battery life and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair with 2 devices at once. And they're available in a variety of vibrant new colors. That sounds good to me. But Raycons sound even better. Seriously, the quality on these guys rivals some of the biggest names in premium audio, and Raycon offers a 30-day happiness guarantee, so if you need to make a return, that's pretty dang easy too. Stop the fuss. Go to buyraycon.com/bigbox today and get 20 to 50% off site-wide. That's right, you get up to 50% off everything on Raycon's website when you go to buyraycon.com/bigbox or use the link at rickandbubba.com. All right, let me guess, your medicine cabinet's crammed with stuff that doesn't work. You still can't sleep, you still hurt, and you're still stressed out. Well, clear out the cabinet and reset your health with CB Distillery. CB Distillery's targeted formulations are made from the highest quality clean ingredients. There's no fluff, there's no fillers, just pure, effective CBD solutions designed to help support your health. In 2 non-clinical surveys, 81% of customers experienced more calm, 80% said CBD helped them with pain after physical activity, and an impressive 90% said they slept better with CBD. If you struggle with a health concern and haven't found relief, check out cbdistillery.com, but you need to use the code BIGVOX for a discount. Over 2 million customers and a solid 100% money-back guarantee, CB Distillery is the source to trust. Get 20% off today at cbdistillery.com with the code BIGVOX, or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. I asked our friends at Tax Network USA about the IRS crackdown that everybody's talking about. Their advice: if you owe back taxes, don't gamble with the IRS. That's a no-win. That's why you need Tax Network USA on your side. Their attorneys and expert negotiators employ aggressive strategies to help settle your IRS issues quickly and in your favor. Even if you haven't filed in 1, 5, or 10 years, what gives Tax Network USA the edge? Their preferred direct line to the IRS and their knowledge about which agents to talk to and which ones to avoid. Now, they're not going to back down until they secure the best settlement for you, which could save you thousands. That's how they've helped resolve over $1 billion in tax debt for people just like you. Don't wait until the IRS closes in. Give Tax Network USA a call. It's free to talk to one of their strategists. 1-800-780-8888 or go to tnusa.com/bigbox or the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba.
25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. We were catching up with Todd Jones, who's in the studio today, hanging out with us, and today's going to be a lot of fun. Just from our conversation with him in the break.
It's always good to see Todd.
There's so much there. There's so much there back to when he played Major League Baseball, reliever of the year, and so much more, all-star. But his
always been as part of the Rick and Bubba Show.
Yeah, his one story you'll hear today that sometimes will resurface is, for some reason, he listened to the show when it came to negotiations and contracts. I don't know what he was thinking, but we'll have him with us today, and he's in the studio. Looking forward to that. Charity charge today benefiting Toys for Tots at participating Buffalo Wild Wings, so enjoy some great food while helping Toys for Tots. And we were looking here, and we've gone through a lot. hate what you went through with your dogs and that possum overnight.
I hope that possum don't come back.
I mean, well,
wake me up.
It depends on if the possum ate some food. Was he off in it? The possum?
I didn't see him off in it. But he was in the general area. Though.
Yeah, well, if it got a little bit, if it got a taste, then it might be.
It's not a good idea when you live where I live to leave food out.
No, but I might want to pick it up.
Tell him what'll come up looking at.
Yeah, might want to pick it up for maybe a couple of nights. Just to kind of get the possum going somewhere else. But we were talking Saturday. I was just away from the TV. I don't know if you were being able to sit down and watch any college football. I caught a little bit late in the day, but early.
Second half of Tennessee, Georgia, mostly.
Yeah, Florida big win, beat LSU in the Swamp.
Well, LSU's years spun out of control.
Yeah, I mean, good night. But, he was talking about, Brian Kelly was even talking about just the SEC in general. You walk into these stadiums in this atmosphere, it's just different. And so Florida, a big win over LSU. But I saw where Oregon had a little bit of a scare against Wisconsin. I was giving that game just a little bit.
Yeah.
And I think Wisconsin ended up did they fire their offensive coordinator?
Oh, did they? I don't know.
I think they might have. But anyway, they were playing Wisconsin. Oregon was held on to win that one 16-13. So the AP, if that's any indication of what college football playoff reveal show tomorrow night will indicate, is they'll stay at 1, and I'm sure they will. They had no reason for them not to. They're 11-0. At 2 is Ohio State. They took care of Northwestern 31-7, so they're at 2. Texas is at 3. They beat Arkansas 20-10. I didn't see any of that game, but they did win. They're 9-1. Penn State, they're at 4. So you have 3 Big Ten teams in the top 4 of the AP, and then there's Indiana. Excuse me, they're at 5 at 10-0, and then Notre Dame, buddy, they jumped up. They're at 6. They couldn't wait to get them up.
Yeah, they won.
They beat Virginia, and then you just have a pile of SEC teams. 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alabama, Georgia, Ole Miss, Tennessee drops 4 slots after they lost to Georgia 31-17. So there's your top 10, and then Miami's at 11. Boise State's at 12. That's your top 12 there. So we'll see. BYU, I knew they were having trouble. It was Kansas they were playing, and they ended up getting beat 17-13. They dropped 7 slots. They're all the way down at 14 now. So we'll see how the reveal show goes on what the top 12 will be and how that might play out. But there has been a little bit of a shakeup. BYU losing, and then there's Colorado. They beat Utah 49-24. They're at 16 at 8-2. They got Kansas, who just beat BYU. But you never know how that's going to play out. But there is a possibility that you sitting there looking at Deion Sanders and his Colorado Buffaloes winning the Big 12
and work their way up through it.
Yeah, and
keep winning.
They could find themselves in the playoffs, boys.
Sure.
We'll see how that kind of plays out. But they're at Kansas, and then they finish the regular season hosting Oklahoma State. But it's kind of interesting, isn't it, how this is all playing out?
Winding down, getting ready for the first playoff. It's going to be interesting, that's for sure.
Yeah. The games that were of interest to us, of course, Tennessee, Georgia, the big one, and then the game prior, the Florida LSU game was pretty good. And I caught that one late, and then watched probably 75% of the Georgia-Tennessee game before turning it off. And just kind of looking over to see what Oregon was doing. Oregon, I've not given much, but they keep winning.
Yeah, they do. I mean, they're top of the heap, so we'll see.
It is going to be so weird because I was talking to some folks the other night when we were at the Stallions event, and it was a fall fan fest, and so many fans, such a great following with the UFL, and Daryl Johnston was there, and the president and CEO of UFL was there, and Coach Skip Holtz was there, and we were just sitting there, and I was just talking to Daryl before it started, just about college football in general and how it's all playing out. And then a couple of the other game day folks were coming by, and they splinter off into different programs when they're not dealing with the Stallions.
Yeah,
and some of it was with Bama, and they were like, "Yeah, boy, we're trying to figure out how our Christmas is going to be." I was like, "What are you talking about?" And they're like, well, is Bama going to host a playoff game, or are they going to get a bye, or so all that's factoring in, and
it's too early to tell.
Yeah, so then the discussion was like, wow, so you're right. So now I forgot we have host games, we have byes, we
absolutely.
have the bowl season is going to look different because of the playoffs, and you think about that, but then when you really start breaking it down, it's kind of crazy how it's all going to be different.
What's going to be weird is you got the playoffs, and now they're incorporating some of the bowls into the later rounds, and then all the rest of the bowls.
Yeah,
you're going to have just teams that obviously didn't make the playoffs in those bowls. It's just going to be strange.
Yeah, it is going to be strange, and that's one of the things I was talking to him about. It was like, well, if they can win the SEC and get a bye, that means that we won't be working on like right at Christmas.
Yeah.
But anyway, it was just kind of weird how that played out and what they were talking about. But so what you got is, let's see here. I made some notes. We talked about the conference champs. We won't go into all that, and then the byes and the 7 highest and the 5 seed through 12. But I was sitting here looking at the New Year's 6 bowl games and how they're going to play out. This will be introduced in the quarterfinals, but the semifinals will be played in bowls on a rotating basis. National championship host site is determined through bids by prospective host sites, but they're talking about how they'll incorporate the New Year's 6 bowl games in, but that won't be introduced until the quarterfinals. But prior to that, you're right, it's going to be, the highest seed being a home game, but that's actually a bowl game. It's just the way it all.
And what about the fans? You got several games, and you're gonna have to. Good night.
I know. It's just going to be different. And
if you don't get the on-campus one, I mean, you could be.
But just talking to a lot of the staff that puts on game day operations, they don't just work with the Stallions. Their company might be hired out, and they might work in different universities. But hearing how it affects their life, and all right, will we be there, or are they getting a bye because they won the conference championship? We don't know.
Have to wait and see.
And you start hearing that play out, and you start talking about it, and it is going to be kind of interesting because it's not something we're used to.
No, it's going to be very different.
And it could be that we look up and go, now this was awesome. Yep. This was cool, because it makes those games because one thing we did say is that a lot of times these athletes that might have an option to go to the NFL, and they sit out these bowl games. Well, now if you're in the top 12 and you're in the playoffs, you ain't
gonna be sitting out.
No,
which is a good thing. That's great because a lot of the bigger teams last year, remember the bowls, they were like.
Right.
Some of the better players weren't playing. So that'll definitely cure that.
Yeah, it sure will.
On the major bowls.
Yeah.
So.
It's just fun to talk about, and
let's just see. I hope it goes better than the Tyson Paul fight. But besides that,
that was a bummer.
Yeah, I think since we're doing new things, I think this will work out a little better.
Yeah, I agree. All right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back. We'll figure it all out together. But right now, there's just the unknown. We have the rankings and then what we think's going to happen, but it'll keep playing out for us. We'll take a break. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, cultural enrichment, and all-inclusive fares. Discover more at Viking.com.
Let's go!
ABC Wednesday, country music's biggest night, the CMA Awards.
Let's party, Nashville!
Kicks off with this year's must-see collaboration, Post Malone featuring Chris Stapleton live. With electrifying performances by Lainey Wilson, Shabuzi, Ashley McBride, Luke Bryan, plus Thomas Rhett and Teddy Swims. Woo! Luke Bryan, Peyton Manning, and Lainey Wilson host the CMA Awards live Wednesday, 8/7 Central on ABC and stream next day on Hulu.
And Doug. Customize and save hundreds on car insurance with Liberty Mutual. After that, you can also save me, as I'm currently hanging from the edge of a cliff. To recap, number 1, customize and save. Number 2, time allowing, save me.
Shoulders separating. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com. Savings may vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
If you're living with dry age-related macular degeneration or dry AMD, you may be at risk for developing geographic atrophy or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, leading to irreversible vision loss. Now there's something you can do to
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay is proven to slow GA progression.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Izervay or avacincaptad pagel is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com.
Shop Dell Technologies Black Friday event for their lowest prices of the year. The future is on sale today with limited time deals on select PCs like the XPS 16 that accelerate AI with Intel Core Ultra processors. Black Friday is their biggest sale of the year and the best time to upgrade, but it's only here for a limited time. Shop now at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, cultural enrichment, and all-inclusive fares. Discover more at Viking.com.
All right, if your approach to everyday aches and pains is to mask them, feel better for a few hours only to have the pain return, then repeat that cycle all over again, it's time to try Relief Factor. And the good news is Relief Factor makes that easy. Their 3-week quick start is only $19.95, less than $1 a day. Instead of masking pain, Relief Factor helps eliminate it. How? Well, it's a unique formula of ingredients that helps support your body's response to inflammation. Relief Factor was developed by doctors and is 100% drug-free. And for so many people, including some of us here on the show, Relief Factor has been a game changer because you just feel better when you're not in constant pain. You'll feel the difference. Give it a try and get the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 at ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF to get that deal. You can find that info at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors as well. Don't mask pain. Fight it naturally with Relief Factor. Go right now to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button or go directly to relieffactor.com. There's nothing more frustrating than when an everyday item that you depend on doesn't work. You know what doesn't cause that kind of fuss? Raycon's best-selling everyday earbuds. Raycon's everyday earbuds are made to make your everyday a little easier. Every time they update the product, they add new features to make them even more easy to use, like 32-hour battery life and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair with 2 devices at once. And they're available in a variety of vibrant new colors. That sounds good to me. But Raycons sound even better. Seriously, the quality on these guys rivals some of the biggest names in premium audio, and Raycon offers a 30-day happiness guarantee. So if you need to make a return, that's pretty dang easy too. Stop the fuss. Go to buyraycon.com/bigbox today and get 20 to 50% off site-wide. That's right. You'll get up to 50% off everything on Raycon's website when you go to buyraycon.com/bigbox or use the link at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
10 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We have hopped around, talked about a number of different things. Your phone calls are always welcome. They'll just be unscreened. This portion of the program is brought to you by cbdistillery.com. That's cbdistillery.com. If maybe you're not sleeping well, you're stressed out, things just aren't working. Your medicine cabinet's full of stuff that doesn't work. CB Distillery says, hey, try us, cbdistillery.com. cbdistillery.com. No fluff, no fillers, just pure effective CBD solutions designed to help support your health. In 2 non-clinical surveys, 81% of customers experience more calm and was impressed with the way it made them sleep. Like 90% said they slept better with CBD. So if you're struggling with health concerns and you haven't found a remedy, cbdistillery.com is where to go. And right now you're going to save 20% by using Big Vox as your promo code, BIGVOX. And that will unlock that 20% savings. They also have pet products. We've been talking about pets today. And so all of that is there at cbdistillery.com. Use promo code BIGVOX, BIGVOX, or you can find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Are you talking about pets and just dogs in general? And, just we could sit
possums.
We could do, a new dog show if we wanted to and just talk about our struggles with dogs. Mine are just the craziest and weirdest things ever. I guess as dogs get older, kind of like we do, they get set in their own ways and they're just quirky little things. I don't know, but it's our house it's all about the dogs.
Oh yeah.
Who? Sometimes I have to ask the question: is this my house, your house, or the dog's house?
Oh, I know. Yeah, they pull a lot of weight.
They do, and some of you are all in it, but I kind of like for them to have their role, and that is not run the house.
Yeah,
we can enjoy pets, but
to a point. Yeah.
So we talked about Jake Paul beating Mike Tyson. Jake Paul 27, Mike Tyson 58.
Yeah.
There were no there were no knockdowns, no knockouts. And
not a whole lot of anything, really.
Yeah, a decision was made after going the distance, I guess it is what it is. They say 60 million households tuned in to the event. So
you got to give them credit for building the hype.
Yeah,
they built the hype. They had a product. They put it out there, and everybody lapped it right up.
Yep.
Probably won't happen again, but hey, everybody got paid, and everybody's happy.
So there was a total of 60 million guaranteed.
Is that what it was?
Jake Paul got 40. Tyson got 20. Those were the reports going into the fight.
Yeah.
So if there were 60 million households, you already had Netflix.
Yeah. I guess they were just thinking about new subscribers that were going to sign.
I was going to say, out of that 60 million,
a bunch of them were.
Yeah. I'm sure a lot of folks, even if it was just, hey, I'm doing this for a month.
Yeah.
That's still, they got their money.
Oh, yeah.
And more. I'm sure it was a win. And, I think this is going to have to be something that we all kind of get accustomed to. Your Netflix and your Amazon Primes and your Paramount Pluses and your Peacocks and all those. I mean, they're going to get into this big time. I mean, like on Christmas Day, we talked about it. Netflix has 2 Christmas games.
Well, what they need to do is make sure that they can handle the load of people. Not that I don't understand, that game ain't going to draw it's going to draw a big audience, I'm sure, but not like this. But they better be ready to handle it because they didn't handle it well on this one. It kept buffering.
Right.
And hanging up and stopping.
Yeah. And not seeing it. Now, Adler had texted to the group. It looked like Tyson for the first maybe round and a half, he had a little something, and then he was just washed the rest of the way. And I'm getting, since we've talked about this, people are corresponding with us, and they don't feel like there was really ever a punch thrown hard enough to knock anybody
There
out.
wasn't.
And
I
so
agree.
was there?
I agree with that.
Was there an agreement of, hey, let's just get through it? This is just.
But they're right. That's a valid point. Nobody teed off.
So was there
a couple of times you had a little bit, but they gave Tyson the first round, but I think they did it just out of. Well, didn't a lot happen, so you could give him that round, but. Again, just look at the punch count. It's something ridiculous. He didn't throw very many punches at all compared to Jake Paul's.
Right. So
I ain't saying they all landed, but they were thrown. I mean, he was too tired to even throw that many punches.
Mm-hmm. Well, in our commentary prior to Friday night, one of the things Adler said is, I just hope it's a straight up fight. Like straight up, like I'm going in, I'm trying to knock you out. Did it, again, from someone, I'm not saying it, just going off what everybody else is saying, was there some type of agreement,
there was a couple of times,
like, hey, let's just get through it?
And it may be just me looking for it. But it seemed like a couple of times Jake Paul had Tyson in trouble, and he kind of backed off. Now, I may be wrong.
There it is.
It just seemed like it. Just saying.
Wow. There it is. You just said it.
And look, maybe I'm being wrong. I'm not saying I'm 100% right about that, but it just how about this? It was just a boring thing. There was nothing good about it. Nothing. I didn't find one moment in that 8 rounds that was memorable at all.
I had asked you a question, and what is Jake Paul's? Is it his name or nickname or what does he say here in the middle?
Oh, I don't know.
I don't know.
After 8 full rounds, we go to the judges' scorecards for the official decision, declaring your winner by unanimous decision, Jake El Gallo.
El Gallo? El Gallo must mean something.
El Gallo?
El Gallo.
El Gallo. Paul. What was Tyson's demeanor when that was announced?
He was good with it. He knew he didn't win. He gave a half interview, and everybody was, Jake Paul was giving Mike his due, greatest of all time, blah blah blah. But like I say, they did a great job hyping it. Mm-hmm. And us as a society nowadays, just give us something to get all hyped about. We'll take it and overdo it.
Yeah. We're all looking for something. Terry had met the boys up. She went up Saturday to Huntsville. There was this thing they went to Saturday afternoon, and I had gone down to help with the Lenores at the farm for a work day, and they all stayed up and watched it. And she said they were all disappointed.
Yeah,
because of the hype, and rarely do things live up to the hype. Rarely. But I guess it's just because it was Tyson. And some of the younger generation, they just don't understand how
the name
he was.
Tyson, and then the video of him, throwing punches. Oh, Mike still got it.
Right.
Yeah. Like I say, that little punch segment didn't last very long.
No, it did not. But that's the one thing
and
she
Jake
came
Paul
home
wasn't
saying.
going to stand in front of him and let him hit him like that either if he's smart.
Yeah.
He's not going to do it. The guy with the pads on, he's there for you to hit. I mean,
that's right.
That's the point.
Yeah.
That's why he's got pads all over.
It's because of that.
Yeah.
Agreed. But speaking of going down, we went down and did some things and, corn this and got to do this and all that, putting stuff in feeders and moving cameras and Moultrie mobiles to different locations. And it was a great day, but it's amazing how in our area there was a drought for a long time. And a lot of people, they put stuff down on their green fields and it never rained. And so
the majority,
you just hope and pray. Okay, wow, we finally had rain. Is anything going to come up? And because of that, a lot of the feeders and the corn and stuff it was just pulling a lot of deer because that's their only source of food. I mean, because things dying off in the woods because of the drought and different things. And it was nice though to finally see green coming up on the green field. Not a ton, but a little bit.
We're supposed to get a little rain tomorrow.
Yeah, we are. Where we live is supposed to be a lot of rain tomorrow early.
Needed
about the same time here, 24 hours from now. Need it bad, but it was fun to kind of get away. And we sighted in rifles and how about sighting in rifles is always you're always like, man, come on. And there's always that one rifle that gives you handle.
Yeah.
Dadgummit, here it is again.
Still off.
But it was a great day. Saturday, and then Terry was with the boys, but she came back like, man, they were mad about that fight. But two chicks got after it.
That was a brawl,
man. They did talk about that.
That's a little weird to watch women beat each other to a pulp.
That fight was better than Tyson.
Paul. Wasn't even close.
We'll be right back. Todd Jones, our special guest today.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, here we go. 6 minutes past the hour. A brand new hour rolling now on a brand new day, on a brand new week. And we thank you for being with us. This hour starts with the national anthem. All right, here we go. 7.5 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Rick and Bubba shows left to wrap up 31 years. Today we'll reminisce with an old buddy who has many a Rick and Bubba adventure notch on his belt. Todd Jones will be visiting with us today on the program, so we'll chat with Todarewski, Speedy, the real Greg Burgess. They've knocked out the kickoff hour for you. They're ready to go. Eddie Van Adler settles in. The YouTube experience now enhanced as he will drive the YouTube bus the rest of the way, both live and putting together your archive today. Archive also available on the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel. There is a brand new Rick and Bubba University, the podcast from over the weekend, wherever you get podcasts. We chat with Naomi Wolf. A lot of emails on that conversation from over the weekend. So if you haven't grabbed that one, go grab that as well. We also have the live options, America's boldest radio stations on the Rick and Bubba Radio Network. Our TuneIn app is an option for you as well. So all those different ways to get us, whether it's live or archived, we're glad that you're here. We're missing one, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master out of King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, and those of you that were Major League All-Stars, welcome to Rick and Bubba.
REO Speedwagon. Roll with the changes. Bubba, welcome back for another week.
Glad to be here, Rick, and big special day today on day 18. We got one Mr. Todd Jones joining us today.
Todd Jones.
Right out of the gate.
Will be visiting with us today.
There he is.
There he is, right there.
Good morning, guys. It's so good to
come on, Todd.
See
wake up,
and
man.
hear you guys.
Go get you some coffee.
Hey, I'm ready to go. I don't know. I just got a little raspy.
Yeah,
I got the little Darth Vader thing going already this morning.
Join the club. We all have to. It takes us 2 or 3 segments.
You know, when you get older, it's just the weather and everything changes.
Well, now you're quoting Mike Tyson.
Yep.
So
let me tell you who won that fight. That was age.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Age defeated Mike Tyson.
He looked slow.
Yeah.
He looked old.
Yeah. We'll unpack that later. Didn't see any of it. Heard about it. Got the updates from Bubba, and then I was talking to Todd a little while ago. He saw it. I know they had some they had some buffering issues. Greg saw it. We'll talk about that. We'll just take that and we'll have to do a whole segment. So I was, we were talking about how people wanting us to bring the jerseys back. So
that's a good one.
We all got to looking for our Todd Jones jerseys. He brought us. I actually have Todd. I have 2 Detroit jerseys, home and away. I have a Colorado Rockies jersey.
Yeah, I got the blue one.
Yeah, blue,
purple,
whatever.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
and
dark
blue for colorblind.
Well, that's right, colorblind.
And shade of blue.
Got it.
And what's funny is I was going to wear the white Detroit. Because that's the classic. I saw, Bubba, you put a picture of yours, but I could not find it. I don't know where it was, and I know the last time I saw it, I had got Sharpie on it.
Invaded by a grip and grin.
Yeah,
I mean that's a legit jersey.
Yeah, I have my jerseys, awesome. And I was going to wear one of them this morning, and when I put them on and looked at myself in the mirror, I thought this will not honor Todd at all.
Right.
So
don't make Todd sad.
I took a picture of it. And that.
Yeah, but even on this one, the more I look at it, apparently I spilled stuff on it too. Here's something here.
What y'all eat all the time?
Yeah, here's something here. Oh, anything we have.
It's got a story to tell.
Yeah,
Rick.
It's got a lot of stories to tell. But I love this jersey and I think the white one, and I know the Colorado one maybe is at the farm. But I found this one in my closet.
How about that?
Very kind of you, sir.
Yeah, no, that's really good because the only ones I've got now are still hanging up in a shadow box over there.
Oh, really? You don't have any you can put out and put on? Get out and put on?
I take that back. I do have a couple of them, but not the gray ones from back in the day.
Well, he's looking at that, going
like that.
Well, you don't have this one?
They've got a ton
back, Rick.
They've got a ton of. I could just uninvite him to have my jersey back.
I guess you could.
Back in the day. We've got so much to talk about.
So much.
We've been through so much.
I know. We'll do all the Todd Jones adventures today.
No, not that. Just to come and love.
No, we got to talk about all of our. But you have so much history with this show. So much history. And we'll review that today. And really, honestly, thanks to this show, you have multiple jerseys from multiple teams.
Yes.
What a collection.
I thought about if I wore the Colorado jersey, if that would be a bad memory for you. So I didn't know if that would remind you of Rick giving you bad advice.
Yeah, maybe the Tiger one with the World Series patch.
There you go.
That
was
the All-Star year.
But basically, I wanted to come and spend time with you guys because we all mean so much. Y'all mean so much to me.
Yeah.
And just shout out to the Army.
Yeah.
Because the Army's who everybody around here knows me from Rick and Bubba show. You used to play baseball. That's
that little
cute.
Baseball thing.
That's so cute.
It is funny to hear you break down, like if you go back to Detroit versus if you're just hanging around here.
Well,
what you're known for in different markets.
Yeah, there's not a lot of baseball references down here.
You also have a prestigious You also have a prestigious place in Rick and Bubba history that, if I'm not mistaken, somebody correct me. It was down to you and Cassio who had the biggest Rick and Bubba shout out of all time, and I think at the end of the day, we in a close one.
That'd have to be.
We gave. I don't know.
I don't know.
There's a lot of people watch the Tonight Show, but awful lot of people watch the Major League All-Star Game and the World Series. Those are pretty big audiences.
Yeah, Cassio did
it's a big event.
I don't think we ever paid Todd for that fine.
I was going to say Cassio didn't get fined for his shout out.
Yeah,
Well, it only cost.
Todd, did we ever pay that $5,000?
It only cost me $5,000. It's not a big deal.
You know what?
Right, Rick? It's not a big deal.
Did we
right?
ever pay you back for that?
Can I, Rick? Will you write me a check right now for $5,000?
I tell you what, we're gonna auction this jersey off for $5,000.
I don't know who's gonna buy it. My mom's not listening.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Fact or crap?
Fact or crap?
There you go.
And
this is educational. I mean, I would think the teachers would stand up and clap over this.
Yeah, so let's try it. It's time to play the first ever edition of Rick and Bubba's Is It Fact or Crap? And this is And
if you get 3 right, you win.
Right, and if you're uncomfortable saying crap, you can say carp. That's carp, which is kind of our softer word for crap. But the name of the game really is fact or crap.
You have a built-in lifeline. You can ask Greg Burgess for his opinion.
I may not know it.
Because Greg, you claim what's your motto?
90.
Right again.
I'm right again a lot of the time.
What's your percentage right now?
I'm in the high 90s.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. So there's your expert.
Yep.
There's your
See, now
lifeline.
here's what you got to understand, Rick. What I'm going against though. Normally it's a story on TV, and I'm also taking in the way the guy's saying it. You know,
Right.
these are just facts. It's harder.
All right. Now, so here's
Different. I need to be able to see the person when they're telling them.
You as a contestant can say.
Is that a disclaimer for Greg?
It
a
is.
little bit.
You as a contestant, you can say to Bubba, "Hey, that's fact," or "That's crap" on your own.
Right.
Or you can't say, "Bubba, I'd like to ask Greg," and Greg, then you can agree or disagree with what Greg says about it. Ooh. Okay. You get 3 of them right. Guess what you're going to get today?
What, Rick?
Are you ready for this?
Tell me.
If you get 3 right, we will send to you any Rick and Bubba Best of CD that is still currently in print. Okay, and there's a couple that have gone out of print. They're only on iTunes now.
Right.
And it does not include the new one because it's not ready yet. It comes out probably in a few weeks. We will send you the entire Rick and Bubba CD catalog. I mean, you get caught up on Rick and Bubba quick. And you know what else we'll throw in? An Extreme Club membership.
Stop it, Rick. Look out.
An Extreme Club membership.
Look out.
And you get the entire Rick and Bubba CD catalog. We'll ship you one of every CD we got. Okay? And that's probably 10 to 12.
Yeah, something like that.
That we'll send out to you that I think we still have in print. Maybe 10.
Fact.
Yeah.
Not many.
Yeah,
Well, shipping department's going to be busy.
Which
Greg.
one? I came away because I went into your room. I looked on the shelf. We got a lot of CDs.
Yeah, we do.
I mean, a lot of the titles. I didn't realize we had so
We
many
don't
still.
have last year's we're out of.
Right.
And obviously this year's isn't out yet.
Everyone we got, we'll send you.
Okay.
Which is about 10, I think.
All right, let's
8
go.
to 10.
Let's
All right,
do
here's
it.
our first contestant. Bubba, are you ready?
I'm ready.
All right, here we go. Shay in Pell City, are you ready to play? You're the first contestant
Ever.
to ever play Is It Fact or Crap?
Hey, I feel honored, man. I hope I can do it justice, and maybe me and Greg can win some here.
All right, question number 1. Donald Trump once filed for business bankruptcy. Fact or crap?
Fact.
Fact, it is correct.
By the way, the first guy, the first question ever asked, a right answer. All right, so you got to get 3 right, Shay. Here we go.
Diamonds are indestructible. Fact or crap?
Ooh. I'm going to say crap.
You are correct.
How about that right there? Without any help.
One more.
Can he be the first ever winner in our new game, Fact or Crap?
Onion comes from a Latin word meaning large pearl.
Oh, Lord.
Fact or crap?
I'm going to have to ask Greg for help on this.
See, this ain't this.
I mean,
Come on there.
Greg,
My
it's
thing
not.
is when people are trying to convince me of a
Greg,
story that
Greg,
I don't
if I
agree with.
said on the air,
We're not going to debate the game.
if I said on the air, let's do real life. If I came out of the break and somebody said something about onions in a phone call, I said, really, the word onion comes from the Latin word that means large pearl. You know what you say? Oh, come on.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I don't. I think it's crap, but I don't. I don't know.
What do you think?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I was hoping for a different answer, and this is the game right here. I'm gonna have to say fact.
Fact it is.
Okay. Sound like crap to me.
We gave him just long enough to look it up on the internet.
Thank you, guys.
See, well, look, Bubba didn't want to come out with that last one was pretty hard.
Sound like crap to me.
Well, so now Greg doesn't even believe the game.
Well, we're going by what the game says.
Right, yeah, and I'm sure they did extensive research. We don't know what it is.
Right.
I'm sure it's somewhere on the box, but I'm not willing to read.
He's questioning the research.
Are you willing
now.
to read on the box where it all came from?
No, this is just a game.
All right,
let's not overthink it.
Let's go to
Nobel Prize is not hanging in the balance here.
Yeah, Danny is in Georgia. Danny, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Are you ready to play? Is it fact or crap?
I'm ready.
All right, here we go. Here is fact.
Here we go, 21 minutes now past the hour. Another Rick and Bubba Buffalo Wild Wings charity charge is underway today at participating locations in Sweet Home, Alabama. This has become an annual event for us here with Buffalo Wild Wings. Whatever you're eating today at participating locations, 10% go to Toys for Tots and the U.S. Marine Corps Reserve, as they all work together to gather those toys. So you'll be helping them as they'll get to go shop and buy toys with the money from you just simply going out and eating today at those participating locations. So, Bubba, Todd Jones, here's kind of how the this is going to Todd will be here. He'll be like foundational. We'll do stories and update you from the weekend. Then we'll go back to Todd and Todd this, Todd that. But so Todd Jones is a former Major League Baseball player. Bubba, let's go back to classification point A. How did Todd come into our life?
Well, let me set the stage before we do this, Rick. Let me set the stage because this is so impressive, and Todd would never tell you this, okay? Mm-hmm. You know how many people have played Major League Baseball? A bunch, okay? Mm-hmm. There's about 800 players on active rosters of the big league teams at any given point. Mm-hmm. So you had a lot of players. You've had a lot of pitchers over the years. So I'm going to throw a couple of names you may or may not know. I know you don't follow baseball like some baseball people do.
I love baseball, though.
But when it comes to relievers, the 50th, Dave Smith, I don't know if you remember him, Greg Olson.
Yes.
Gene Garber is number 48.
I remember Gene Garber.
Him?
Yep.
Sparky Lyle is number 40.
Of course I remember Sparky.
Dan Quisenberry.
No.
Dave Righetti.
No.
You remember him?
I do.
I do.
Is this in saves?
Yes, this is saves.
Okay,
saves. Yeah. Rob Beck, you remember him? He's number 34. Bruce Sutter, you remember him?
Oh, yeah. Love Sutter.
Number 30.
Dominant.
Doug Jones, 29. Jeff Montgomery,
that's Todd's cousin.
Number 27, Goose Gossage.
Oh, yeah.
Goose. I mean, was there anybody that was the mold of a reliever when we were growing up more than Goose Gossage when he was pitching for the Yankees?
Todd's still wearing his mustache.
That's right. Tom Hinkie, Rick Aguilera at 24. Number 23 on the list, ahead of all those people I mentioned, is Todd Jones.
Todd!
319 saves.
And we know him.
All right, if you're watching on YouTube, Adler has found what we think is the.
There it is. Look at there.
You go to some people, they say the Todd Jones shout out. Oh. As he is pitching in the Major League All-Star game, he has R&B on his hat. He was fined $5,000 for doing this, right?
Yes.
And he's in the game right now pitching with it right there on the front of his hat. That's as good a shout as you're ever going to get right there. And you sit somebody down.
Yep.
And you can't believe it. And we're there.
Was that the last pitch at Tiger Stadium?
That was the last pitch at Tiger Stadium.
Oh,
they
wow.
also threw the last ball at Tiger Stadium.
Yeah.
I was the last. You're on every trivia game ever for that.
Well, that's cool.
I was the last person to ever pitch at Tiger Stadium in Detroit, and that stadium opened the day that Fenway Park opened, which is incidentally the day the Titanic sank.
So it's been there a minute.
So it's been there for
a lot of baseball.
In your career, you've got so many highlights and memories, but is that maybe the most important to you, throwing the last out at Tiger Stadium?
Yeah, that was certain. I mean, like you said, I was pretty lucky to just stay healthy and be around long enough to be part of a couple things. But the last pitch at Tiger Stadium, pitching in the All-Star game in my hometown in Atlanta.
Oh yeah,
that's a Mount Rushmore moment.
That was huge. Yeah. Pitching in the World Series, having a chance to do that, taking being a part of the Tigers.
Is it almost impossible to say what do I elevate? last pitch in Tiger Stadium, and I'm in Trivial Pursuit for the rest of my life.
Yes.
Okay, I pitched in the World Series, and I pitched in the All-Star game in my hometown. My goodness, how do you take one of those and put it ahead of the other? I mean, those are three biggies.
Yeah, those are for me about as big as they got. So wow. I was grateful to be a part of some of those things, but having a chance to play with a lot of cool teammates and stuff, and see King Griffey Jr.'s 500th home run. See one of Justin Verlander's no-hitters, pitching for my country for Team USA in the World Baseball Classic.
Big.
Oh, wow.
Was in the very first World Baseball Classic. So, it was pitching in the playoffs at Yankee Stadium.
There's just so many.
You hit that location.
Sometimes when we have guests on the show, it's hard to find their stuff out there. You, not so hard. I mean, Adler's saying this is the easiest job I've ever had, trying to find images of somebody that's on the show right now.
But it's nothing. It's nothing compared to throwing biscuits to Speed Racer in the parking lot in Gadsden, Alabama.
Well, you're not going to beat that.
Well, both of them have their own place.
That's
for sure.
But
you, Rick, you had started this segment asking about when we met Todd. I knew Todd in college, but he didn't know me.
Okay.
We, of course, Todd played baseball, and we covered that with the radio station there, and we all knew Todd real well. But then modern day, we were going to do a remote in Pell City, and Todd was going to be there, and we were like, do you think Todd remembers us or knows who we are?
So classification
and he was
point
very
A,
nice, but I don't think he knew who we were.
No, I definitely knew who you guys were. I mean, guys...
My memory is that the relationship started at the Pell City, Alabama remote, because before that it felt like there was talk of you and us, but that was the day it seemed to establish, you're Todd Jones, we're Rick and Bubba, you're today going to throw biscuits, which probably, I'm sure your pitching coach loved. And so...
Did you ever mention that to any of them, by the way?
No. That was on the down low.
But is that when it started?
I think it was the first time you guys did the remote, and then what happened was what happened with Miley Cyrus when she sang at the World Series. She invited us out to Los Angeles for her taping of her show on Disney back then, Hannah Montana. And we showed up. So you guys invited me to come do the show, and if you're on the Rick and Bubba show, you are all in. So you're from the time that it starts until 10 o'clock, and that's when you guys invited me, and I had so much fun, and we just tried to do it every couple times a year, I think.
Yeah.
So,
and we just kind of shadowed each other.
Didn't we have mutual friends or something?
We shadowed each other's career, as you guys went and exploded and went up, and I kind of did the same thing in my little world. We all kind of cheered.
I don't know if you would. I don't know if
cheered.
I don't know if you'd say we exploded. We got airborne. But you.
Well, when you talk about us exploding, I mean, there's fragments.
I didn't get a sit-down interview with the sitting president of the United States.
Well,
I'll tell you that.
That's a big one.
I mean, that's probably the biggest shout-out that the Rick and Bubba show has ever had.
Well,
if I may say so myself,
that's a hard one to beat.
You guys are not going to brag about yourself, so let me. I mean, we've known each other since Speedy was a player.
Hey,
now he's a granddad.
You were a player too.
Oh wow!
Well, you threw.
I had the big afro parted in the down the middle,
just like you liked it,
just like I liked it. And then we've stayed in it, and then we've
stayed in it.
We've done a lot of stuff together, man. And
stayed in it.
It's just nice to be a part and just watch the show grow. And I'm just so thankful. Thankful to the Army. The Army's the fun part.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. The Army's the fun part.
So much.
How many people came and yelled at you in the bullpen over the years?
Stay in it!
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Fact, here's potential fact number one.
Factophobia is the fear of knowledge. Fact or crap?
I had to ask Greg.
Greg, do what you just said.
I think it's crap.
All right.
What do you think, sir?
I have to go with him. Go crap.
It is crap.
That boy,
Greg.
Greg.
There's your meter.
Don't get all nervous. Just use your meter.
Just use your meter. Over there fidgeting, man.
Here we go. He stays alive. Here comes number 2.
Venus spins in the opposite direction of all other planets in our solar system. Fact or crap?
That's science.
That's fact.
You are correct.
How about that? So that's somebody pay attention.
Greg, so nervous.
Why you gotta get so nervous
Like
about
science
Greg?
test.
He didn't need you.
Good gracious.
He only asked you on things he thinks you would know. He knew you wouldn't know that.
Gone to rubbing your head and stuff.
All right, here we go. Here comes number 3. Can we have 2 winners in a row?
Saddam Hussein once used Whitney Houston's I Will Always Love You as a campaign theme song. Fact or crap?
Crap.
It is a fact.
Oh,
so sorry.
So Greg can't jump in. They have to ask.
They have to ask.
He's a lifeline.
He's a lifeline, Speedy. Don't change the game.
He was ready to jump in. He knew that was a fact.
I know he knew it.
Dang it.
But the guy didn't ask him. All right, let's go to Tuscaloosa.
That's
Where
why the Illuminati killed her.
Greg.
They did.
See, now we're right in his wheelhouse now.
Yep. Here we go. Look what you started.
Mike in Tuscaloosa, go right ahead.
I'm ready. Let's play.
All right, brother.
The world's most dangerous snake, the black mamba, is named for the mamba-like dance moves it makes. Fact or crap?
Oh, wow. Let's ask Greg.
I'm going to say crap on that.
I'm going with you, crap.
Crap it is.
That boy, Greg. I don't want to know where to go.
Snakes don't dance.
Don't get all choked up about it. All right, Mike, here we go. Consider this one.
An ear of corn always has an even number of rows. Fact or crap?
Fact.
He says fact, and that is correct.
Well, somebody knows his corn right there.
that.
That's some guy's been around corn. All right.
So every ear of corn.
That explains why you're calling from Nebraska. All right, here we go. You get this one right, Mike. You've got the entire Rick and Bubba CD catalog, all of them that are still in print. That's a bunch. And you also get 1 year Rick and Bubba Extreme Club membership. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Here it comes.
Cashew nuts contain a poisonous oil. Fact or fiction? Or fact or crap, I should say.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Are you talking about the nut itself or the shell? Because the shell has a...
Cashew nuts contain a poisonous oil. Fact or crap?
Sit down, Greg. He ain't asked.
Greg's over going crazy. Greg's going crazy.
The nut doesn't, but the shell does.
Well, is that your final answer?
It says cashew nuts contain a poisonous oil.
The nut doesn't.
I'm just reading what it says.
Let's just say fact because
fact is correct.
Fact is correct because you just told him. By the way, if I can jump in here, congratulations, by the way, to you, Mike, for winning. But the actual part you eat still does have some. It's just not to a degree.
It's
not
residue of it.
Yeah, it's not like the shell, which can be dangerous. But a lot of times
when you say a peanut, though, you're talking about the whole thing.
Here we go. 35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba show. We're back.
Hello, I'm Todd Jones, Detroit Tigers, and I always listen to my buddies Rick and Bubba.
Wow, your voice sounded younger.
Little Todd. It was Johnny Todd.
Uh-oh. Watch that calf. That right calf.
Yeah. So
shook him
we
up.
got to
chair.
I mean, that's the beauty of the Rick and Bubba show, in my opinion. That's the beauty of it. One guy starts talking to one guy, and one guy starts talking to another guy. Next thing you know, you're interviewing the president of the United States.
Yeah, you never know.
That's the army. That's the shout out army. By
Todd,
the way.
did you a minute ago? Did you compare going to Hollywood and seeing Miley Cyrus do her Disney show? Did you compare that to coming to Gadsden?
Well, yes. I mean,
It was similar.
At that time, it was very
just
similar.
happened.
The point of that story was
sure I had
when Billy Ray Cyrus invites you to the studio, you got to be careful because we'll show up.
Right.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Now I want to
Don't be just saying it.
I want to warn the audience too. Todd has come in here wide open.
Yeah.
And he's doing the big year ender today.
yeah. I like it.
I didn't know. I knew I couldn't have December. I knew I couldn't have December because I don't deserve December.
The big show ender.
Yeah. Are you still friends with Kid Rock? Y'all still buds? Run around?
No, we don't. No, we don't run around anymore. I mean, I haven't seen him in a long time.
But y'all were getting pretty tight there for a while.
Well, I don't know about tight. I mean,
every time I tried to call you, was on the phone with him. I couldn't get through.
Every time.
Every single time.
But Todd is basically wanting us to do everything we're going to do on the big show ender. He wants to do it today.
well, I didn't know.
He's wanting to sing.
Blow it out.
Yeah, let's go.
This is how much.
Why aren't we safe? We may have a blizzard. We may not have
right. You know what?
That's a possibility, Bubba.
You know around here.
Hey,
it's Friday the 13th. You think it's going to run smooth?
I know.
That's the thing.
I figure we'll be off there that day.
That's the thing that people love about. That's the thing that people love about this show is Don Juan's laugh and Speedy's laugh. I mean, we've heard those for. They've been a part of everybody's morning
or afternoon.
We can
ready,
hear Speedy's
or
laugh.
Nowadays, afternoon, midnight,
anytime,
4 a.m., anytime.
Right, anytime.
But in the old days, when it was just a 4-hour show,
right?
People knew that certain time you had to be out the door because they were doing this or they was doing this. And
it was an icon, and then we will play it today, Todd. Don't panic.
Drive-through. I mean, drive-through password. Let's do drive-through password. Let's do good old boy theater.
Let's do it.
We've been trying that in our underwear.
Let's do it.
In our underwear.
We've been trying that since Valentine's.
Yeah, right. We had that one. We actually had that ready to go in February.
Will somebody call the show? Will somebody call the show and let Rick and Bill do the?
I called him Bill.
The
body ain't even cold yet. I'm already Bill again.
Oh, that's a good one.
He's pushed you back to Bill Buster.
That's great, Bubba.
Gender reveal. Dude,
easy.
You say that's different nowadays.
Todd, it ain't even 7 o'clock yet.
Todd, tap.
Okay, sorry. I just get excited.
The gender reveals now you can do plumb up to they're a teenager.
It's a girl now this year. It's a girl.
That's good.
Oh, helixsleep.com/bigvox. 25% off right now. Sleeping on a customized mattress. That just makes sense. There was a time when if I said, if you had a customized mattress, you think that's better than just, walk in and there's one that everybody sleeps on, you go, yeah, but that's not available. Well, Helix changed that. And boy, have they changed the industry. And everybody who is hearing about it is saying that just makes sense. I think a mattress that's customized the way I sleep probably will give me a better night's sleep. Greg, you and Lisa know this firsthand. Right. So if you want to get yours now, they're manufactured here in the United States of America. They have a sleep quiz. Doesn't take long at all. They want to know what position you normally sleep in, on your back, your side, your stomach. Do you like a firm mattress, a soft mattress? In between, are you big and tall? Is this for a child? They have a child's mattress. Their Helix Kids mattress, designed for growing bodies, is award-winning. So if you want to find out more, go to helixsleep.com/bigvox, and that gets you 25% off. After they get the information, they ship the bed, no shipping, charge for you right to your door. You go into where your bedroom is. You get it out of the packaging, put it on the bed, and sleep on it for up to 100 nights to be sure you love it. If you don't love it, I don't know why you wouldn't, but if you don't, it's a full refund. You're going to love it. So get yours now by going to helixsleep.com/bigvox, or just go to rickandbubba.com and check under the sponsors button. So many memories that we will review with Todd Jones. It's really hard to remember them all. And Todd, I think today wants to go back through the entire 31 years of the show.
I know Todd's wanting to. But let me ask you this: what are you doing now?
Yeah.
Let's get up to date with you, and then we'll look back.
Other than hanging out at the radio show.
Well, since I retired in 2008, and I've had a Bible study in my house for the last 16 years every Tuesday night. Shout out Ninja Zombies.
Okay.
Because
it's an odd name for a Bible study.
That's the name of the Bible study.
I got you. Yeah.
Ninja Zombies, because we're fighting sin like ninjas.
Okay.
And then we used to stay up late, and they had a hard time going to work. So
Okay.
they're the zombies.
Okay.
They couldn't get up and go to work.
I was wondering how you were biblically going to tie the zombie in.
No, there's
Yeah, I
not
got you.
much biblically in that, although born again. So
Amen.
But so now, and so my kids are now. There's my son Alex is a hitting coach at Northwest Shoals Community College in Florence. Not Florence, in Muscle Shoals. Sorry,
Same area.
Yeah.
And he started that job in September. My daughter works out in Dallas. She worked at Valley Southwest, which covers the Rangers, the Mavericks, the Dallas Stars. She ran social media for that. Now she works for a place called All City Network in Dallas. She does a Rangers podcast Monday through Friday at her 12 o'clock's her show, if anybody wants to listen to her.
Yeah, she was doing a great job doing her stand-ups and all, because we used to get the little clips all the time.
Yes, she wants
really
to be,
did great.
She wants
on
to
air.
be a sideline. She wants to be a sports reporter.
Yeah.
And she's hosting this podcast now with a couple different guys, and she's covering the Texas Rangers. They do it year round, so it's it's the off season now, and it's but she's learning how to come up with storylines and things like that. Super important. And me and Michelle, my wife, we've been married 35 years, and the last 2 seasons I've been doing the pre and post game for the Tigers for Bally Detroit, which is now FanDuel.
Okay.
Because Bally went bankrupt, had to file for bankruptcy.
I did not know that.
They got bought out, and they are now FanDuel.
Is that just in Detroit or nationwide?
No, it's a little shady there right now. It's a big transition in Major League Baseball. They can't decide how they're really going to carry the games. Are they going to stream it 99 cents a minute, or 99 cents a game, or is it going to be like if you want to watch the Braves, you would go to Bally South, right? And if you want to watch the Rangers, you went to Bally Southwest. In Dallas, you can't do that anymore. So like some major league clubs are doing it.
Do you mean in Detroit you can't do that anymore?
In-house? No, in Detroit, they don't have a contract for next year, but they're hoping to get that worked out. But some major league baseball teams are doing their broadcasts in-house.
Mm-hmm.
There are others that are doing it through FanDuel Network, and then some are just kind of waiting to see how this is going to shake out. So it's a big transition time for Major League Baseball, and they don't know how they're going to get the product to the viewers. So, but I did 50 games this past season and had a good time doing that, doing pre and post. That's what I'm.
Yeah, we got the clips on some of them.
That's what I'm.
You were
pretty,
having fun. It looked like
pretty good at. Don't give me a hot mic for too many hours.
Wait a minute.
I can mess it up, right?
Well, you can set it up and break it down.
There you go.
Yeah, you can do that.
But other than that, we just kind of me and my wife just celebrated, like I said, our 35th anniversary. We went to Italy for a few weeks, and we had a great time.
Delta One.
Yeah, and I'm an only child, so my mom is, unfortunately, she's in a nursing home, and I'm helping with that, and my father-in-law is getting older, and his wife passed away, so we're kind of helping with that situation as well. And exactly, we're all in that mode of our parents are kind of circling. It's time for us to kind of step up and help out our parents, and as we all have been through that.
Yeah, yep.
But you know, I mean, life's great, and you guys are great, and I just
also want to, Todd, of course, with the schedule, it's hard. He also does some speaking for the manchurch.com, does a great job if you've never heard him. And actually, down in Mobile on the 7th of December, the men's breakfast gathering at West Mobile, they've been doing the curriculum for about 3 years now, and their next gathering will be Todd Jones. So Todd Jones speaking there. Find those details at themanchurch.com under events. The men's breakfast on December 7th at West Mobile Baptist. That will be Todd Jones. So men in that area, or if you want to travel to that area, be sure you're there. We have the details for you at themanchurch.com. We'll be back. We'll recap the Tyson Paul, whatever that was, over the weekend
mess
when we come back.
Rick and Bubba.
Guys, here on the program, we're all a little, it's a different day for us today, and we're trying to work through the fact that where we live, deer hunting season's over.
Let's hear the theme one more time.
This is the last time this year.
last time.
An issue with our desire to pursue the elusive American whitetail deer, and when deer season's over, we are left a little empty. I got to tell you something.
I was blowing as they left the field.
When we hunted yesterday,
and the sun came down.
Listen, I clung to the last smidgen of daylight. Just clung to it.
Good for you.
And,
I was here calling. I was going, here, Bucky.
I'm like, because how many times have you said, well, he's walking out right now? I mean, here, and now.
Oh, I hear something. No, it's a squirrel.
We will have to turn our hunting attention to what I call a more minor season, that is predator hunting. But thank goodness there's some shows about that now to get you fired up.
Yeah.
And we'll have turkey season coming along here before long.
Got rabbit. Well,
right, and we're gonna do some duck shooting, I think, too, here before long.
Birds don't do it for me. I've tried to get into the bird thing.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I like hanging out and talking, but
I know Greg likes to shoot birds.
Yeah, he does.
I saw one this morning.
Yep.
Look. Hey, there goes a little bird.
What kind of limit I got on that?
Apparently, your bag limit is pretty big.
So yesterday it was. You
just don't see the bicentennial much anymore.
No, you don't.
That's serious there. You know.
Yeah, you can't have arthritis and work out one.
No, ain't
Bubba, my plan yesterday was
that.
My plan yesterday was because we had to turn some company vehicles in.
Yep.
And I said, well, I'm without a ride, and I said, what we'll do is I will ride with my brother.
All right.
And
y'all going here, huh?
Yeah, and he'll go hunting with us, and probably stay the night at the house and come on back to work.
Because I know he spends 15 hours a day here at work now.
Right, and
20 on
just
Friday.
Don't Friday.
So I started picking up that he was kind of starting to be uncomfortable about the plan.
I do. Yeah.
During the day.
House about leads would be nice.
Yeah, and I knew at some point Greg would finally say the word that he always uses before he tells you what's on his mind, and that word is look.
Mm-hmm.
Look.
Or Rick, I've heard the variation. All right now.
Yeah, all right now. All right,
look, and rubbing his bald spot.
Yeah, and they start to rub in his face and saying look a lot, and I heard things.
Perfect ending to a perfect season for me.
Started talking to Speedy about how you think you could get Rick's stuff in your truck, and I thought, boy, this is coming apart.
I mean, the last day of the season, and we have not hunted together as a group. Yeah. I mean, we've had various groups of the group together.
So I was praying for a rain out so I wouldn't have to come clean about why I need to go.
I know, and
Greg was telling me because the conditions didn't look favorable yesterday morning. And I know, I mean, Greg right out of the gate, he said, look, I'm off. If you ain't got to go, hey, look, I understand. Things come up. So, look, I'm all right with it. I don't know about everybody else. I'm all right.
I'm all right with it.
Mr. Doomsday.
I ain't seen any deer all year. Ain't no need me to go.
Well, it started
because all I can think about is that
horrible year hunt.
Is the fact that we did not see Buck Nelson yesterday, but what we'll never know what would have happened at that stand.
Yeah, we had an area left.
We had an empty area.
Well, I'm sure.
What if he was there?
Last time
we'll never know.
Dad killed a 10-point where I was going to sit. I figured whoever sat where I was yesterday was going to be doing good.
Greg, now what was it that pulled you away?
Greg, we got to talk about this.
Yes.
It started during the show, but then post-show when it was real to him. Hey, what?
I had to get.
I don't know.
I want Greg Burgess fans everywhere to hear.
This happens to me. My life sucks.
That's not. Now that's ridiculous. That right there was completely ridiculous.
That's ridiculous, Speedy.
That's stupid.
I can't go anywhere without something happening.
That is not what I said.
You have to do the physical movements, which makes it happen.
All right, look.
Look. You want it straight up? Straight up. I can't go.
Yeah, I can't. Not only has my deer hunting been awful.
I need to go back home.
Yeah.
I told Greg.
I've had dog situations all year. I've had puppies born, strays come up. Now the mama dog's disappeared. That may not be awful.
Right.
Well, I kind of liked her though.
You say
I
that all
think
the
his
time.
old man
It's like
done
you
right
like chicken.
Hey, Greg, I bet another will take up.
That's right. There's plenty of
But I
them.
still got one of the puppies. Still got it. I went from 8 dogs back to 3. Which is good,
and you started a new trend that is shocking. That you have a little Chihuahua that lives in your house.
Yeah, now Chloe.
Nine minutes to the top. Here we go. Special guest co-host today, Todd Jones. He'll be hanging out for the full run today, and so we'll be flashing back to Todd Jones moments throughout the 31 years. There are many, but at the same time, we'll continue to update you on the current stuff, including this weekend's Netflix extravaganza, the Tyson Jake Paul fight. Didn't see any of it. I thought about it. We had the big, which I'll tell you about later, the big men's chili cook-off Friday night. I got home. I thought, well, it's probably around now, maybe. Got talking to Sherry, and I just never went to it. And apparently that was a good decision.
Well, you probably couldn't have streamed it anyway. I think they were having trouble.
Oh, they were.
Yeah.
All right, so Todd,
sure
Todd
How
was
about streaming? The streaming systems are good. And, when it's on demand and people go and get stuff and look at movies. But when everybody goes at one time live, they still have not quite got the server capacity they need.
What does that mean to like a layman? Like how many people, Bubba, have to log on to the same thing on a live broadcast for it to really crash? Because it was when it wasn't buffering, when it wasn't spinning with the red thing, it was like dial-up. It was like blurry.
Terrible.
Blurry dial-up.
The report we saw was like 60 million households or accounts logged in for this.
Wow. Well, for every person watching, there has to be a computer on the other end sending it, a server of some type. So, they have these server farms where they have just, gobs and gobs of computers to do that. But there is a number that it's just too many.
That baby was humming. Yeah, it would start, like Todd said, it would buffer, and then it would come back, it'd be just...
Was it buzzing like your cousin?
It was.
Well,
with a dozen.
When they went to broadcast, when they first broadcasted at 7 p.m., it was fine because there were 3 undercards.
Yeah.
And then as you got closer to the Tyson fight,
it just started.
It just really was bad. And it was unfortunate because Netflix is trying to do something on Christmas Day.
Yeah, NFL.
They're going to broadcast some NFL games on Christmas Day. So, there's some it's like Major League Baseball. I mean, everybody's got these really good ideas, but then like how are you going to like mass stream and make it all work?
Well, you can if the event, I hate to say it, does not demand too much.
Too many people watching.
Yeah, but on something like this that you've tried to hype, through the roof, it goes back to our times doing this for a long time. We'll have people come to us and they'll want to do a promotion with the show, and I remember one. I'm just pulling out of the air was the guy with the barbecue rub. Do you remember him?
Oh, yeah.
I remember. And his thing was,
a dozen of them.
I want to give away my rub to anybody who wants to try a sample. And, of course, we're like, now, are you ready for that? And I think there sometimes is a mind that thinks, well, how many people will it possibly be? Yeah. And then you get overwhelmed by it, and you start trying to cancel it, and you're like, were you not ready for the fact that people would respond?
Hey, buddy, you're broadcasting. Right?
Well, and you work people into a promotion frenzy. Yep. And if you do that, you got to be ready. And so here's the way it went
Bubba gave me the first indication that the fight itself was terrible. And then you, Todd, this morning told me for the first time they were having streaming trouble if you were watching it live.
Yes. This is what my stream looked like right here. You can see it.
Grainy cartoon.
All right, so was the Tyson Jake Paul fight no more complicated than 58 years old? You just can't overcome 58.
You can't.
I think for a round, maybe a round and a half,
legs
it looked competitive.
Legs were bad,
but when you look at the punch count, I think Tyson, and I don't have the exact numbers in front of us, but like 97 he threw. Jake Paul threw over 300.
Right. Wasn't even close.
Yeah. But Todd says his legs went away after the second round.
Yeah, sorry.
They did.
Yeah. Tyson only landed 18 punches.
And that was all in the first round, I think.
And it was what it I was hoping as an old guy. I was hoping that there would be some form
we all were hoping.
Over here, whippersnapper, let me give you a just let you know who I was at one time. But to y'all's point, I mean, that start of that third round, Roy Jones Jr. was doing the color and the play-by-play, and he said, "Oh, I just don't feel good about his legs. They were just gone." And he was able to absorb all of the punches, but he wasn't able to like throw any, like be offensive.
Yeah, he took the punches.
He was offensive, but he wasn't offensive.
Well, if you remember the Toby Mac song, and it hasn't been a long saying, it doesn't say I can be as good as I ever was for an entire fight. It says for one moment, I can be as good as I ever was. So if I could hit you early, I probably can hurt you. But if I don't hit you early, I just don't have the stamina.
That's how
is that kind of how it was?
Toby Keith sung about it.
Yeah.
That's how the Vegas odds went. Like the first two rounds, they were thinking
Toby said a lot of things, didn't he?
He may be able to knock him out, but then if he stayed with Jake Paul, Jake was going to be able to wear him.
And I think Jake Paul, did you say? I think he backed off at the end.
He did.
I think he could have finished him.
I do too.
I don't know about knock him out, but he could have knocked him around a lot.
In the eighth round, he was bowing to him.
But even before that, I think he had openings that he wouldn't take.
But, we grew up, we saw Mike Tyson as an absolute killer. And now to think he ended his career getting beat by a YouTube guy.
Right.
No, that hurts a little bit.
That's an interesting dynamic.
I thought we weren't going to say it like that. Well, why did you say it like that?
That's an interesting dynamic of how much society has changed when you look at Pat McAfee that works at ESPN and does College Game Day, and he came from the internet.
Yeah.
And went from the internet to an $85 million 5-year deal with ESPN, and now you're seeing Jake Paul that started at 16 years old in his bedroom,
right?
And now he has sold out Cowboy Stadium fighting Mike Tyson. I mean, it's really an interesting dynamic to see the societal shift that even was used, and I don't even know about politics, but even was used in the election. How many podcasts were involved on either side?
What gets me, though, and here's another example, with all this new technology and all this access, as you talked about, to people, without anybody getting in your way, you're always going to have something you got to work through. But for the most part, I can go from the bedroom to anybody who wants to view. The problem is, though, here he is fighting Mike Tyson with all this wonderful technology. It's like we have no new ideas.
That's right.
We have a lot of access to no new ideas, things that aren't all that good, things that aren't, the quality's not very good. But we have a lot of access, but what we need to work on is maybe what we have access to being
some
better content.
Creativity.
Yeah.
Right. And I will say this, and I'm not into women boxing, but I will say this. They stood toe-to-toe and beat the crap out of each. I've never seen. They never backed off.
Did we want that?
They swung. No, I'm not saying. I'm just. But what I'm, as boxers,
right.
I'll back off, get my breath. No, they were nose to nose, and one of them's eye was gashed open because of a headbutt.
Because Katie Taylor fights dirty. Taylor fights so dirty.
Listen,
Serrano should have won that fight.
A lot of people are mad about it, but they stood toe to toe. The shape they have to be in. You know how you get tired punching?
Oh.
For the whole 2-minute round, they just stood to each other and just bang on each other's head. It was unreal.
And then Mike Tyson showed his butt cheeks.
Yeah, what was that?
Thanks for that, buddy.
Yeah, what was that?
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
So I don't know if you've seen the full trailer yet. I mean, there's been some kind of teaser trailers, but the full trailer's out now on Bonhoeffer. This movie, I've already seen it. Sherry and I saw it. It was fantastic, and it's coming out this weekend. So get on the calendar. You need to see Bonhoeffer. Incredible. If you're familiar with Dietrich Bonhoeffer, you know what an intriguing story this is. But if you've never heard of Dietrich Bonhoeffer, or you're not familiar with his story, let me tell you, of all the stories that people could make up and screenplays they could write, you've heard many times, never can they seem to quite get to the level of what true stories have in them. This is incredible. Pastor, spy, assassin, Dietrich Bonhoeffer. Catch the movie this weekend in theaters everywhere. If you'd like to find out more and say, where can I see it, go to Angel, because this is an Angel Studios production, angel.com/Rick, angel.com/Rick, hitting theaters November the 22nd, this weekend. Bonhoeffer, this is a must-see.
Chloe, and let me just say on the inside my house, separate from me, when you rank, importance,
right?
I'm like below her,
Right.
So I mean, hey, Chloe had a little problem yesterday. She's a threat to have a medical problem.
Greg, I just want to be sure we all have this right.
The last
I had
day,
to go take the dog to the vet. Okay.
I just want to make sure I have this right.
The last day of hunting season. The last day. It doesn't come back around until.
And nobody
mid-October.
else could do it. And the vet said, hey, with those symptoms, we really need to see her today.
And what did it turn out to be?
This is hilarious to say about a
You
dog.
better say it, because I'm going
a
to.
urinary tract infection.
Greg Burgess punted the last day of pursuit of the American white-tailed deer with his guy friends to rush home to take care of his Chihuahua's urinary tract infection. I just want y'all to know that.
I tell you, we've come a long way.
Well, the weather wasn't good yesterday.
From pole climbing.
No, look, I like the dog. I do. I like the dog.
I like the dog.
Bubba, you got the dog you kind of like now. What if that dog would have had a urinary tract? Well, I hate it. I want it to be something, sounded worse.
Right.
Well, yeah.
But that ain't good.
Greg, you know what? You put cranberry juice in her bowl and go hunting.
Really? Yeah. You know what's going to happen to me? I'll go hunting and the dog will die.
No.
And then Lisa will look at me and go, so you went hunting?
Rick, I don't know if it's the same with you as it is with me. I can't tell the difference when Speedy or Greg's talking when he's imitating. It's the same to me.
That sounds nothing like me.
I tell you
Greg,
what,
I told you,
I can't go nowhere.
See, he's making all that up.
I told Greg yesterday when he started all the negativity talk, I told him yesterday, I said, it's like working with Eeyore from Winnie.
No, it's not that.
I'm not nothing going on.
That ain't right.
I got a dog. It's got to be tended.
My dog's upset. I can't go.
No,
I got to go get the section.
He's an applehead.
I got to stop by Sam.
What can you do?
My truck's busted.
I'm going to pull a Charlie
lose my car deal.
Yeah, if it's something good that happens to him, he acts like he's not going to laugh. They're going to take it away.
Hey, listen.
How about this? If I go hunting, the dog will die.
Then Lisa won't ever let me live it down.
Anyway, move into the garage.
How about this? This is the more troubling part. I don't think it has anything to do with his wife. I think he loves the dog that much.
Yeah, I think so
was
too.
concerned about the dog. I like the dog.
Yeah.
But did anybody think Greg Burgess would ever rush home for a urinary tract for an applehead Chihuahua?
Well, I thought it was worse than that.
No, hold on, Greg. You won't allow yourself to have fun doing anything.
That's not true.
Oh, you know it is. And here's what's so funny.
Why is he beat down like that?
I don't know. He's just doomsday. But here's what's so funny.
It's Eeyore.
Here's what's so funny. If your dog is peeing blood, you go home to take it to the vet. But if you were peeing blood, Lisa would go, I'll go to work. You'll be fine.
Yeah. I would have hunted if I was peeing blood. No doubt. I can handle that. Nothing to that. I'd have dealt with that after the season. Well, I had a terrible hunting season anyway. I figured, what's the point?
Negative meter.
I tell you what, I ain't gonna see nothing. No way. If you want to kill 10 points, you sit where they're gonna put me. You kill 10 points. Then.
I hunted at a place where Ray Charles could have seen a deer, and I saw nothing.
Rick and Bubba.
And today, Todd Jones added to the list today of the gangs all here. A brand new hour underway. Thank you for being with us. And we'll continue to walk through the stories of the day and a lot of flashbacks today as Todd Jones is coming in and saying, let's review of the 31 years of the show, which comes to a conclusion on December the 13th as far as live shows. And you got best of shows for 3 weeks. Then after that, he's got to have been here for the overwhelming majority of the 31 years. I mean, the show wasn't that old when you got involved. It wasn't.
I think the earliest that I can recall, like a date, would be like 1995.
Well, see, we just started in 94 full time.
Yeah.
So you're right there at the beginning.
Yeah,
you're 30 years, Todd.
We were. I remember the Gadsden studio.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you can even say the cities anymore because all the syndications and all that stuff. I don't know the rules.
Well, you can. It doesn't matter
It's
anymore.
a town in the South.
No.
Yeah. But I mean, Gadsden's where it started,
Sure.
and the pigskin round. You know, the pigskin.
Were you
roundup.
part of Pigskin Roundup?
I was not part of it, but I would. I mean, that's gold.
Yeah.
That was a lot of fun.
When you guys are doing the scores from the high school games around the area and the XFL you guys did and
Pygmy baby.
That's right.
So let me ask you this: when people would call in, they would say "pig me" and we'd say "pig us."
Yeah.
Is that what we would say?
Pig us.
Yeah. What are we doing?
Yeah.
I mean,
That's
do
what we
you
say.
remember this guy's name is John Plesey?
Pygmy baby.
And he was the voice guy then, and through licensing and stuff, we could never use him again. He thought he was great, and I love Ken who does stuff for us, but I love Plesey, but. We would send him stuff to cut, and he said, "What is wrong with y'all?" and remember, he would go, "You."
He would always get mad at
What
him.
a bunch of sick. What is this?
I think.
What do you mean, pig me?
I think what's a beautiful dynamic that not a lot of people really recognize is
Pygmy
like
baby.
as you guys were getting super visible in your industry, you were generally, it's like herding cats, right? But you were tightening your presentation up, and it was.
That took a long. What?
You got out of the trouble just when the trouble was starting, almost. Because now we're all grown up, not looking for the funniest one-liners and stuff like that. And
I still think.
Are you saying we survived?
Yeah, I still think one of the biggest markers in all of this was that when we started, there was no internet.
Yep.
And very few people had cell phones.
Yep.
Wow. Right.
Well, it's just like
talking about living through a change.
Well, it's so fun. I'm sure you
How
have.
did you do it?
I'm sure you have these conversations all the time. To that point, Bubba, it used to be this simple. Hey guys, how are you? Okay, so you do a show. Mm-hmm. So where can I hear it? Well, here's the cities we're on, and here's the station we're on. Okay, thank you. Now it's like, well, anywhere really? Okay, on what station? Well. Where do you live?
Internet.
You don't have a station. Okay, so I can't hear the show. No, you can. How? I mean, and then you can listen to the streaming app. Is it a podcast? Well, there is a podcast you can watch on YouTube, but where? Anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
As you were reading,
because people really, it's almost like people, even though that sounds convenient, it really throws people almost. Almost like you give them too many options now. Before I was like, let me find a station and let me turn it on, and when are y'all on?
Yeah, how close am I to that city?
Right, and now it's really anytime, anywhere, as long as you can stream it.
Yeah.
As you were reading your different platforms that you were on, I mean, my gosh, we were 13 minutes into the first hour of the show.
Yeah.
And keeping up with the technology that the technology advances that obviously Adler brings, but everybody is involved, and it takes this entire city to like feed this monster every day, because you guys told me a long time ago, content's king.
Content's it. I mean, we knew that beforehand. Like, I think we were a reality show before they ever came along.
I do too.
Yeah.
It was a throwback to the way that radio used to be.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you guys,
even before we were
nothing's
before
new
we
under
were
the sun,
kids.
Yeah. No. There's nothing new. We're still fighting the same problems we fought in Bible times.
If you don't believe that, just we're ready to do a big giant event and use streaming to bring people to a fight, and we've got a YouTube guy fighting an old man.
Yes,
and it doesn't work.
Yeah. So people, I'm seeing this on the text. There's where we got Tyson's review.
But I mean, there are people that what I got was from people. Y'all probably got the same thing. I felt a little bit, Bubba, from your first text about it, that people they didn't like what they saw. They felt like this was...
Oh, people thought they got ripped off.
Yeah.
Paid a bunch of money and stuff. And we knew some people there. And I don't know if you saw the guys that had the recliners right at the ring. You know,
I didn't see
the
it.
big VIP.
How would that cost?
I didn't. I haven't.
I think they paid like $10 million.
I was hearing $2 million to be right next to the ring.
But don't you think, even though I understand the anger of it, but don't you think that, like, the thing that started hitting me going into the weekend is you find yourself going, George Foreman, but George Foreman did that at what, 40?
Yeah.
We're talking about nearly 20 years older.
Yeah.
That was 40.
Yeah. Time won that fight, no doubt.
Yeah, and so when I started getting the reality of he's only 2 years younger than me.
Mm-hmm.
What? And I know he's at another level athletically and physically, but
and Paul's
still.
come on as a boxer. I mean, he's physically a big guy now, and he's come on, but still, it's two different worlds.
Well, I haven't watched old footage. Y'all just want to watch some old Tyson fights to make us feel better.
Yeah, what we've done is we violated one of the Rick and Bubba rules: don't tamper with the members.
Yeah,
you know, this is KC and the Sunshine Band all over again.
Oh, Rick,
it really is.
They're foreigner.
But Adler, let me ask you this: you probably know the most about boxing. Greg, maybe our next one. I saw some people saying if Jake Paul wants to be recognized and taken seriously as a boxer, he's going to have to do more than beat up old guys who once boxed.
Everyone he fights is retired.
Right.
Everybody he's beat, and
like he's going to have to beat a current contender.
Yeah,
correct.
Yeah. Well, why did I see notifications post fight that both had been suspended?
I didn't see that.
Now, see, this
was
is
it
funny.
The bow?
Yeah.
See, this meme here, next for Jake Paul will be the corpse of Muhammad Ali.
Yeah, but then, guys, what's the discussion? The discussion becomes, what is his motivation? He got $20 million.
Right.
Oh, I know his.
He's an internet star.
To fight
and there's
Mike
a reason
Tyson.
he is.
He got 40, I thought. I thought Tyson got 20. He got 40. Is that wrong?
Oh, I thought it was 10 and 20. I don't know.
Maybe
I don't know.
maybe
a lot of money.
Tyson got half of what Jake Paul got.
He probably got more followers, too.
But really,
more
Tyson,
important.
I feel like Tyson, people went to Dallas, went to the Cowboys, went to Jerry World to watch Tyson.
Yeah.
I feel like.
They did.
No doubt.
But,
Absolutely.
But who told him to come watch?
Who came
the
up
platform?
with it? He did.
Do you want to see some of that footage?
His job is
being
not
there
boxing.
at it, how big of a party it was.
Go ahead, Greg.
His job is not being a successful boxer. His job is the internet.
Correct.
And getting views and getting that, and that's what he's really good at. And he ain't a bad boxer on top of that, but he ain't worried about being considered a good boxer or not. That ain't it.
And
it's people keep paying to watch him fight.
Right.
And he's very strategic when he decides, Adler, who he's going to fight, because he's got to be careful. He doesn't want to get dominated. So, but he gets these circus shows to because it's about the event. It's not about like the boxing match or boxing.
Well, I guess what I'm saying, if I went to the live
event.
the Netflix thing's different. I'm paying a monthly fee to watch whatever Netflix puts on.
Right.
But if I'm at the event, did they do enough for me there, including all the stuff that Bubba sent? Did they do enough of me there that it was worth my investment in going to the event?
Depends on how much you paid for it.
Depends on what you enjoy.
Depends on if you got an upper deck seat in Dallas, you can watch that big screen and you can be right next to it.
Yeah.
And feel like you're
at an
right
event.
there.
Yeah, by
And
the way,
in the event, you're in it, you get a T-shirt or whatever, and you paid $200 for your ticket, and maybe a 3 hour because the undercard. Greg was talking about the ladies' undercard fight. That was incredible.
Yeah.
Was it worth all that though? I'm watching women fight.
No.
No, I mean I'm with you.
Yeah.
But it's
Well, no, I don't know that. Somebody might have said I went. It was an event. I was entertained.
Yeah.
I got to see a lot of famous people all hanging out.
Are
I got
you
to
not
see
entertained?
Shaq and Gronk. So I mean,
Yeah.
By the way, the memes on Jake Paul are fantastic.
Yes.
Babylon B said he's fighting Jimmy Carter.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Did the real Greg Burgess get my parents their tickets? Now, Greg was
yes, I did.
Greg was on double duty this weekend because he had to make sure that my parents had their tickets and parking passes to go see their grandson play at Auburn University. All universities have these spring games, and it's really nothing more than a fan day. There's not a whole lot of football involved in it because they're trying to make sure nobody gets hurt and get through the spring. But it's a great way to meet players and go get autographs and kind of check out the stadium. A lot of people get to sit in places they don't get to sit in the regular season, and it can be a lot of fun. So my parents obviously wanted to go, but the tickets that I was able to find for them so we could sit together, Greg had to deliver to them after working here at the Broadcast Plaza till about.
I leave here about 11:15 at night.
Right, which means Mom and we talked about how my dad, and so Greg had that. Then he took Dad to the race at Talladega.
Yeah.
On Sunday.
It was a full weekend of pop.
I mean, y'all had at it.
Yeah, so you took.
Well, here's the deal. I didn't go with him to A-Day this year, so me driving, him telling me how to drive didn't happen.
Right.
Now, he did get to tell me how to drive yesterday.
Right.
Which was good.
Which I bet was precious.
By the way, Mom, when I finally saw them Saturday, which I'll tell you more about that, Mom, a little bitter, said, Greg, her quote, Greg treats us like we're a bunch of children.
About what?
Saying we couldn't find where we were supposed to park and everything. I called and let them know we did find it.
She did. She texted me and said they found it.
Right.
She texted you. How funny is that?
Mama
text. Pop.
You see, Dad tried. He's tried it. He's dabbled in it.
Yeah.
Or it'll be on his phone, but I think she did it.
One time he tried to text me, and all I got were symbols.
Yeah.
And then I realized that's really what he was saying.
Yeah. Oh, yesterday.
I was like, hey, you messed that text up. No, I didn't. Yeah. So, so you did get an anxiety call from Dad.
Oh, my goodness. Look, I mean, that was nothing. I told y'all it was going to happen. No problems, okay? So I go stick them in the mailbox at like midnight 30, between midnight 30 and 1 a.m. So I'm done. They're good. They're taken care of. Okay, that means I didn't get in bed. By the time I get home, wind down, get a shower, I'm probably 1:30 before I go to sleep. My phone starts ringing about 8.
What?
And I was ignoring it until I saw who it was. It was him. I thought, oh, come on. There's no way. They're in the mailbox is what I was going to answer the phone as saying. You know what he wanted? Hey, what time we going to leave to go to the race tomorrow? I said, Dad. No, first he goes, did I wake you up? I said, yeah, kind of. Well, of course, I didn't bother him at all.
No.
Moved right past.
Hey, what time we going to leave? And now, look,
he's already moved on to Sundays.
They ain't even going to the A-Day game yet. He's worried about the race. I said, I don't know, Dad. I'll talk to Taylor, see what time. I said, we got some things going on that we can go see this meet and greet with Dale Jr. and all them, but we're going to have to get there early. Oh, yeah, I will leave 5 o'clock if you want to. I said, well, we ain't leaving at 5 o'clock. So we settle on 7. Right. I'll pick you up at 7.
After a negotiation.
Right. Mother said he got up at 4 o'clock yesterday morning.
Oh, yeah.
Ready.
Well, let me tell you what I ran into
He's
with
worse
him.
than a kid.
Because you had Dad on Sunday. And
what's wrong with that?
And I had the whole gang on Saturday. Now, we had all kinds of anticipation about them getting their tickets and where their parking pass was and all this, okay? And, I wasn't going to fall victim to last year when I said, let's meet outside and I'll go in together.
Don't never do that.
I wasn't going to fall victim to that. So I'm even letting them get out ahead of me and let them be the ones to get in first, then they hold the seats this time, okay?
Right.
I'm delaying our departure, and it was just me and the 9-year-old Taz with the broke arm because you talk about a terrible moment when we had to leave Big Love behind with his mama to finish his Washington, D.C. photo album. He couldn't go to 8.
Was he being punished for something?
He had to stay back and finish his report.
We had all that this weekend,
man,
too.
I mean, you talk about a sad face. I mean, man, that was awful. I almost thought to myself, you know what? I can't do this. This ain't right. How do you leave a kid in homework when we're all going to have fun? It was awful.
I hope you bought him a
we rolled
or
on.
something.
But anyway, so
Did you take the big van? Just the two of
yeah,
you?
oh yeah, just the two of us. So one time I even let him drive.
He can play and walk around the whole trip. It's like an RV to him.
So we're on our way there, and people are even holding up signs on the way down there. Did your parents get their ticket?
Right.
Because everybody's listening to whether Greg was going to come through. Oh. So I thought to myself, Bubba, right out of your school, first thing I need to do is check in with everybody.
Yeah.
Make sure everybody's rolling. Now keep in mind, this is a pretty big deal. Me trying to figure out whether these. I have no sign. They haven't contacted me. Nothing. They've gone dark. So I look at my time I'm leaving. I said, "There's no."
They're off the grid.
I'm like, "There's no way that my dad's not on the road yet. No way.
Oh,
he's been on the road. He may already be there before I even leave." So I call, write the voicemail. Call my mom, write the voicemail, and I think to myself, so here they are rolling along with their phones cut off. I mean, not a phone on in that car.
They'll do that.
And
they'll do that.
And 21 minutes now past the hour. All lines are available. The first phone troll of the day. The real Greg Burgess takes the phones at 866 We Be Big. At the end of 30 seconds, the old buzzer sounds. Your time on the program comes to a close, and then we get to the next caller. No meaningless shout-outs, no shameless plugs. Now, we may have lost Todd Jones. He wanted to go to the restroom in the break, and no one could go with him, and Greg gave him the code to get back in, but he will have to successfully remember the code.
If he finds the door.
So we'll see if we Todd, that could have been it. Our Todd
could be very challenging.
All right, there he is. He made it back. Okay,
there he is.
All right, so 30 seconds a pop. So phone calls coming in right now at 866 We Be Big. While you are doing that, let me give you a couple of updates of things you need to know this week. Today, Rick and Bubba Buffalo Wild Wings Charity Charge. And so you can go to the participating locations. 10% of food sales today go to Toys for Tots, run by the U.S. Marine Corps Reserve. So you're going to give them money to go shopping for these kids. So find one. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, Naomi Wolf. This weekend, the Pfizer Papers. You can hear that if you have not heard that. Coming up Thursday night, up near Henderson, Tennessee. Well, actually, this will be in Henderson, Tennessee, because that's where Williams Auditorium is located. Old Friendship Baptist Church is the host, but we are having a men's conference. Blake Prime will join me. We'll be there on Main Street, that beautiful auditorium, coming up Thursday night. Men, this is a free event. But they would like to know that you're coming. You do need a ticket. The ticket's free, but you need it. So that link is there at themanchurch.com. Click on that, get your free ticket, and join Blake Prime and I coming up on Thursday night in Henderson, Tennessee. Todd Jones, who's here with us today, as I mentioned, will be doing a man church at West Mobile Baptist Church, Mobile, Alabama. It's a breakfast on December the 7th. You can find that there as well. All right, to the phones we go. Let's get started. We will start with Mike in Sweet Home, Alabama. Let me get this. All right, Mike, you got 30 seconds on the program, buddy. Go right ahead.
I know for a fact that the Jake Paul-Tyson fight was rigged. In the contract, it states that if Tyson would knock out Jake Paul in the first round, he gets nothing. The only way he got the whole $20 million was for it to go the whole 8 rounds and a unanimous decisions.
So Mike in Alabama saw the contract. Mike, who do you know that got you access to the contract?
I can't tell you that. I've been in boxing for years. In fact, I can make a phone call right now to Tommy Morrison's wife and get Kenzie Morrison on the card if Jake Paul would fight him. Kenzie's 20-0. It's Tommy Morrison, the Duke's son.
Okay.
Wow.
Hello.
All right.
That's a pretty strong phone troll right
That really
there.
was. That'll get us started. Yes, it will.
Good morning.
That'll get us started.
Good morning.
Yeah. Good morning. All right.
He was ready to go, wasn't he?
Chad in Tennessee. Chad, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm with Mike there on the fight. I mean, if you look at how Tyson trained and the videos they show where he was training, I don't know if they doped up Tyson or what was going on, but that was not a real fight. And, you know, I'm studying the man church and compassion. I don't have no compassion for that fight.
What a weird tie-in. I mean, can I tell you this? I'm not trying to be old man who didn't know anything here, and Bubba and I were trying to. I don't even know why Jake Paul is popular. I mean, I understand he's a YouTube guy, but what I'm talking about, I don't even know what his stick is. Like when he started doing this in his bedroom, he did what? What made him famous? Like if you watched him on YouTube, he does what?
Todd, do you know?
He did a daily.
He
did a daily vlog. He was a big time vlogger.
And I see what.
You remember how Jackass would just like run around on the streets and like just do stupid, funny things every day? Also, he had a big time run on the Disney Channel too, so that exposed him to millions and millions of people.
He has a brother, I think, as well. That's a pro fighter as well.
Yeah, Logan Paul. They're both YouTube guys and
podcasts. And all
I got what they do. I just didn't know what their content was, so that helped.
Yeah.
Chase in Albertville. Chase, Z93. Go, 30 seconds.
Yeah, I was just going to say, the one time that Jake did fight an actual boxer, Tommy Fury, he did lose to that fight. So I'm just saying, if you put him against a real fighter, I don't really think he adds up.
Well, I wouldn't think he would since, you know, he's kind of come from, I'm a YouTube guy that started boxing. I think if you put him in that category, he's actually must be pretty good.
Yeah.
Considering he was never in a real boxer with real training and real trainers. He may have them now, but it's not like he set out to be a pro boxer.
And Tommy Fury, after he beat Jake Paul, he said, "Dude, you've been doing this for like 3 years. I've been doing this my entire life.
There you go.
You're doing great for where you are in your career."
We continue. Lines are opening up if you want to join us at 866 We Be Big. Frank in Pell City. Frank, go ahead.
Good morning, Biggest.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, I listened to y'all's podcast this weekend about the Pfizer files, and I just want to say I heard Adler last week say something about the act that was passed in 1984, where they had some of the regulations taken off vaccines. Well, in 1991, my ex-wife had a baby. For 6 months, he was perfect. 6 months. At 6 months, he got vaccination.
Sorry, buddy. They had access to timeouts they didn't give them.
Well, you hear that story a lot. Yeah. Once it was vaccinated, I'm sure he was going to say there was a change.
Yeah, we have heard that sad story far too many times. Let's go to Todd in Alabama. Yeah, another Todd.
Hey, Todd.
Todd, go ahead.
Hey.
Heat it up.
Hey, good morning. I just wanted to say thank you all for all the decades of listening to you in the morning, but I especially want to thank you for introducing me to the musician Charles Billingsley.
Oh, yes.
I heard him on your show last year, and I got that Christmas CD of his, and it's the best Christmas music I ever heard in my life. So thank you so much for supporting him.
Charles, is this you?
No.
No, Charles is.
I knew it wasn't him. He's a little pitcher.
Charles is phenomenal. Yeah. Really, really, really a talented guy, and a great sense of humor.
Yeah.
Let's go to Will in Alabama. His new Christmas album is out, by the way. Will, go ahead. 30 seconds.
I just think that Jake Paul is calling out these retired fighters and stuff like that, so that way they can get an extra check before they go on in and retire and be done with it. Because Mike Tyson's net worth was $10 million, and then he just got paid $20 million for the fight. So that's what I think.
Well, pigeons got to eat.
Well, but you know who else is making a lot of money off these names we all know? Jake Paul. So not only is he helping the old fighters get another check who maybe mismanaged their money, he's getting a check off their name as well.
Sure
but he's bringing them to his platform so they can get a check.
Yeah.
It's a win-win for everybody. But what he's doing, he's trying to go fight names that every one of us, like we did, will talk about ad nauseum, and we can't wait to see if they can still fight.
Do you think this hurts Mike Tyson's legacy?
Nah, I think it was already.
Because we knew him as the killer, Iron Mike,
but he'd already had a fall off.
Well, he was in the Hangover with a tiger.
Yeah,
the biting of the ear and all that. It had already got.
Well, it went downhill. There's no doubt. But do you finish by getting beat by a YouTuber? Does that kind of?
You don't. That now you're making me feel bad.
He said in the post game interview that he didn't think he was done. So
what now?
Yeah, I don't know what
Rick,
that
do you
means.
remember Kenny Stabler with the Saints helmet on?
Yes, I do. I tried not to, but you keep making me remember it.
Yep.
You remember Archie Manning, don't you?
Yeah. By the way, funny statement on the text. They said what Jake Paul is doing is the same guy Jurassic Park did. Come look at the dinosaurs. Bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
And then eventually they call back, and I know what I've got coming up. I said, Mom, have y'all got your tickets? Yes, we did. And whether Greg believes or not, I think we can find where we're supposed to park. Okay, well, I don't want to get into that. Hey,
that's kind of Greg's.
Why don't y'all just go on in and let's try to sit on the 50? Well, that's where your dad's going to sit. I know. I'm all about that. And I'll tell you one thing: he's not wearing that ridiculous harness and them binoculars. I've already told him that. Off in the background. And I'm like that. Bill, I'm talking to him. And so that we get there, and I'm like, so there's a fight about the harness.
Well, let me give you good news. He made up for it Sunday because he wore it the whole time.
Yeah, and those you may not.
So he didn't get to wear it at the
No, this was funny, and I thought to myself, well, she might as well just say I'm gonna keep rocks from being hard. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so we get there, we get there, and all of a sudden, I get up there, and of course I look, and the first person I see dead on the 50, I see the Rick and Bubba hat. You know what I mean? He's got his Rick and Bubba hat on, and hey, it was cold.
It was much colder.
A little windy.
It was real windy and cold.
Yeah.
Well, I had thought it through, and I had a pullover in case I sat down and thought, hey, it's so cool, and I wanted to be. I got a little jacket for Brody. Of course, didn't calculate the cast. I got one, the sleeve was a little too tight. But anyway, so he got to drape it. But anyway, so we're walking up like that, and he set himself up in the shade, which would be good if it wasn't cold. And he's like, hey, did you bring a jacket? And I said, well, I got me a pullover here. Okay. And then he looks around, and I said, where's your binoculars? And he looks at me, he goes, your mama's got them. And I said, so
she confiscated?
Yeah, I said, you're not going to wear your strap? And I can't tell you what was said. I
can't even tell you about our day at all.
Yeah. And he
can't even mention it.
So I couldn't let it go. I said, hey, I need to look down there on the field, see if I can see. See if I can see. He looks. I said, Mom reaches over in her some bag, and she pulls out this long harness and all kinds.
It's all tied together.
And it's got connected to binoculars. She just hands them to him.
She wouldn't let him walk in.
All of it draping off. And I said, you're not wearing your harness? He's not wearing that. That looks ridiculous. Well, ain't no need. He can put his binoculars in a bag. I don't like having them in a bag. I like wearing them where I know they're right here where I need them. Well, that looks ridiculous. And I'm just in the middle of them going, and then I get them, then I get them out, and I said, man, this harness is everywhere. I can't even. And he looks at me, he goes, give me the binoculars. Like that. And he goes, like, I throw his arm, don't put that harness on. Like that, and so he would hold him up with the harness hanging off of him, looking
like moss.
Yeah.
So, God forbid he take him off the harness.
Look, so then
he's got to go somewhere Sunday.
So then we're sitting there, and look, on purpose, because he didn't want to ask for it. I took my pullover because I'm kind of hot natured. It was cool and I wanted it to be, but I wasn't to the point. And look, and I'd just sit there, and he'd sit there, and I'd see him over, and I'd go, he said, well, it's cold up here. That wind's something. Yeah, you want this pullover? Nah, I don't need it. Like that, and I said, "You won't put the pullover on? Why you asking me that? Well, you like you're cold to me. Are you cold? I'm fine. I am too. Like that." And he goes, "What are you gonna do with that pullover?" Well, I'm just gonna keep it here in case I get cold. Would you like to wear it? No, I ain't cold. I get up, go to the bathroom, go get somebody. I come back, he's got it on.
He admitted it, Rick. He admitted it to me yesterday. We got talking about because I went to the Jack State scrimmage Saturday. I said, man, I got cold. I'll be honest with you, if Rick had that pullover, I'd have frozen down. He admitted it to me.
Speedy, you and Bubba said y'all saw something that troubled you after. "35 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba show on a Todd Jones day. Todd visiting with us, been hanging out on and off with the show for just about its entire existence. Relief Factor has been with us almost as long as well. Relief Factor, what an incredible product. Started out, these were doctors, scientists that were saying, let's talk about the aging process. What could we do to try to help people as the body begins to age, and inflammation can be a problem. And as they were working on this, they realized it really works for anybody. If the root of your pain is inflammation, Relief Factor may be the relief you're looking for without the bad side effects of the over-the-counter stuff. And let's don't even get into opioids and the horror they have been for so many people with their addictive properties. So right now, if you would like to try it, $19.95 gets 3 weeks, and we continue to get these incredible testimonies where this has been a game changer. And I will tell you, I love this product. I take it every day, and there's so many things that that you could say about it. But here's what you need to know is it's going to the foundational problem of it. Now, it's not going to be a quick fix. That's why we give you 3 weeks. But once it gets there, if it's working for you, the pain's going to be gone. Okay? So, and we have a lot of people who keep sending us these testimonies. Michael has got us out of Florida, said, I want to let everybody know that Relief Factor helped to almost completely eliminate my elbow pain. Todd, you can relate to that. When I couldn't find any other solution. So thankful. Great product. It's helped with a lot of other aches and pains I've had as well. Since I started Relief Factor with the Quick Start Pack about 5 weeks ago, I've definitely got more energy and generally feel better. So this is an amazing product. Thanks for introducing me to it. You're welcome, Mike. If you want to get yours, go to rickandbubba.com under sponsors or just go to relieffactor.com. So Todd Jones is with us today. We're doing a lot of Todd flashbacks. And we have one that we're going to play. Now, when you were playing, by the way, somebody said next pay-per-view with Jake Paul is that Jake Paul will bat. Todd is pitching. There'll be 2 men on and 2 outs, and see if Todd can get him out. So,
can you still throw?
I don't like my odds right there.
Todd, after pitching as long as you did, how's your arm right now? Today?
My arm's fine. Like I can throw BP. Some thought I threw BP when I played. But I need to be behind an L screen nowadays because the ball's coming back a little bit faster than they used to.
Reflex, the thing you see the most difference in?
Well, that flexibility.
Oh, sure.
Genuine soreness. Overall grumpiness.
Yeah, I tell people as we age, I know how the Tin Man felt in The Wizard of Oz. I need the oil can.
Yeah, I'm looking for the oil can. Yeah. Dorothy, right here.
All right, so
that was on the other night, by the way.
I don't want to watch that.
Was it really? And I watched the whole thing again.
You did?
Yeah, right before I went to bed.
What?
I know.
How was your dreams?
I didn't sleep worth 2.
Hey, those flying monkeys will get you every
I know.
I scared
I was
me.
horrified as a kid.
Yes.
So when you
big gathering of midgets too.
Yes, Greg. Thank you. Thank you, Greg.
It's a big gosh.
But the
I got too much going
way
on.
over their
I
limit.
got too much going on for a conference
way over
call.
their limit.
Thank you,
on
Greg.
They said they were tearing it up on set too.
Oh, they were partying. I heard them talk about.
Oh yeah, they were rowdy.
They were rowdy little fellas.
Real rowdy. Hey, and sometimes inappropriate.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
All right. So
please email your complaints to Greg.
That was Speedy that said
Burgess.
that.
From the Rick and Bubba CD, Stay In It. Probably it is the number one best-selling CD we had of all time because of cuts 2, 3, 4, and 5, which is the recap of Willie and Wanda. It has Big D's A Sellout, Man Eats Underwear, JT's Shirt, Speedy at Brett Favre's house,
Classic.
Janitor Loses His Head. Remember that one?
Boy.
It's
backing up.
I may just put that one on during the best of and let it roll.
The M word that Greg just said, and the concert with Bubba. Germans find a body in the room.
That's a good one.
Sherry takes the table to the head when she said, "I'll just do it myself." You remember that?
Good.
Granny Maybell with Mickey Dean and the Pinata.
That's a winner there.
Fat People Protest in L.A. Part 1 and 2. Well, Killing Indians. Remember that one?
Oh yeah.
Lou Graham Calls a Foreigner. Something called Just a Dog Story. I don't know what that is. 11, Hunter Bussey gives Bubba a gift on Father's Day.
Oh, yeah.
I remember that one. That was
too.
And then right here
Rattler.
on cut 10, CD2, Todd Jones Screams at Detroit.
Yeah.
When you were playing, you would call us from various cities, and we'd say, "Well, here's what you got to do," and you would scream out of your hotel rooms different things to the city.
Funny.
Well, I was frustrated at the time at Detroit because
that's right.
They didn't like me as much as I liked them.
It wasn't mutual.
Are you talking about the general population?
The general population. I wasn't as good as I once was, but I guess back then. But that was so. That's the birth of this.
All right, here's the flashback. Todd, we always try to get you to shout to try to help you.
We're going to do a little shouting here.
All right.
Can you make your way to a window?
Can you get to a window to the city of
Hey,
Detroit?
I will open my door.
All right, open the door to the
city of Detroit.
to the city of Detroit.
The city of Detroit. I'm a little bitter with the city of Detroit. So we can open my door right now.
The city of Detroit has handled Todd a little rough lately. I have a feeling.
Let me tell you this: anybody who's ever been to Detroit is bitter with the city of Detroit.
Exactly.
All right.
Exactly.
Todd, let's start out with.
Well, I got to get my keys.
Okay, you got to
get all those 6 deadbolts open.
Now I'm in a relatively everybody's picturesque of a grandparent neighborhood.
Todd? Are you in the bathroom?
No,
it's echoing. Like you're in the bathroom.
Todd, do you pick who
in the hallway.
You pick who you hit a ball with or beat?
He's in the hallway. Where is he?
Okay, I just opened my door.
All right, is the city out there?
Yes.
Okay. Let's start out
with
gunfire. Yeah. Let's start out with, hey, Detroit, I play with a bunch of losers.
All right, you ready?
Yeah, real loud.
Hey, Detroit, I play with a bunch of losers.
A lot of feeling in that one.
Todd, how about this one right here?
From the heart.
Todd, how about this one right here?
All right, go ahead.
I've got your Motor City right here.
That's good one.
All right, you ready?
Yeah. Nice and loud.
I got your Motor City.
Right here.
Right here. How's that?
Todd,
How's Speaking of what a waste, how about this city?
There's 4 people just went jogging by and in my underwear out the door.
Tell them that.
So speaking of
what a waste, how about this city?
All right.
All right.
Speaking of what a waste, how about this city? How's that?
Todd, let me ask you one more question.
Strange look.
Yeah. Let me ask you one. You don't know what happened to Steve Perry, do you?
Enough journey.
Down there with Jimmy Hoffa in Detroit, burned. Just buried with Hoffa.
You hadn't heard a story about a wheelchair, have you?
No.
What we do?
Afghan.
Should we make him say, hey, Detroit, kiss my lily white butt? Huh?
Hey, how about a country boy can survive?
Okay. Say, hey, Detroit, a country boy can survive.
All right.
Hey, Detroit, a country boy can survive.
Hey, Detroit, look at here and drop your britches.
Hey.
No, I'm just kidding. I thought in your underwear it's so easy to move. You know what I mean? It's just so easy to do.
I give these 85-year-old folks a stroke.
Yeah.
I'll draw the line, but that's where I draw for Rick and Bubba.
Say, when I get my next contract, I'll buy this town. Now, look, Todd, we love you, buddy. And then we
love you guys too.
We thought you needed that. There you go, Todd.
Wow.
Can you remember that?
Oh, yeah, sure. That was
so
good
is that where you were living then? You were in a neighborhood?
Yes, I was. Let's see. Back then, I was renting a house in Birmingham, Michigan, of all the places.
How about that?
And it was a beautiful, quiet, quaint neighborhood until
you screamed out the door.
Couple rough outings, and people were sick of me.
Right.
So
they let you know that?
I was frustrated there.
You were, where the city wasn't, but
how quick do the fans go from love to hate or back to love based on your performance?
Well, I believe we could ask Alabama's head coach that right now.
Amen to that. Right. He's living it.
They are living it.
They love him now.
It's every sport. I mean, it's from game to game because, but now that I'm on like this side of it, right? It's, like this is their release. They go to enjoy a sport and get away from everything that's going on. And then when you go out there and stink it up, I mean, they paid good money and $100 to park nowadays and $50 for food and stuff like that. And all we need you to do is just go get 3 outs. That's all we need. Just shut up and get 3 outs.
It looks so easy.
Yeah.
Correct me if I'm wrong on this one. Either I made this up in my sick mind, but did you not tell me this is my favorite Todd Jones being heckled story? And I think you said it was like a young girl that asked you if you really were right-handed. Are you sure that you're right-handed? Wasn't that it?
There was a little voice in Colorado. It wasn't going too good in 2003. You guys can look it up. It wasn't going too good, and I was getting loose in Denver one day. It was a day game, and this little bitty sweet voice, and I waved at her, and she goes, "Are you sure you're right-handed?"
That's such a good one, isn't it?
I think
little Cindy Lou Who.
I think I got released 48 hours later.
Oh, that's good.
Are you sure you're right?
Sweet little girl in Denver.
Yep.
We'll be back. 15 minutes to the top of the hour. More Rick and Bubba right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This weekend, I had to leave in the middle of the Dream Ranch Part 2 hunt last weekend, and that was the weekend that Dad was hunting there with everybody.
Mm-hmm.
And you guys said y'all saw something that troubled
Y'all
you.
are going. They're telling it wrong.
I'm gonna tell it as accurate, and since Bubba was a witness,
did you see the
Bubba,
whole
you
thing,
can jump
Bubba?
in. I will tell this as accurate as I can.
I'm
tell
gonna turn
it.
Greg's mic off till you're finished.
Thank you. Your dad goes out to the car, and it was quite a walk to the car. He comes back in. He's got like his overnight bag.
All the way to where we park up on top?
Yes.
Okay.
And like he needed something, something I think it was a bag or something.
All right.
And I want to say this was Friday evening. No, Saturday evening, because you left. Yeah, it was Saturday evening. And while he's there, he goes, "Oh, hey, by the way, Greg, here's this shirt. I can't wear this. It's not my right size or whatever." And he gives him a shirt.
What kind of shirt?
It was one of these. It's one of these shirts that it was kind of like an outside work shirt where on the inside it's kind of insulated, but it's flannel shirt kind of thing.
Flannel shirt, Bubba. Is that what it was?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, and that's what it looked to be. I wasn't immediately in on the conversation. I was in the area.
Looked like a flannel shirt that has the insulated inside.
Yeah. All right. Well, instead, Greg never says, "Oh, thanks, Pop." Whatever. He never says that. First thing he says, "Why'd you bring this in here?"
That ain't how I did.
Greg. He says, "Well, why'd you bring this in here?" And he starts ragging on your dad for bringing him the shirt. Now, your dad replies, "Well, I was out in the car and I just wanted to give it to you. I was going to forget."
No.
And Greg, I'm saying is as accurate as possible. We can get your dad on the phone right now. Okay. Oh, whatever. and so Greg goes into this thing about why he brought it in and starts ragging on your dad.
At this moment.
Yes. And your dad says, to the point where it kind of hurt your dad's feelings.
I agree with Speedy.
He says, "You know what, with a bad shoulder and all this, I'll still whoop your,"
right.
Now
that's believable.
Yes. And so every time he would turn around, Greg would look at me and make fun of the fact he brought a shirt in.
Bubba, do you agree with this so far?
Yeah, we're very close. I wasn't in the details of it.
Right.
But did you hear Greg saying today, why don't you give me this to us right now?
Now this go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah, this is two part now. So
okay, right.
you got this part, okay?
All right.
So they get through this, and Greg's kind of poking fun at him, and your dad tried to explain, "Hey, I was going to forget if I didn't give it to you." Okay,
right.
So I'm giving it to you, which I can understand.
Greg didn't like the timing, or he didn't like the shirt?
No, Greg couldn't understand why he brought it all the way to Dream Ranch. First of all,
right?
Why didn't you just give it to me at another time? Second one is, why in the world would you give it to me in the middle of the hunt instead? Why didn't you just give it to me when we're leaving? But your dad was like, "Well, I was going to forget.
It's on my mind now.
I was at the car. I wanted to get it out, give it to you, and you can put it in your bag and go home."
Right.
Well, Greg just couldn't understand it. The next morning we wake up. The shirt is still sitting in the chair.
Oh, my gosh.
That Greg was sitting in, and your dad saw it, and I saw his face. And he looked like the little Indian that teared up, And
Iron Eyes Cody?
Yes.
Yeah, on the side of the road.
Yeah. And he did. He couldn't believe it.
Did you see that part, Bubba, or just the other part?
Well, I saw it laying on the chair.
Right.
The next day.
Rick, it slid down in the back of the chair. It's just all wadded up. Brand new shirt.
You know what? I thought Greg had put it on and then taken it off and left it there.
Greg, your mic's off.
I'm gonna let Greg talk when everybody's done, and then I'm gonna turn you off and let him tell his side of it.
Yeah, that's fine.
Which is not gonna make any sense.
No,
but
I can tell you his side, and he's gonna say this goes back, and you can call Mom and all this kind of stuff. Fact of the matter is, he had a new shirt. He brought it to Greg, and Greg was ungrateful.
All right, Greg.
That's not true, by the way. Rick, you know how he does. Okay.
Don't put me in
you know
it.
what happened? You know what happened? Just like the reason that I said, why give it to me now? Because I forgot it. Just like that's why. Don't give it to me now because I'm going to forget it. Why didn't you wait till we were leaving?
Are you trying to spin
Because, Dad, if he gets something on his mind, it's going to happen. It's going to happen right then.
Who is this person?
And he's going to, hey, I'm going to he's going to search you out and give you a shirt. If I'd have been up giving a speech somewhere, he would have come in the middle of the speech and gave me that shirt. You understand what I'm saying?
So you're telling me
that y'all don't understand that.
Well, you're upset with with your dad for when he gets something on his mind, he can't let it go. Did I just hear that right?
Yeah.
Well,
did I just hear that right?
Whenever he finishes, let me jump back in because
how many times does Mother we go to the house and we're all going to be there for like 3 or 4 hours, and he comes, you're sitting in there, and he comes in there with something like that, and hands it to you. Your mother's like, why are you giving that? Why don't you just wait till they're leaving? It drives her crazy.
Can I tell you when my dad?
I would forget.
When my dad walks out,
but then now I'm going to forget because you give it to me in a situation where I don't need to be given a shirt.
You could have said, Dad,
I'm holding court by the fireplace.
You could have said, Dad, thanks. At that point, got up, taken the shirt, put it on your bag, and gone back to do what you do.
Can I say
didn't want to have to do that.
Can I interject because this is going to be very timely. By the way,
acting like it hurt his feelings is ridiculous.
Very timely.
He didn't give a crap. He made him mad. He wanted to beat you up.
We're back 9 minutes to the top of the hour. Hanging out with Todd Jones today on the program. A lot of Rick and Bubba flashbacks, a lot of memories, also talking about the stories of the day. And, Todd was talking, and a lot of stuff Todd wants to do today, we're going to do on the big show ender coming up. But, I mean, like you said, Bubba, I mean, what if we get some sort of, I mean, who knows? I mean, what we think we'll be on there that day. But, I mean, we don't know. We have to say Lord willing. And you're like going back, bringing up stuff, and you're like, you really want to hear the 7 o'clock song.
I just know.
Right.
I know that the Army would appreciate that because if you weren't shaved and headed out the door,
right,
you were going to be late to wherever you were going.
Yeah, this was
whether it's work or school or whatever it was.
I actually was playing this song even before Bubba and I were together. And we brought it in. You know who put it together for me the very first time? That this actual recording was given to me from Tex. Oh,
Carter. Really? Yeah.
Tex Carter.
How's he doing?
At K98.
Have you talked to him?
No, I'm talking about. Remember K98?
I know he retired.
The last time I saw him was when I went over and did that luncheon that he asked me to go over and do for law enforcement. So.
I thought you were going to say Scott Morgan for just a minute.
Well, that would have been a great guess. Golly, Scott.
You want me to
How funny is he?
Last place I saw him. Bear Cutlery Knife Sale right there in Jacksonville.
Yeah.
About 5
Tex
years
Carter.
ago. We had a remote there, and he was there.
I saw him in May.
That's where I do my left dog leg right, headed to work.
There you go.
So anyway,
this
was something that I was actually doing on the morning extravaganza, even at K98.
Yep.
And so when we got to the Rick and Bubba show, we were like, well, let's just keep on doing it. And then it got through syndication and archive. All this, it just didn't make sense to start singing that it was 7 o'clock in the morning. And so,
when you guys are 24 hours a day.
Yeah, and so we dropped it. Yeah. But and plus everything. I mean, let's face it. I mean, it didn't really make sense to be doing that on the show, even though it's been beloved and many great memories. But we don't want to tamper with the memories. Next thing you know, Jake Paul won a box of 7 o'clock song.
There you go.
Todd, it'd be like you wearing a Tigers T-shirt under your jersey when you played at other cities. It just wouldn't work.
So here we go.
So now it is.
Well, we're going to do it just for you.
Come on, everybody. Let's go. Let's go.
7 o'clock in the morning. Yep. Drink my coffee, hurry up. I got to get to work on time. Hey, hey, hey. See a train rolling down the track. See you later, hurry back out of my way. Got to get to work on time. Hey, hey, hey.
Here we go. Say.
I got to hustle. Oh, my muscles getting hot. Hot. Sweating like a pig, got to hurry, scary, got to get to work on time.
Little heavy metal for you there.
There we go. Go pack a lunch, yeah, working overtime at the taxes, barely make a dime. Hey, got to get to work on time.
Sing it, Todd.
Got to get to work on time.
Woo! That's a classic.
Thank you, boys. I appreciate that.
Just for you and about 10,000 others who wanted to hear that today. So there you go. Thousands of others singing along.
The Army really appreciates that.
It does get requested a lot.
It does. So there you go.
Phones.
Do you guys... Is this the first one you've played it? Are you going to play it?
No, we play it like every blue moon.
Yeah, like when somebody comes in, it really loves it.
It's as far as on air. I can't remember the last time we played.
That's what I'm asking.
It's been that long.
Yeah.
Are you going to play it Friday the 13th?
If Bubba's got me spooked now that may never happen. But if it does,
no way we see that.
But if it does, yes. The answer on that is
he's looked like a little kid. Are y'all going to play it on?
I'm going to play it here in that 3 weeks. I don't want to steal anybody's thunder, but please, Kevin Derryberry. I mean, it got to be the last week.
Of course.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah. He's a staple on the year-ender.
Do you know who Todd's become?
Cut it out, guys. Can we play 7 o'clock song?
Please tell me. Oh, cut it out, guys. Can we do drive-through
Don't take a poke at me.
I can remember I had a
Say it ain't so, Joe.
a two-wheel drive little Nissan truck, and I lived in Oxford then, and I worked in Ashland. And I'd be cutting through the Able community, and it hit about 7 o'clock every time. I think I'd be at work at 8.
You by the Able Mall?
Yeah,
I know.
Hang a right, the Able Mall, go all the way to Clay Canyon.
Well, Todd mentioned it, and I know everybody
Right
on
through Shinbone Valley.
Everybody on this show has the same experience. People would use that as a marker. If it worked out for you, and you were in Central Time Zone at the time that it was playing, listening live. It was the marker. If I'm not at a certain place when this is playing, I'm late.
Oh, if I had taken that ride at Able Mall, I was in trouble.
Or I'm early.
I'm early.
Yeah.
What if Dip and Dan sang a little?
Here he goes.
Oh, could you dip it in for us, Bubba? Could you do it just one more time, just for me, please?
Gee, Wally.
I don't think he could sing. He'd spit all over everything.
I can hand you a cup.
Are you just gonna call out for character voices just at any moment we have to do them if we still can?
No. We don't have to do that. If you guys
It's all right, Todd. We don't care.
There he is.
You're that little fella.
Car Wash Joe, give me one.
I went past one time in Detroit. I was in the stand saying, "Hey, somebody run me a Todd Jones and shut her down."
and then a Dickie Nadmeyer. This last one.
Imagine what your career had been like if you'd played for the Tide. Road Tide. All in, Kevin DeBoer. I believed in him from the beginning. Road Tide.
Once he started listening to you.
What'd your wife think about it?
Well, Phyllis.
What did Miss Nadmeyer think about
it? Phyllis told one thing today for me to be sure to do. Hey, Greg, Phyllis says, "Hey, Greg."
Hey, Phyllis.
She got her a case of the Greg Burgess Road Tide. Well, DeBoer's got it turned around because he finally started listening to what I was telling him. If you got the best athlete on the field, let him go.
Yeah.
I don't care if he can throw it. If he can run it in, it's still 6. Road Tide.
How many people do we know in our family that is that person?
That is based on real people.
Oh, Bubba and I grew up little kids. You think we didn't hear Dickie Nadmeyer? That came from our lives. We heard
What
Dip
are
and
you
Dan
talking
too.
about, Todd? You doing that cup? Grinding over here.
Get him a cup, Todd. You promised.
Bring Daddy a cup, will you?
All right, I don't know what Alien Boy is. What's Alien Boy?
I don't know about Alien.
Helium Boy.
Oh,
They
okay.
misspelled. That looks like a spell check correct.
Can we have a 5-second moment of silence for school closing, Tony?
Oh, yeah. There it is.
Right,
there it is, Tony.
It's gonna be on the next best of CD.
Todd's on further.
He brought it.
Him singing the.
Sure appreciate you doing all
him
those
singing-
little voices. Hello, little fella. Hold on, boss. So, son, how about you? Look at that. Oh, thanks, Helium Boy.
Best day ever.
Best day ever. Wait till we turn loose a man of 1,000 voices over there.
No, you ain't heard this guy.
That
You
was
ain't heard
that was outside your era.
Speedy make you forget about Rich Little. I mean, he's a whole different deal now.
No, we're good. No,
Frank Caliendo has nothing on.
Those are staple voices there.
Yeah.
Frank Caliendo would be a good guy to bring back on the list.
Oh yes. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, Frankie, baby.
Have you all lost touch with those?
I don't think so. No, he's still.
Speedy
around.
made him mad last time.
No, this is where he just makes stuff up.
When he
I
did
did not
when
make
he
Frank
did,
mad.
when he did John Madden when Troy Aikman was in studio.
Oh yeah, that was good.
That's funny.
That's good stuff.
That was good. All right, so
Thank you guys. Thank you for letting me walk down the lane with you guys.
No, you.
Look, the walk ain't
Keep
over.
her coming.
The walk ain't
keep 'em
over.
coming,
It's
little
just
fella.
halftime, baby.
Keep it coming, little Todd.
The audience is loving these
Gee,
requests.
thanks, guys. Sure do appreciate it. I love you guys.
All right, now you're the ginger man from Shrek.
You signed my bacon.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Everybody look right now at the shirt I am currently wearing.
Right.
I went to my dad's house,
There
mom
it
and dad visiting. As soon as I got there, this shirt was on his mind because he's a wholesaler for Hibbett's and they have extras and stuff like that. Maybe I shouldn't say that. He's supposed to be giving one.
Well, he bought
anyway,
it. He bought it.
so he goes to the back to his room. Hey, man, I got you some shirts. You want these shirts? I said, absolutely. I'd love to have those shirts, Dad. Thank you.
Handed it to you right then.
And he handed it to me then.
excited about it.
He handed it to me then.
That's not it.
He handed it to me then. I kept up with it because I cherished it.
And you're wearing it now.
And I have it on.
Was it? You got lucky because you didn't leave it there. You got lucky.
I was pleased to receive a gift of a shirt, which all of us like to have shirts that fit us and can be. You know, and matter of fact, I said, "Well, that's a nice shirt."
Yeah. You're lying, by the way. But 9 times out of 10, when he does that, you end up leaving it there because he gave it to you when you weren't ready to get something.
I wore it on his birthday to honor him.
Yes, and let me tell you this: unlike your brother, Will and Austin are texting me, "Hey, somebody leave a flannel shirt."
Yeah,
it's like on a chair.
You left it there, Dreamer?
No, it was just. He handed it to me while we're down there in the middle of a conversation.
Do you have the shirt now at your house?
Yes, I have the shirt.
I want you to wear it tomorrow.
I have it. I
wear
promise.
it tomorrow.
Now I left my other clothes at Dream Ranch with my keys in my pocket.
Now, hey, back to something else.
By the way, that is true.
You know what? While it was on your mind, if you'd have gone and got them, you wouldn't have done it.
Well, Dad messed me up by giving me that shirt, and I left my stuff I needed.
Both of you, especially Greg, but both of you, in the break, were complaining about things that he was doing, and but that's what y'all do. Greg just said to me, "I'll go by there and see him today, and there'll be something on his mind. He'll be complaining about, I can't believe so and so did this." And I'm like, "Greg, that's you.
That's you, buddy.
That's you, 24/7.
Why do y'all
get
a bad reputation
when you get something
That's
on
not true.
when you get something on your mind, what do you have to do?
You know what it's like?
You have to tell it.
Talk about it.
I'll tell you what it is. Let me tell you what it is. Superman would not like to face himself. And that's what Greg.
I hope I am like that. To be honest with you, that's not a bad
thing.
thing.
There could be worse things.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna work on giving you shirts and stuff when you're not ready to have them. I'm gonna work on that.
Right. So you're saying he inconvenienced you because you were
the good. I hope I have all his other qualities.
By the way, was Greg holding court at the fireplace? Is that what this is all about?
He busted up. I was on in the room, and he busted my timing up.
Because he gave him a gift. It's just like you, Rick, when you brought in the fruit, and from the garden and the vegetables. Yeah. He complained about that. You bringing him something.
Remember you threw the ones he gave you away down there in the dumpster downstairs, and then went home and made up some old Terry's friend Gwendolyn loved hers too. You even went some crazy story like that. At least I was honest.
I was telling the truth. Do you know that anything Greg don't know what he's talking about? He says people lie. Oh, you lied about it. No, I did.
Right.
Her name was Gwen.
Oh. Here's the bottom line with Greg.
Terry has no friends named Gwen.
Let's all make a commitment. Let's all make a commitment. Let's make a commitment that we will stop inconveniencing Greg with gifts.
Yeah, please. Don't give him anything.
Rick, I think sometimes just breathing inconveniences him.
No, y'all are so exaggerating.
No, nothing else. Don't ever ask for anything.
Rick, you know what I'm talking about just giving.
I have my shirt on.
You do.
I got this shirt in the same
Sherry
situation.
must have carried it to the car.
And I love
Sherry
it.
carried it to
Greg's
the car.
using an example.
I love my Daddy Free Hibbett shirts.
He gives them to me too, but I had to get them the second time I'm over there because I forget them the first time.
But
that's on you.
But that's on you.
No, I'm not ready to get something. I'm not leaving.
So there's a certain window that we should give you stuff.
I'm sitting down to visit mode. I'm not, hey, what am I going to do with this shirt?
The only time you're going to be appreciative is if we give it to you in the window that you want to receive something.
Pretty much.
That's sick, Greg.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Here's a brand new hour. Thanks for being with us. Speedy, Greg Burgess, Adler, the gang, all here today as we work our way through another one. And special guest, longtime friend of the show, Todd Jones.
Look at here.
Todd is with us. There's Bill Bubba Bussey. Couple of sports updates. By the way, people are loving.
Thank you for being with us.
Everybody's loving little boy Todd, who's asking Rick and Bubba and all the guys to do stuff that he wanted to hear and see from the last 31 years. 18 shows remain now, 17 and a half, because we're halfway through this one.
Yep.
All right, so over the weekend.
Or if you're counting for me, about 13.
Right, or you're trying to beat that to the text. He's got you at 11. I think you'll come to more than 11. All right.
I'm 15 easy.
Yeah, right.
That's a given.
So over the weekend, got tons of emails and people commenting on social media. Bubba, you were off that day. You were sick that day. When I accidentally threw away Greg's parking pass.
Who Mr. Grab and throw stuff, don't even look at it.
Look, that's not what this is about. What I'm saying is this. And Greg said, well, it may not matter, because Bubba was telling Todd in the break how Greg poor mouse about his team. He said it may not matter because we're on the road, Thompson High School, where Greg's son coaches in Alabama. We're on the road playing an undefeated team.
Number one team in the state.
Number one team in the state in that classification. If we lose, I'm not going to need it anyway. Speedy, being Speedy, went to the trash can, dug in it, fighting off the sanitation department who was trying
trash truck was trying to dump it.
Yeah.
And Speedy held him up.
Yeah, found the parking pass, got it out.
Dumpster diving for Greg.
Yeah, brought it back to Greg.
Basically was.
And now Greg's son's team won. So they're coming back home. He needed the parking pass, and I got to tell you, people are saying Speedy deserves a lunch or something.
You know what? You're right.
But he's had so many. Speedy said, let's try something else.
That's true. I've been buying his lunch, Rick, for 10 years.
Right. So, but how about you do need the pass now? And
I do.
You wouldn't got it.
Maybe
Speedy had a good feeling about
lunch
it.
on game week.
You know, as a dad, I mean, my son's a hitting coach, and like as a dad of a coach, I mean, how do you think your team's going to lose?
No, I'm not saying that, but I mean, you can't just go in and think it's an automatic. You got to show up.
Undefeated number one in the state, so you're playing?
Todd, we come in and it's like game. It's happened so many times I can't count it. And Greg is all tore up. He said, man, I'm worried about that game. I said, Greg, y'all going to win by 4. No, I don't know. It's going to be a tough one tonight, you know. Sure enough, win by 40. And then the next week, it's the same thing again. I said, Greg, come on, we're not buying this.
No, this year has been a tough year. No,
That's so cute when you say that. I mean,
a tough
Thompson,
year.
Like a tough year, Thompson is like what, 1 or 2?
They've lost 3.
You lost 3, and you told me they were all in overtime, and they were all by 1 point.
Yeah,
but I mean that might be that
tough
that
year. Tough year, Todd.
That might have been the last. That might have been the last time. When's the last time Thompson lost 3?
Been a long time.
Careful.
And you schedule IMG or you schedule the Raiders or you schedule
they did
Missouri.
over with Grayson out of Georgia.
Yeah, I mean, when you schedule those teams, but that's the coach developing his players
Coach
to show them
when
that's what it
playoffs
looks
get
like.
here. Coach Freeman's teams.
Let me tell you.
After.
You talk about somebody that knows how to get them through the playoffs.
Yep. Wow. I mean, they play hard.
So
how
anyway,
many more game? Where are you at now? Is it Simmons? Got 2 more.
You got to play Enterprise. Yep. They're good.
Yeah. Well, there you go.
Oh, I know.
Here we go.
Probably won't get by.
Everybody.
Yeah, probably. What are you?
Y'all, Rick. You know what it is? It's because of Dad. Remember, no matter who we were playing, he had to keep.
Greg is doing coach speech as Dad speech.
No, I'm not. I mean,
well, you have to protect yourself from mojo.
You don't think going in against the number one team who's averaging like 47 points a game, undefeated number one, that you shouldn't be a little concerned?
I will tell you
this.
What was
the final score?
34-21.
What was the score going in late in the game?
34-14.
Okay. All right, so
surprise.
Wait a minute, your son's a defensive coach. What happened? Let's break it down.
Let's break it down. All right, so here's.
Are we resting on laurels?
They scored too late, but.
Now we're getting it out of them.
Oh, trash
here,
TVs.
Bubba.
Yeah, I know. I heard
back up, Sam.
They're really good. I mean, it's a good.
When the game was still ones on ones,
they were averaging 34.
Bubba, it was 34-14 when it was 1-on-1s. All right, so
nice win. I look. I understand you don't want to be cocky. I got that, but I don't think you should be over here wringing your hands every week.
I give you a pass
loss.
this past weekend, seeing that you're going into the number one team in the state undefeated, and you're traveling. I'll give you a pass on that. But it is kind of funny on some where you're like, it's a home game, and the other team's won 2 games all year. You're like, well, I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, I don't go.
Well, I just hope.
I hope I don't go that far.
I just hope our quarterback can throw for under 9 touchdowns.
Let me throw this out.
He is really good.
Total transparency here.
He's got like 100.
Total transparency. When I realized I'd thrown away your parking pass, I'm just going to be completely straight up. When you told me, well, the only way I really need it again is for them to go down to playing this team that's number one in the state and averaging 47 points a week, because there's some incredible teams, and I'm taking nothing away from this team, but this team they didn't really have the weapons that the other teams have had, and they've gotten better as the year went on.
Yeah.
But I thought to myself, he ain't gonna need that pass. There was a side of me that thought, okay, I'm never going to be in the handle. I'm so thankful that we went and got that pass right now.
I'd really.
Wait a minute, who's the we in that? It sounds like Speedy was the.
Yeah, well, Rick told him to go.
You said, it's in that bottom left corner.
Correct. So what I did was
he just grabbed my parking
No,
pass.
it's not in a bag. I just threw it down in there, laying down at the bottom of the trash can. See if I don't do that, he can't find it.
There goes Speedy jumping in.
There were so many things that you got wrong during all that.
Right.
One of them is one of my favorite, and that is, they don't run till the afternoon. I pull up, and that's that truck is a couple of houses down.
That was because of the holiday. It was Veterans Day. That was abnormal.
Speedy went in, got it, saved the day.
Thank you.
I don't know what I've done with it.
I don't know if we could.
No.
I don't know if we've got time in this segment. Maybe next segment you could give me or give us the absolute worst situation that you ever got put in with the Rick and Bubba show.
This is get the voice, Rick. This is him.
Hey, Mr. Speedy.
Hey,
Mr. Speedy. Tell us about the times Rick and Bubba nearly killed you.
I've been in jail a couple of times.
Remember that time you was in Talladega infield?
Running naked's you don't get much worse than that.
No, yeah.
I know the one that was most dangerous.
Yeah, you do.
As far, are you asking for
water
danger?
tower?
Are you asking danger?
Yeah.
Water tower's danger.
Yeah.
Yeah. What about like something that you thought and it ended up being something way worse?
That one, the water tower.
That one I wasn't thinking.
That may be it too.
I'm halfway up and I realize if I fall, I'm dead. And
then the ladder.
I hit you till halfway.
Well, what it was is I grabbed one of the ladder pieces, one of the ladders, and the rungs. Thank you, and it was rusted out and it moved. And
for a bit.
And that's when I grabbed.
A great bit.
That's when I wrapped my elbow around.
Did you freeze?
And bear hug it. And there was listeners that were there. You could get on top of a building and then get onto the water tower, and they actually had to get on top of the building and talk me down step by step. All right, now another one. You're good. Another one, and that was probably the scariest I've ever been.
Now, you did jump out of an airplane.
Yeah,
too. I mean,
and was in a Russian fighter jet.
Right,
and has vertigo because of it.
That's so nonchalant that you guys are just throwing that stuff out there. I mean,
and the buried alive thing.
That was a bad idea.
That was a bad idea. I was against it.
And you know what?
Attacked by a police dog.
No, we've both ridden a bull.
That was funny.
I'll ride 10 bulls before you bury me. You're not burying me alive.
Yeah. That one.
How many days were you in there?
And they always sent you, and they would sit in the studio and eat biscuits, and you're out there.
Well, the other one,
somebody's got to do the show.
Well, the other one that really got me is
it was like Jim on the Mutual of Omaha.
Yeah, the other one that got me is when we had a bomb threat called in for where we were.
For Marlon Perkins.
And they go outside, and I'm all excited. I'm at the board. I'm like, yeah, y'all go out. And they're out in the parking lot broadcasting live, and I'm still inside running the board. And I went, wait a minute.
I'm the only one in here.
It hit me halfway through the segment.
Somebody had to do it.
Somebody had to do it.
I'm in here.
Okay,
Why am I excited they're out?
Let's get real.
Yeah, y'all go out. I'll stay in.
Well, let's get real, okay? We're doing a stunt. Rick and Bubba both don't make it.
Well, we all know that.
And the show's over. We do a bit. We lose one of the other guys. Rick and Bubba's still back on Monday.
That's a good point.
Yeah, but
I mean, you hate it.
Thanks
I mean,
for that,
the team,
and we have a hiring fair.
You know what?
The team's not as strong as it was. But
all in one day.
Maybe that's why he lifted as hard as, or still does lift as hard as he does. So when he falls on the asphalt, he'll bounce.
That may be it. There it is. Look,
Crocodile. There's so many memories.
Crocodile Speedy. You got nothing on him.
Yeah, the water tower was the one that I think he was in the most danger.
Yeah. When it was happening, that's when I realized,
think it out right.
Hey, this is all funny, but if I fall, I'm out. I'm gone.
And Miss Terry will never forgive you.
No, you're right. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Here, the thing you have to worry about is, and there was a Gunnersville treaty that came into play because the practical jokes became to the point. I mean, they got to the point they were so overwhelming, no one could enjoy their day for fear of repercussion. I feel that we are inching that way again, not on practical jokes, but on thumping and pinching.
This pinching's going to stop.
This what?
Thumping and pinching.
Right. I'm tired of that pinching.
And the number one person who is guilty of it the most is Calvin Speedy Wilburn. And I'm gonna tell you what. Frankly, I told you yesterday. I've had enough of it. And
you realize it leaves bruises on you.
Yeah,
it does it?
Yeah,
I'm gonna bury my foot in.
You thumping people, you pinching people, and it's just like it's uncontrollable to you. Like you can't stop. Now, I would like to ask the staff, after experiencing yesterday my retaliation. I
forgot about that.
Because one of the things that Bubba and I have always been proponents of this, and we've tried to teach our country this, but they won't listen. That when people come after you, you have to break their will to want to do it anymore.
Right.
Okay.
Oh, I'm aware of that.
And so yesterday, Speedy pinched me, thumped me.
I hate that pinching.
Pinching something else.
Did a little something, and did another little flyby. And I said to him, and I'm writing them down. I said, just so you'll know that before this day's over, I'm going to retaliate, and it's going to be severe.
Right.
So we in the staff meeting yesterday, and I got up and open hand slapped Speedy in the back of the head.
I heard a swap.
Right.
I mean, I think I blacked out for 1 second.
Right.
I mean, most kids under the age of 18 would have cried.
Right.
He had a handprint on his head.
I would have come close.
All right. So at that point,
I'd have beat Rick's rump, but that's beside the point.
Then after that, the debate comes. All right, is Speedy and Rick even? And then Speedy starts this ridiculous case.
Well, I'm just coming at you light. I mean, you come at me with
that pinch is not light.
What?
By the way.
I didn't pinch him.
The question is, you saw my retaliation. Helms, Bubba, you said your head was down.
I owed him one after that.
I did not see the retaliation. I heard the after effect.
You heard it. Greg, you saw it?
Oh, I saw the whole thing.
Helms, you saw it?
Oh, yeah.
I was living vicariously through you.
Speedy.
It was so hard I thought I was hit.
Yes, Speedy thumped me once and pinched me twice.
Correct.
Do you think that went beyond what he did, or did it even it up? Yeah. Because he just thumped me again.
It was
right, but it's not hard.
Now, if he just
I'm
thumped
just
you again,
thumping y'all.
You owe him one.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying. I owe you one back.
Not now.
Well, now, Rick,
We're
years
even
ago,
now.
Rick, I think we have to be fair. Years ago, I was being attacked. I retaliated, and you told us to quit acting like children.
In here.
Well, you've just shut the show down, Bubba.
Yeah, I just thought we should be fair with all of our diagnosis of behavior.
Right.
We just need a common measuring stick.
Right.
Turn the lights off.
Let's all go home.
Right. We're out of here.
Yeah. Again,
Children are children.
Mine were in the conference room, not in front of the audience. But what I'm saying
I'm gonna
is,
show you the bruises.
If we're going to, but I mean, somehow Speedy must be stopped from pinching.
I'll stop. I didn't
thumping.
realize he was doing it to you, Rick.
Yeah,
this has been something between me, Greg, and Speedy for quite some time. I didn't realize you were involved.
We'll just walk by and give him a little friendly
Us three
time.
will keep stuff like going. But I tell you what, I'm gonna get a pair of pliers. And I'm gonna pinch you with them pliers.
Right.
No, I've told Speedy for years. He keeps getting me that I said I'm going to uncontrollably have a reflex and I'm gonna knock your lights out, and you're gonna be mad, and it ain't gonna be my fault.
Bubba said the spinal reaction.
Rick, my favorite line yesterday was when you said, "Now that's good, but you're gonna regret it."
Yeah.
No, he writes it down.
Yeah. See, mine is like you say. The off the spine is the worst. But really, mine was methodical and planned all through the meeting.
Wow.
You know what I mean?
Just look at his bald head over here.
Here's what you don't understand. It ain't just this thumping, it's pinching, and these other things he does I ain't gonna talk about. He's real good at them little, and we all did that as boys.
Right, sure. Back to the children thing again.
He's the best at it.
Yeah, I mean, I can't spank an adult man. All I do is slap him in the back of the head.
You spanked him yesterday, pretty much.
I'm trying to stop it because I fear of where it's going to go.
Yeah.
Is this uncontrollable for you?
Well, you know,
When did you
it's
pull Rick
just
in it?
office fun, and I'm not the only one.
Oh, he's
We
been
all
doing it
do
to all of us for years.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but I will
three
say
is
I'll probably do it the most. I
If
will
you
agree with that.
you stretch or yawn, you can pretty much count on a finger running up your armpit.
But that's what I'm talking about. I want to ask you this question: do you want to be doing it? I mean, can you keep from doing it?
I'll have to work on that.
No, he can't stop it.
Right.
I can't stop it.
Because we all hate it.
Well, he'll do it to me like at
But
remotes.
y'all love it when
we'll
y'all
be at
do it.
remotes, and he'll do it.
But you see the joy that you came over you yesterday.
No,
when
I
you-
felt
when you-
guilty because I was afraid, frankly, I'd given you.
watching the text option. Always good. Thanks, guys. Thanks for being with us. Let me set the table for you coming off the weekend. Things you need to know. Naomi Wolf, our guest on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast this past weekend. The Pfizer papers spawning a lot of emails and even calls to the show already today. Charity charge. Go out and about and hit those Buffalo Wild Wings participating locations in Alabama. All of those today will give 10% of all food sales all the way through Monday Night Football tonight to Toys for Tots. So that's always a good one. And then coming up this week, Thursday, I'll be going to beautiful Henderson, Tennessee. Blake Prime from our team will be there. We'll both of us will be speaking. It's kind of a one-night men's conference there at Williams Auditorium. It is free, but you need to have that ticket so they can keep up with how many seats are being used. So get your ticket at themanchurch.com under events for Henderson, Tennessee. And Lord willing, Blake Prime and I will see you there coming up on Thursday night. All right, so as we walk our way back, we did have another. I know that we've had somebody win this kicking thing that Pat McAfee does on College Game Day. It's hard for me to follow because you actually get more than one chance, right?
Yeah,
and then if
there's no set thing. I mean, he just like freelance.
Are you supposed to get a second kick, or does he just get big hearted on?
You know, I saw the last person I saw win.
He gets big hearted.
Win. Missed, and Saban was holding because that was when Herb Street had to leave early or something. And so the guy made it on the second, and he didn't go down on the money after he missed the first one. He went up on the money.
Right.
So there's all kinds of weird things.
That's what I'm saying.
And the crowd gets them going, too.
Consistency at all.
Yeah, so I guess Pat McAfee can do whatever he wants. And is it Home Depot that provides the check? Who is it?
I'm not sure.
Isn't he paying somebody?
I thought so. Yeah.
I think he's supposed to, because he'll up it all the time. And in this one, he says beforehand, you only get one try. And then he goes nuts and says, the girl in red here, since she was originally supposed to kick, she picked another kicker. I'll give you $200,000. I'll give the kicker $200,000, and then the other $400,000 will go to charity. Is how this works.
Yeah, hurricane relief.
So this is an $800,000 kick total.
Total $800,000.
No pressure.
All right, let's hear it.
All right, and this guy goes, I play soccer, so I think I can make it.
Henry, 33 yards, $100,000 for you, $100,000 for her.
Oh, excuse me,
$200,000 to hurricane relief, $400,000 on the line. Henry, are you ready?
Oh, this is before he upped it. So he will up it again right here.
Of course. Have you ever said anything bad about kickers? Of course. Shut up. Let's go. Are his shoes tied? Make sure his shoes are tied.
So does he miss one and they go up again?
No. I'm pulling for Henry. Kirk, how do you feel about Henry Silver? A lot of mocks.
I like when guys come up to the ball and they kind of step it off. I get a little nervous when they just.
He's a soccer player. He can eyeball it.
All right.
Now here in Athens, Georgia, it would be beautiful if $400,000 would be up
in the back, Rick.
for grabs. Why don't we double it because the Georgia Bulldogs.
Here we go.
There it is.
So $800,000 kick right here, Henry. But what I want to let you know is you're not getting a second opportunity. I don't care if this entire place starts chanting for a second kick. One kick, 800,000 racks.
There it is.
400,000 to Hurricane Relief.
Bubba. Hey, Bubba.
400,000 to you two split, $200,000 each. Henry Silver from Indiana for Bell Sessions. Let's go, Henry!
Oh, right down the middle. Oh, wow, good kick. Right down the middle. Right down the middle. How about that?
That girl cannot believe it.
She cannot believe it.
She picked the right guy.
She did. That's got to be one of the most impressive pickup moves ever.
I gotta say it. My hat's off to that kid. His look on his face, and when they said 800,000, didn't flinch.
No,
he was dialed in.
My gracious.
See, their soccer players can do some good.
I mean, she's going to have to go on a date with him after
of
that,
course.
right? I mean, you can't do it anyway.
You're talking about, I mean, just go ahead and pick the restaurant.
The disbelief.
All while wearing a hard hat.
Yeah.
You know, if we pool our money, think of the house we could buy.
And if he's in a fraternity at Georgia, that fraternity's eating chicken wings free for a month.
Oh, absolutely. All right, so in this game, Georgia beats Tennessee convincingly.
By the way,
so
it
now
was tied for a lot.
It was tied. Well, I'm talking second half. Second half, it was. I'm talking about Georgia in the second half looked like they were the better team.
on this particular evening, and it
the
was
quarterback finally started playing.
Yeah, so he had not played well the last few weeks, and so 31-17 the final, and it just felt like you see how the second quarter starts getting away from 17 points scored.
Kirby's halftime adjustment on defense did
Yeah,
something.
shut him out.
It did, and so that kind of, again, we all know this, and we talk about the SEC a lot, but now we've got ourselves a little bit of a mess here. I mean, we've got people, I beat you, and then I beat them that beat you, and I mean, it's just
the new AP poll we have today. It's kind of sometimes is a reflection of the college football playoff that'll be revealed tomorrow night. But you can see how the SEC is just beating up on each other. It's like 7, 8, 9, or whatever it is. 6. I think it's 7, 8, 9, 10, maybe. It's like 4 SEC teams in a row. That have all just taken turns beating on each other.
What's the scenario for the SEC championship game as it goes right now? Is it Texas?
Well, Todd, if you look at the playoffs, you really Oregon and Ohio State's in the same conference.
Yeah, right.
So
Just want you to know that.
Realize that.
Yeah. Well, if you look at it right now, you've got a lot of teams, Todd, with the exact same record as far as inside the conference, and so some of that's going to take care of itself. But
it'll come down to some tiebreakers.
Right now, Texas is 5-1, and Texas A&M is 5-1 in the conference.
But they still got to play each other.
I was going to say, do they play each other?
And then Georgia
Bama's
is 6-2, and then Tennessee and Alabama is Tennessee's 5-2, and Alabama's 4-2. Ole Miss is 4-2.
It's a mess.
It is. It is a mess.
Yeah, and South Carolina beat Missouri. Right?
Yeah.
South Carolina's got a pretty good team.
They do. So it's all going to work itself out. But right now, as we're sitting here, Texas and Texas A&M are both 5-1.
I think as a responsible college football fan that I feel like I am. In other words, my team does not control my life, win or lose, on a weekly basis.
Yeah.
That's a nice way to go about it.
I do look forward
it's a lot
to
more enjoyable.
I do look forward as a fan, like just a regular fan. I do look forward to the home playoff games for those 5, 6, 7, 8s that are the seeds in the playoffs. 1, 2, 3, 4 have the buys. So 5, 6, 7, 8 are going to get to play home playoff games.
That's going to be fun.
Those are going to be kind of cool.
Oh, the playoff is going to be a blast. And I agree. I'm enjoying college football, which is I like that in high school better than I don't watch a lot of pro football, but I enjoy it more now that I don't have to watch it. If I watch it, I have a blast. If I don't watch it, it's fine. Whatever else I was doing was just as much. I'm not sitting going, oh man, I can't enjoy this because I'm missing the game. I don't have that. I watch the games if it works out, and I enjoy it greatly, especially. But I find myself now being that person. I really want a good game. Yeah. Is there anything more disappointing when you get all your snacks out, you get set up like you like it, and one team lays an egg, and you're like, hey, you're killing me.
Yeah, because you're done at halftime.
Yeah, I want to watch. I want to watch this game.
Yeah,
I have found out I can't watch 2 full-length games though in a day. One time I could. I can't do it anymore. Yeah. We'll take phone calls next. 866 We Be Big. Anything you want to talk about? Lines are available. Speedy goes to the phones. We'll chat with you next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
When you brain damage.
I mean, you didn't mean to hit him that hard, did you?
Really did. If you just had a ring, did you get him left-handed or right?
I don't know. It was something. It was tough. I felt the ring. No, you went left.
Yeah,
it was the ring thing. I knew I felt
it sounded like a beaver hitting his tail on water. That's what it sounded like.
Bam!
If you've ever been frog gigging in your life, and you've heard that beaver hit his tail on water.
Leave you bruised?
I don't know. I hadn't looked. But it was funny because it's one of those things when you get hit hard, it's like, oh, you didn't know what happened. You know.
Yeah, you didn't
Whereas
see it
I'll come by and I'll just do a little friendly thump.
Right,
friendly.
But it goes back though to what the thing that we said. Well, you must break someone's desire.
Right. Well, I owed you one. That was so hard that I owed you one. So now we're even, and I'll stop. Everybody.
Okay, is that it?
I'll stop.
I'm gonna tell you this,
especially
and
for
I'm
girly
fine
Greg.
with it. No, let's keep it up. But I have to fight through it. But for a split second, when you pinch me, if I had a gun, I'd shoot you.
That's what Bubba's talking about.
Just for a split second, it's that bad.
You can't control
feel
your
bad about
spine
it.
because you don't have time for logic to go, I shouldn't do that.
Right.
I would blow a hole.
And well, I will say the pinch that came your way, right there. He was wanting to have fun with Greg.
He's doing it too.
Hams, are you part of this?
Oh yeah.
Are you making Speedy go do it?
Rick, I'm agging it on, and then I'm doing it myself.
Rick, I know you don't like to do it, but if you've come to our end of the hall lately, it's just constant.
You're right.
It's a constant something.
Right. I just want to make, because I don't know.
We're even right now. Would you not agree?
Who's even?
Greg and I.
No,
I mean Rick and I.
Oh, we're not even close to.
No,
yeah, we are.
I'm
you
gonna
and
get
I
a
are.
pair of 9-inch Kleins, and I'm gonna lay it on you.
All right, here's what we will do.
What is a 9-inch Klein?
I don't even know what that is.
Oh, you mean electrical
It doesn't sound
pliers.
good.
Okay.
I know that.
I would just say, just like we talked about.
Got a little line.
I know the insulated ones. Yeah, I know. I got you.
Is yesterday I had a controlled, very private retaliation, but I fear that that's not always going to take place when you got everybody going.
Okay.
And before you know it, people falling into equipment.
Just make
people
sure
crying.
I'm not armed when you pinch me, and then you'll be fine. Because it's real quick, and I want to kill you. Just real quick.
I understand. I know your pain.
Exactly what Bubba's
I
talking
know
about.
the pain. I felt it when Rick hit me yesterday. It's that sudden spinal reaction type thing where you just
It stings so bad.
It does.
It reminds me like when we played football, someone knocking your clock off did not hurt as bad as somebody's face mask going down your spine.
Yeah, the little thing. The little thing.
burn, and it
or
just
their,
burn.
Or their cleats on your shin.
Yeah, just burn, and at that point, you would take somebody's life.
Yeah.
Well, we all know Greg's a candy, and I was just going by messing with him.
Right. Well, I want you to know, yesterday you saw my response. You saw my. I'm gonna stop it.
I'm not messing with you.
You and I are even.
Speedy,
would you agree?
I'm not messing with you. I promise you that.
You and I are even, right?
I'm fine with it.
Okay.
But I can't be thumping.
Look at me.
Again.
Are we even? I need to know.
Yes, I'm done.
Okay.
I'm done. There's nothing worse than what I did yesterday, but I will do that again.
If I keep going.
If you keep going.
Okay.
But I've hired Rick to get my get back.
Matter of fact, I now.
You and I are even. Would you not agree, Bubba?
No.
When's the
I don't
last
think
time he
it ain't
got?
close.
When's the last time he got you?
Oh, he tried to get me this morning.
I did not.
He got me before this segment.
All right, let's make
this segment.
He'll reach around and give you a twist here too if you ain't careful.
Oh, he'll put the.
Here's what I'm going to say. I now represent.
How old are you, by the way?
Let me tell you this. You know who I'm going to be?
How old are you?
Guys,
James Spann put out a twister warning. They just went in here at all times.
listen, I got a good one.
It was so good, we saw a hook echo.
I'm now going to be for this show what Aaron Brockovich was to those people that were poisoned. and I'm representing all people with a gripe, and I'm going to be the enforcer of stopping you from
Aaron Brockovich. So you're like the hitman over here?
Yes. I represent 4 people.
No, Helmsy's excluded. Helmsy's is just as guilty as I am.
Yeah, they both got me before this break. Both of them.
So I will Helms one.
Probably.
So if I would have had a gun, you'd heard 2 shots.
And I know Greg can't take up for himself. So will you take care of little brother, Rick?
No, I didn't ask him to take up.
Rick, take care of little brother.
I'm going to be the force that will stop him.
Look at him. He's about to
I'm a cloud rolling in. James Spann's warning you about me.
Yeah, the phone call's coming in now. So Speedy's taking those. We'll chat with you. Todd Jones is here with us today, visiting as we wind down to the final few shows, not only of the year, but of the 31 years of the Rick and Bubba show. Now, Field of Greens, Todd and I were just talking about this in the break. Now, we talk a lot about their main product, which is great, and but they do have other products that we don't mention as much, but we want to now, because this is a product from a group called Brick House Nutrition, and they've got a Black Friday sale going on now, and this is a huge event. It's time to save a bundle.
The deals hang out.
If you want to, kind of reboot or optimize your health. It's the biggest sale of the year on everything. So that's going to include Field of Greens, which I talk about and take, and Todd and I were even talking about it, and I was telling him what a game changer that's been for my life. It is a life-changing super fruit and vegetable drink that promises your doctor is going to notice your improved health, or they'll give your money back. Now, that's strong. But it also, on the Black Friday sale, is going to include Lean, Lean. Now, this is a physician-formulated weight loss phenomenon that helps turn and burn excess fat into energy. So if you'd like to find out about that, now, you remember we used to talk about Speedy with creatine? They actually have some sleep aids, too. They've got creatine. They've got the whole food bars that are great supplements for you. I use those too. They're great. So all of this is on sale right now at fieldofgreens.com. Every product that they have. Now, we're going to do a different promo code, SALE, for the sale. Okay, sale, SALE, and that's for this event only, the Black Friday sale. SALE at fieldofgreens.com, or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. If you've ever considered these products, this is the time to do it. All right, so we got phone calls standing by. Let's start with AJ. AJ is out of Sweet Home, Alabama. Hey, AJ, welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Hey, Rick, I wanted to ask you if you wanted to, or if you could do Mike Tyson's impression when he found out when his pancakes were all over national television.
His what's all over national television?
His rear end.
Oh.
Hey, when y'all shooting my butt? Someone shoot when you see my butt? Why you shoot my cheeks? AJ, did you see my cheeks?
Yeah, that was the king.
I'm a jockstrap in my teeth.
Took that big.
I got him a raw the cheek.
So yeah, I don't know why somebody took that picture.
It was a pre-fight interview. He gives the whole interview, and then I'm not going to show all of it, but as he's walking away, I am Tyson.
Okay. When I walk away, don't get my cheeks.
It just looks like people at the beach now. Everybody's got that.
Yeah,
that's true, Greg.
Let's go to Patrick out of Tennessee. Patrick, welcome. You can join us if you want. 866 We Be Big. Go ahead.
I was wondering if y'all got to see the news interview after the UFC 309 fight Saturday night. Probably didn't get sick because it was so late Saturday night.
No, you talking about
he
Trump?
Was proud to be Trump was there, but after the fight, he said that he was proud to be an American and proud to be a Christian American.
Who said that?
John Jones.
Who's that?
The guy that won the fight. Yeah.
Won what fight?
John Jones fought.
Oh, we've got it. We've got the clips of it.
Yeah, the clips of it's pretty awesome because Trump's in the audience. He's in the front row.
Yeah.
And
the guy does the Trump dance when he wins.
The guy wins the fight and gives Trump the belt.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, there's the footage of it right there.
Yeah, John Jones beat Stipe Miocic in the UFC heavyweight fight on Saturday night.
Okay.
He's actually asking Trump about giving him a resume to be on the Secret Service.
I can protect you. That'd be a good one.
I won't even need a gun.
So,
good thing about me is, sir, I won't need a gun.
Yeah. Hey, true or false? Because you can't believe anything you see on social media. You can't believe any of it.
True.
True or false? The NFL is cracking down on the players doing the Trump dance. I saw that. That could be a false story.
They're definitely doing the Trump dance.
Everybody's doing it.
Yeah. So they wouldn't have any standing to crack down on that.
No.
Yeah, so that's probably not true, but I saw something like that on social media. So
true.
True. We continue. Amy in Birmingham, listening to ZZK. Amy, go ahead.
Hey guys, I know you probably did not see the Parker Mountain Brook playoff game on Friday night.
I did not.
But just a little bit to vent. There was an illegal hit where one of the Mountain Brook kids was sent to the hospital with a broken arm and a concussion, and it just infuriates me. The coach from Parker now has the hit on Instagram bragging about hurting one of the Mountain Brook players.
Yeah, Amy, that sounds like something that maybe Facebook pages should be talking about. We weren't there. We didn't see it. You certainly have a strong opinion about it, and you have a right to that. But we really don't want to weigh into that since we don't have any of the facts on that.
I'll tell you what I did see on the news, Rick. The Mountain Brook, the whole team played with those helmet things.
Excuse me?
You know the ones they practice in?
No.
Yeah, on the highlights, everybody, that's what they
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Really?
Yeah.
How did that game
go? Parker.
We continue. Let's go to Anonymous in Indiana. Anonymous, go ahead.
Hey, Green Acres gentlemen.
How about it?
Just calling from up here in Big Ten country, and I got to say the last couple of weeks, listening to y'all talk about the college football playoff is a similar feeling to what we all felt when we watched The View after the election. That it's just kind of hearing the SEC fans freak out and justify being 6 through 10 or whatever, and the Big Ten's got 4 of the top 5. It's really sweet, and I'm even though I'm from Indiana, I'm not actually a Hoosier fan. I'm a Purdue fan, and so I want to say my condolences to all you Bama fans down there after Friday night.
What happened?
What happened Friday night?
Oh, we sent your number 2 basketball team home with their tail between their legs.
Oh, basketball. you're talking to people in Alabama. Who cares?
Yeah. If you're going to talk trash to Bama,
if you're going to talk about baskesketball, I mean, you got to wait till after football season's over.
Both of our big schools here were talking about basketball a few weeks ago.
Yeah. So, if you're going to go do a yeah to Alabama fans, you have to beat them in football. Yeah. In basketball, they're like, it was unfortunate.
Yeah, I liked the one,
but if Purdue and Indiana are good enough to be there, that's the beauty of the playoffs. When Indiana jumps in that playoff, we'll see how it goes.
And if you put enough college football teams in the Big Ten, they're going to have a good conference.
Yeah,
because Oregon's in the Big Ten, correct?
By the way, they are, and I think they're in there with Ohio State, aren't they, Bubba?
Rick, they are. A lot of people don't know that.
A lot of people haven't heard.
You can have 4 out of the top 5, but it ain't going to work out that way.
Well, here's what I'll say about the Big Ten, and this is the way it works, and I'll say you can say the same thing about the SEC, and you would be accurate. We'll see.
Mm-hmm.
When the 12 are off and running, we will see pretty quick.
I'm not a homer, but anyone in the country, and I am not an Alabama fan, but anyone in the country that can't recognize the level that SEC coaches, or Nick Saban to start, and then SEC coaches have taken the entire country's football programs to, then you are lacking the perspective of what's actually been happening around here, because it's like what Tiger Woods did when he first got to the PGA, right? I mean, he incorporated lifting, he incorporated all these things and made every golfer get better, and every football program in the country has gotten better, and just because of the pattern that was started, in my opinion, that's started in the SEC.
Yep. Look at you with a little sports commentary. How about the?
Well, I'm a national syndicated
I heard about
broadcaster guy.
You are, man.
Listen,
I do the pregame for the Tigers.
Now let's break it down to Calhoun County. Let's break it down to Calhoun County.
Okay.
All that you said, certainly valid. There is a game coming up. I'm just pretending this weekend. Indiana, undefeated, is taking on any of the 2-loss teams in the SEC. Who do you pick?
I go with the 2-loss team.
Absolutely.
Anybody going with Indiana?
No. They're having a great year.
They are.
And good for them. Yeah. And they have a very good team.
And that's not what I'm asking.
They have not played the level.
I love their story. Yeah. I love their story. Yeah. I'm just asking an honest question.
Yeah.
So they're playing Georgia. They're playing Tennessee. They're playing.
They play Ohio State Saturday.
Yeah.
That's true. That's going to answer.
They're playing
all
Alabama.
Yes.
Anybody pick Indiana over Alabama?
Nobody picks them, but that doesn't mean that Indiana can't beat them, because
on any given day
of the curse of the NIL.
Right,
because you can go from nowhere to absolutely amazing if Bill Gates is one of your alums.
Right.
And that's what's sickening about college football.
Yeah, I agree. Well, but what if you're a team that under the old deal you were never going to get to have the fun you're having now? You're not mad about it.
No, that's true.
I mean, if I have a team that I'm like, I feel like we don't have a chance because all these same teams keep getting there, and the NIL helps me build a better team, I'm all for it. So I'm undefeated.
You didn't build a better team; you bought a better.
But
team.
we're all playing by the same rules now. True. They're doing the same thing I'm doing.
Exactly right. Yeah. And the ones that were powerhouses probably did the NIL before it was legal. So I'm not here being that.
That's
stupid.
why SMU so successful.
That's right. Yeah. I'm not stupid.
Yeah, SMU said we knew how to do this years ago.
Yeah, Pony Excess is nothing to this.
Pony Excess.
Y'all just promise not to tell anybody. Okay, I promise.
15 minutes to the top. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
A truck, and you make good old sturdy farm truck.
And you got it from JT, our lovable friend.
JT took care of me. I think he works at Southtown Motors. There, if those of you that are listening out of Birmingham. Yeah, so just go in there and ask for Juliet Tango.
Juliet Tango.
Right. Now, look, you won't be able to see him until he's done voice tracking, but after that, he's there.
Just look for him. He'll be the one with all the gold on.
Right. And with his shirt unbuttoned to the point that you can see all of his gray chest hair.
And you can smell the polo before you see it.
Right. And his hair.
And that green bottle.
Yeah. And his
stout.
And his wavy hair will be perfect.
Yeah.
And when things cool off, the leather jacket will show up.
Were we too rough on him? Yeah.
You know it well.
He loves that leather
I'm going to go by there and just wave at him.
Were we too rough on him when he came in here and did his weatherman because he hadn't been back?
Yeah, we blew that right out of the water.
You got to understand how JT works. JT's got so many deals. You know, some people say I got irons in the fire. JT says I got deals in the fire.
Right.
Okay, so he sometimes they'll cross over on top of each other, and he has to be careful. He goes, I need to go there because it will help this, but wait a minute, it conflicts with that. I mean, that's JT's whole life.
And I think he's got a real estate license.
Oh yeah. Don't even go into that. You remember when Steve Harrison brought that sign in, pulled it up out of the yard. Oh, that was precious. He put it in the lobby. But you know, JT doesn't need to be a character. He is a character.
No, he's not pretending.
Yeah, I know.
Right.
I mean, to act would be that's that weatherman.
And he said he's so interested in making a deal. A lot of time he doesn't pay attention to detail. He just makes the deal.
Right.
And then,
well, let me tell you one thing.
What?
Let me tell you one thing. JT is. He's a closer.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay. And let me just go through our.
Did you remind him when he was trying to sell you that truck that he didn't hire you?
No, that story's too good. Now I've got various pictures of it because once I said, "Hey, I need a truck," oh my gosh,
you just started rolling.
Yeah. And then when he's wanting me to wonder if I've made a decision yet, he just simply texts, "How about you?" Okay, that was over and over.
Do you know how I found out he was selling cars? He calls me out of the blue, and he said there was some paperwork up there with Greg Burgess looking for a car, and he thought it was me. And I said, "No, I'm not looking for a car." He thought, hey, now if you're gonna be up here, you need to come to me.
I know we got a lot to cover on this, but can I know we're trying to get to the
I know, I'm sorry.
But there's more. Since no one knows JT better than me because I've been with JT too long. Mm-hmm. So I know how JT works. I know JT's lingo. I know everything. So Greg had taught me some stuff where they found me, what I wanted. It's 2007 truck, good and dependable. So he gives me the price. Well, then I come back with the real Greg Burgess. I'll give you this like it sits.
Just like it sits.
Are you supposed to say out the door?
Right. Well, I said like it sits because I got that from Greg.
That's
meaning I'm not going to hash you about a lot of stuff.
Yeah, just like it sits, and we ain't going to talk about it.
Right. So then he comes back and he says, well, I'll let you have it for this out the door. So now he's using the out the door price, okay? Right. And okay, so I agreed to that price.
Right.
But knowing JT, I did not delete this text that now has the price that he says the dealership has agreed to.
Very good.
Okay, well, that son of a gun. Now, how long we known each other?
I know. He get in there and that baby got jacked up.
Yeah, listen. So all of a sudden, I come by to get the truck because, and all of a sudden, I come by to get the truck, and he says to the guy who's doing the paperwork, he throws out a price that's higher than what we agreed to.
Sure it is.
What? And I turned around and I said, JT, that's not what we agreed to.
Out the door like it says.
Yeah, he goes, oh, no, yeah. And I said, JT, and also I wrote through the text. I said, does that text look familiar to you? And he looks at it, he goes, oh, yeah, that's right. I forgot. I looked at the pull one on you. You just tried to get me for $2,000. You just tried to get me for $2,000. He goes, no, I didn't. No, that's you're friend for life. $2,000.
He threw that commission on there, didn't he?
I guess as much as I've helped you, you ought to give me this truck. And so anyway, so we got it.
He tried to pull it on you.
He tried to pull it. It's just so innate in him,
you talking about the old bait and switch?
Listen, it's just so innate. He couldn't help but do it to me. That because he's always trying to make sure he can make it happen.
Rick, I don't know if we're helping him.
No, I don't think we are.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
I was just not. Just hit me.
No, JT will take care of you. Just be sure that you keep the text. Yeah. All right. So
well, he was confused.
Right. He was very confused.
He gets confused.
Yeah. But you got him right on the right track.
He's bad to drink.
Right. I mean, he wants to take care of you when you come see him.
Right. He forgot about like it sits.
Right.
Well, I will tell you this: like it sits came home to home me. So I, me, and Sherry said, I know what you did. She said you drove that truck around the block one time and just said, look, let me get out of here.
Who'd you carry it to look at it?
Nobody. Okay. Yeah. I mean, look.
Let me go back to JT.
My whole plan with this truck is I'll drive it till I won't drive it anymore, and I'll go buy another one.
You got two parties here that aren't paying attention to detail. JT and
10 minutes to the top. We're rolling. 866 We Be Big is our number. Todd Jones, our guest today. He said, "You know what? I'm getting here early, and I'm gonna see if I can do the whole show." And, I mean, he hadn't trained for it, but I mean, he's still here.
Wait till about 2 o'clock today, Todd.
Yep.
That board hits you across the forehead.
Yep. That's
I'm taking that.
I call it 2 p.m. ice pick.
Right to the back of the eye.
So we do have more to cover on the program today. This is interesting. Did you see Mike Tyson's post after the fight?
No, I was just seeing that on the text
reading
line.
that. It says, "This is one of those situations when you lost, but you still won. I'm grateful for last night. No regrets to get in the ring one last time. I almost died in June. Had 8 blood transfusions, lost half my blood and 25 pounds in the hospital, and had to fight to get healthy to fight. So I won. To have my children, I hope it doesn't go, see me stand toe-to-toe and finish 8 rounds with a talented fighter half my age in front of a packed Dallas Cowboys stadium is an experience that no man has the right to ask for, so thank you."
And I'll take my $20 million.
Right. And I'll...
Well, I just want to thank you for it.
But that's probably a good way to look at it.
Yeah.
Those that were there expected him to fight better. They don't feel that way.
Yeah, the ones that paid me.
Right.
Yeah, I'm glad you felt good about it.
That's the opposite perspective of Bubba's saying that he lost to a podcaster.
Right. That is correct.
If you break it down, that's what happened.
That is it. All right. So, Bubba, I don't know what to do about the Shatner.
Let the captain go where no man's gone before.
Bubba, you are intelligent.
Thank you, Bill.
So here is William Shatner, and he's on with Bill Maher, and he says he doesn't understand why the Democrats got shellacked in the elections. He must have left planet Earth. He
Ask
must be
Spock. He could tell you.
He must be somewhere else.
He must be on the Enterprise.
I initially put 30 seconds on here, but I think it's worth listening to the full 1 minute because Bill Maher at the end comes around to the common sense of how crazy it was that Kamala was the candidate, and Shatner, I think he just lives in a celebrity liberal echo chamber.
Now remember, he's like 90 now, right?
Yeah, and
I think he'd be smarter.
It's just
105.
No way that hair's real.
He can't believe it. He can't believe it.
And I don't know why the Democrats lost. I don't understand why the Democrats lost.
Well, people will be writing books about it for years, many reasons. Part of it was, Biden should not have stayed on so long.
That I understand. But inflation, prices have come down, the economy is good. I mean, I don't know
really
why they voted against her.
Well,
against the party.
I certainly could go on and on about that. But basically, she was not a great candidate, let's be honest. When they asked...
Why isn't she a great candidate? She combined several trends of thought here. Black, woman.
That's not a candidate. Those are... that's identity politics. That's one of the Democrats'
those are elements.
Oof.
That's why they lost. Right. That thinking.
Was Bill Maher rolling a blunt?
Yeah.
I saw him over
Captain,
there.
I think you have looked through the logic.
He looks like
here.
Shatner looks like Michael Myers.
You are intelligent.
That's what the mask is based off of.
Is it?
It's just a painted mask. A Halloween mask. They painted it white, and then they made the movie.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't know that. But you're exactly right. That's why he looks like Michael Myers. It's his face.
I didn't know that. Oh, y'all didn't know that? I didn't. I actually knew that. That was
the killer, Mike Myers.
In Halloween, that's William Shatner.
Come on.
It's a William Shatner mask painted white.
Not true.
I bet you $1 million.
Well, you got $1 million.
Yeah, is this your way to get me back?
You've been waiting for this all.
I guarantee you that the Michael Myers face mask in Halloween.
You sure that's not some online
urban legend?
Is that urban legend?
Anybody William Shatner's?
That's what I just said on the air, right?
I know, but is that true?
Yeah, it's 100% true. Yeah,
I understand you might believe it because you can get in an echo chamber of your own.
Yes,
but I mean,
what's an echo chamber?
It's
echo chamber.
Yeah.
Echo chamber.
It's when you go into a place and everybody says the same things.
Yeah, you're not hearing any
you hear no
opinions.
dissenting.
I heard that mask was William Shatner. No, I'm kidding.
A lot of people don't know this.
I had no idea of that.
Have you ever heard
now
that?
Now that they bring it up, I think I have heard.
According to the internet, Rick, it has been rumored for years that the mask was actually that of William Shatner. Not only that, it was a Captain Kirk death mask created for Star Trek.
And they didn't have a budget, so they're like, all right, let's just use this, paint it white, let's go, make a movie.
That's what they said?
Scared me, I'll tell
exactly
you.
What's a death mask?
Now
that part I don't understand.
Does that mean like they put it on him if he's supposed to be dead?
No, they put it on him if they was going to throw him off the space shuttle or whatever it was called.
I don't think. You got space shuttle? Big Trekkie, are you?
I'm not a Trekkie.
Enterprise.
I am a Darth Vader ride or die Star Wars guy. First 6.
Oh yeah. Yeah,
not the last.
Look at that serious face when he says Star Wars.
Oh, yeah.
Not
you
know
how
he turns serious?
Not the first. Yeah.
Not
Fourth,
a Trekkie.
Not the
4,
first 5
prequels.
and 6.
You don't do Star Trek, but you do Star Wars.
Star Wars.
No Star Trek.
Completely different side of my
It
brain.
is.
They said that Shatner does not get any money off the deal. He said the use of the mask was inadvertent. They just grabbed something and painted it. It just happened to be a Captain Kirk mask.
That's
How about
what
that?
Adler said.
That boy, guys. I'd never heard that before. Of course, that shouldn't surprise me.
You're not a scary movie guy?
Don't watch them. No, never have, never will.
Nah.
Yeah.
No,
Don't
I'm
want
not,
anything to do
not
with that.
really a fan of that.
Yeah.
What about Rogue One? Todd, you okay with Rogue One, the Star Wars movie?
You know, I'm sorry. I'm out. I'm in on the original. I'm really out on the first 3, but I'm in on the original, the back 6.
Oh yeah,
4, 5, and 6.
Yeah,
all right, let's
4,
talk
5, and 6, 7, 8, 9.
New Hope, Empire Strikes Back.
Correct. Yeah.
This weekend, we have Bonhoeffer coming out that I mentioned, which I've seen. It's fantastic. But we also have Gladiator 2.
I didn't see Gladiator 1.
A lot of CG.
What?
You hadn't seen that?
You're too busy watching
Todd,
scary
Todd,
movies.
you need to go
How
watch
in the
that.
world do you miss Gladiator?
Todd, it's one of those movies. Once you watch it and leave, you're disturbed. You're thinking.
Yeah.
It bothers you.
You didn't see Gladiator. What is wrong with you? Why are you even on the show today? You've never seen
Why ain't you
Gladiator?
at the theater?
What are you doing?
Roll it in your theater
when
room.
me and Michelle got back from Rome, I was like, well, I guess I'll see. I guess because Gladiator 2 was coming.
So
out,
when we all scream out,
I
"Are
didn't
you
see
not
Gladiator.
entertained?" You don't even know what we're talking about.
I don't know that reference.
Oh
at all.
my goodness, Tom! We are not entertained with the fact that you've never seen Gladiator.
Hey, friendship effect.
I saw 300.
That's
Okay,
not
that's
the same movie.
okay.
not it.
Todd.
Different
Not it,
movie,
Todd.
and it's animated, which bothers Greg.
A lot of it.
And they're in bikinis for some reason.
They
the
are.
guys.
Yeah.
You're way off base right now. Get back to Gladiator.
We're not talking about the Biden
Gladiator.
administration.
You
would love
didn't. You didn't see Gladiator.
I've not seen Gladiator. Is it like
It's a
real
great
talk?
movie.
Real talk. You guys say it's amazing. I'm gonna go home and watch it.
Yes.
Is it worth watching?
Yes.
Yes.
Well, yes.
But I can't.
Do you like
let,
those kind of
I
movies?
can't. I do, but I can't let Miss Michelle watch it. Right?
Yeah, Lisa
No,
didn't love
It's
it.
violent.
I mean,
But no, it's got a lot of deep meaning and thought.
it's not like Game of Thrones.
No,
It's
nothing
not like that.
It's
It's
not
not like
that.
nasty.
I love
Nothing
it.
like that.
I've never seen Game of Thrones.
Let
either.
me
that's
tell you,
good.
it's
Not
got
that way. No.
great characters, great dialogue, great story, great action. Really shocked.
Is that Joaquin Phoenix?
Yes.
Yes,
He's
he's
the Joker.
Yes.
It's not the Joker.
buddy.
He's Caesar
the Joker.
in this.
Oh,
He's the Joker.
He's a
very-
dandy. Hey, he's a dandy too.
It's very
ain't he?
violent, but it's such a great film.
Right.
Really.
All right, Miss Michelle, put it on.
Uncomfortable
We're ready when we
relationship
get
with his
home.
sister. Uncomfortable relationship with his sister.
Rick and Bubba.
On an ongoing story this week.
This is a legendary moment on the show. Did we Twitter this, by the way, to get everybody
this
up
is,
to date on it? I'd Twitter that right now.
We've been following the real Greg Burgess now going into your second or third year next month.
Be 3 in August.
Third
Has it
year.
been that long?
Yeah.
Wow.
And, you know, he's always sort of been in the spotlight here with his connection to the show, now being on the staff full-blown in the spotlight. And one of the adjustments has been for his family, and we were discussing this upcoming gathering that he and his wife are hosting for some of his in-laws and his wife's family.
Boy.
And we've been concerned, and we've wanted to talk to his wife, Lisa, my sister-in-law, and who I've known since she was in, junior high school. And she has agreed to come on the show and discuss this very personal
It's a big weekend, right? Big weekend.
Look, I'm gonna get this done.
The luckiest woman alive, Lisa Burgess, joins us now. Lisa, how you doing?
Hey, I'm a little tired. I've been outside weed eating all morning.
Okay.
I love that.
Yeah,
This
whatever.
is radio gold.
Well, Lisa,
You couldn't crank the weed eater. You know
Lisa,
that.
what is it
Easy.
like being married to Greg Burgess?
I don't start all that. We're talking about this a weekend event.
I'll say Echo.
I think y'all get a little taste of it every day, don't you?
We do now. Lisa, do
Thank
you
you for that.
do you feel like that this house is ready?
Negative.
So,
look.
what is on the list that needs to be done? What is mission critical?
Bill, I have not checked anything off of the list yet.
Wait a minute. The grass got cut.
Yes, this is great. Okay, no, let me tell you about the grass getting cut. Okay, he's not touched the backyard.
No, I'm
Not
saving
even
that
touched
for
it.
last.
Not even touched it.
No.
But here's what I thought. What if worst case scenario, because I got an echo for some reason.
Yeah.
What if for worst case scenario, the weather went bad, the backyard not being cut is a lot less critical than the front.
Do you
so
agree
I went
with
ahead and
that?
got the front.
Do you agree with that, Lisa?
Not at all.
Why?
No. Greg Burgess, the backyard needs to be cut, too.
You
Not-
can see it
not
out
just
the
front.
window.
Listen, let me tell you
And
what.
it's not as high as the front was
listen,
either.
Listen, this is my time.
That's funny.
Let me tell you what. Let me tell you, if he would quit pitching fits in the yard.
Did you see that? When did you see that?
Listen, this is true. I have looked out the window and I have seen rakes flying in the air.
The grass
There
kept wadding up under the lawnmower.
There has been shovels flying in the air. I have seen him take. He wears. Listen, he wears that straw cowboy hat when he cuts grass. I have seen that hat being thrown across the field.
Baby girl brings it back to me then.
Yeah, with a big hoe in it.
Well, and speaking of that, let me tell you this. That vet trip you sent me on the other day held me up. Now, that cost me a day of cutting right there.
Greg Burgess, that vet trip was one day. Baby girl needed to go, but that was one day.
I know, but when I got home to cut that day, it started raining. If I'd have been home, I could have got a good hour and a half in.
Listen, this is what's been going on. I literally have to just lock the door and not let him come in the house when he comes home, because if he comes in, he sits down, he goes sound to sleep.
That's true.
I can't let him in, because if I do,
get to watching Oprah, I'm out.
Yeah, nothing's going to get done ever.
So you're saying if he gets that air conditioner rolling on him, it's over. You can't ever let him get it coming from the heat.
No, listen. Look, mouth is wide open, head slung back. I mean, it's the greatest moment ever. I mean, it's
So
over.
now, Lisa, is this before or after he goes to that special refrigerator?
Now listen, there's no special refrigerator.
They've had fun with that.
Y'all don't do that. There's no,
Maybe there needs to be, and more things would get done.
let me tell you this.
It saved him
Let's
time
think about
driving up
that.
to EL's.
Yeah, let's think about that. Maybe investing in
Listen,
one.
honestly, before this is over, I'm going to need the special refrigerator.
You know, you got a good point.
All right, Lisa. So look, I mean, to me,
You do have a good point.
if I'm having family over, I mean, we're all talking. The one of the most prominent things we see is the backyard,
right out the window.
Oh my gosh, I have a gigantic. My house is nothing but windows. You can see out everywhere you're at, and you can look in the front. It's nicely cut, except for the weeds that I tried to pull up
That's
myself.
last. I'm doing that.
Yeah,
last thing.
his plan. I'm just going to weed eat last. He thinks that's the best thing to do.
Now,
I'll tell you what I have
do
done.
your
though.
impersonation.
how does he say it, Lisa? How does he say it?
I'm just going to weed eat last.
Yeah.
You know, and listen, and as he's saying that to me, he's kind of got this walk about him like he's got everything took care of.
I do. I've got a plan. But
Oh.
listen, look how good I did on getting that drive it clean, though. It looks good.
Thank you, painting company, because listen, that has been on the list for a year. That would never have happened if they had not came and did that yesterday. And let me let you in on this too. The white truck. Okay.
What's wrong with it?
He has not told the truth about the white truck. The white truck has had a flat tire for a year.
Not a year. Not a year.
You're
that cow. Just recently.
That might be an exaggeration, not a year, about 6 months, honestly.
Lisa, that's not that. Listen, that thing's not going to sit there in the way with a flat tire, is it?
And no, listen, he's going to weed eat under it because the grass is grown. But I guess I'm just.
Oh, it's on grass?
She's exaggerating.
It's on grass, Lisa?
Yeah.
So you got weeds up under it?
Well, I don't want it where I park my car.
It's on the side of our turnaround spot where you back in and turn around. He's got it parked right there. And so I guess to make it look good, I'm just going to set a bunch of ferns on it today.
Thank you for being with us today. A brand new hour. We got Todd Jones visiting today. He's dropped a bombshell last hour if you're just now joining us. I've never seen the text option be such mixed emotions. Speedy, Greg Burgess, Adler also here. Welcome back and say hello to Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here.
God.
I was talking to Todd in the break, and he said, now, what was this movie Rocky about?
Yeah.
Who's this Rocky Balboa guy?
Yeah, what's that? One guy says, who is vetting out the guest? Todd has not seen Gladiator. Hopefully Trump can fix this too. But then you see things like, Todd Jones is a great role model for so many. That's a person that knew they needed to text that now after your comment because they knew you're probably getting beat up. Mm-hmm. So you got people that you say, I got to go be there for Todd.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think what's so shocking is people see you as a gladiator, being a reliever in Major League Baseball and the saves and
walking out into
the tension and the pressure that was on you and you have that kind of gladiator mindset.
You were in the Coliseum. This is a big blind spot.
Are you not yet entertained?
Yeah.
So you don't even know what we're doing.
Right.
This is a
you
big
are a gladiator, Todd.
Big blind spot I missed.
You've never heard the monologue about
that movie's been out a long time.
Todd, you have the same mustache as Hulk Hogan, and you've never seen Gladiator.
You're right, brother.
People are saying, brother. People are saying, did you miss Braveheart?
Yeah.
That's another good one.
I didn't see Braveheart.
What?
You're kidding, right?
You saw a little bit of Braveheart.
If you have,
I've not seen all of Braveheart.
Todd thought the movie Grease was about getting oil changed.
Is it rom-coms only for you? Have you ever seen a guy movie?
So you just don't like those kinds of movies, right?
I hope Michelle Jones, Miss Michelle Jones, I hope you heard that.
John said, Rick, it's not an Along
It's
Came
all
Polly.
rom-coms.
What did he say?
It's not Along Came Polly. I tell you.
Mrs. Jones.
Hey, so Emily in Paris was awesome.
Okay.
Wow.
That's
wow.
Say one word about parenthood.
He pointed. That is a good one.
He pointed. Meet me in the octagon if you're going to talk about parenthood.
That is a good
That's funny.
Let me tell you, Todd, come on, man.
Okay. Braveheart and Gladiator.
I've got homework. I'm
You
going
watch
home.
Braveheart either.
So I can't even.
Do you realize those two movies you just mentioned are two of the greatest movies we
I didn't
talk
see
about?
Waterworld.
No,
Who cares?
good movie.
Who cares?
Good choice.
Neither did anybody else.
Yeah.
All right, so Adler, I want to ask y'all's
watched it
opinion.
like 3 times.
Let's get back to the original topic before Todd dropped this bomb on us all. So Gladiator 2 this weekend. Is this problematic? Should we tamper with this movie that everybody other than Todd Jones knows is a classic? Do we tamper with this movie? Do we need this Gladiator 2? And if Denzel Washington wasn't in it, would we all be? I probably would be more worried about it. Denzel may be enough to carry it. But I mean, it's,
so this is the carry-on. This is his son fighting.
I
right?
guess I'm not sure the tie-in. You may be right, Bubba. I don't.
How about I'm so excited.
The first one.
Okay, it is. Yeah, Bubba, you're right.
I'm so excited. I might buy
They
it.
never said that was his son, though, right?
I don't know.
That it is.
I haven't looked into it. I just know there's a Gladiator 2 and Denzel's in it.
Lucius.
Okay.
Hey, is Russell Crowe in this one?
Yes. No.
No.
He got killed in the first one?
Well,
oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Please just stop
Michelle,
talking.
have it ready. Have it queued up and ready.
Yeah. Just stop.
talking.
I'm this close to sitting you next to Big Boy.
John, you ever heard of Saving Private Ryan?
Now, if you say you hadn't seen Smoking the Bandit, you got to leave.
Oh, you hadn't seen Smoking the
Bandit.
Bandit.
I can quote Smokey.
Oh, that's like
unfortunately.
How about Elf? One of the greatest movies ever.
Yeah, Elf is standard. Yeah, yeah.
Todd,
I mean,
Todd, do you know what I mean when I say "Run, Forrest, Run"? Do you get that reference?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Are you
a good one.
Are you familiar with the Christmas classic Elf?
Yeah. Oh, sure.
Okay.
Sure.
You seen Twister? It's one of the greatest movies.
It's not
Speedy's
one
the
of the
only one that
greatest
likes
movies.
Twister.
No, I'm a
about
Twister.
that.
I like Twister too.
Twister's the
I saw
greatest.
Twister. I thought it was cool when it came out because all the CGI that they
Okay,
did in
so
those
here's my
movies.
problem with the latest Gladiator. The rhino doesn't look good. The CGI. I'm not a fan of all that.
No.
It looks like I'm watching a video game.
Yeah, and the Rhino had the video game look.
I'm going to jump in here with Greg on this. If y'all want to do the CGI, I'm good with it. If it helps with the budget, whatever, I'm fine with it. But it needs to look good.
The fire's never.
You don't replace something with something that doesn't look as good.
Wait a second, time out. You said your reference. You just said you needed the Rhino. You're good with it if it saves the budget. Does that mean that you wanted a live rhinoceros shot and trained to be in the movie?
100%.
Probably hard to do.
100%.
They train elephants.
If you put it like that,
you can train a dragon, which I saw. But how do you train a rhinoceros?
Surely there's somebody that can do it.
So look how it looks.
Then let's just not have a rhino.
It's like a video game.
Then let's just not have a rhino.
I would have not thought the rhino would have been in that climate. Would it have been?
No, they brought in all kinds of stuff. Yeah,
you think Caesar didn't have anything you wanted?
He had it shipped in from all over the world.
You think Nebuchadnezzar ever said, I don't think I can pull that off?
That's true.
Okay, so just
overdo it with that stuff.
I didn't like that. You not seeing Gladiator, that hurt. And I can't believe that I didn't know about it sooner, that I could have done something. Because here we are right up against Gladiator 2, and you're not ready.
You got to get ready.
You're not prepared. Are we going to see it? Are we going to see this movie?
Yes.
Oh, that ain't that bad.
I mean,
well, you're right. There's a little video game look to it, Greg.
Yeah, but I can live with it. It's not as bad as I thought.
You know who looks
not
the
like
worst?
He's riding a Wookiee.
Right. You know who looks the worst on computer generated animal-wise? Lions. Lions look the worst.
Yeah. Are you guys just going to gloss over that Rick wants a rhinoceros trained?
A trained rhinoceros.
Not only do I want a rhinoceros trained, I don't know why football teams never made that their mascot.
I mean, that's true.
I've been talking about that for years. You probably missed that too.
I mean, it's easier to do a CGI.
I know that, but I mean, if you can't look as good, just don't do it. If we can't train a rhino,
put him on a horse,
and the CGI doesn't look real, we just don't have a rhino.
We choose to
go with
kill
something
a rhino
else.
on film.
He
not
rides
because
out
it's
on an
easy,
impressive
but
horse.
because it is hard.
Todd, if we all sung "The Wicked Witch is Dead," would that mean anything to you?
So if I said to you guys, I've got my moving buddy, you guys wouldn't know what I'm talking about.
Well, what do you want?
Oh, that's Toy Story.
There you go.
Grandkids.
I got my movie buddy.
I got you. We all know that movie.
That's great.
I mean, yeah.
It is a good movie.
People don't quote it though quite as much as some of these others.
That's not quite. Are you not yet entertained?
I've got my moving buddy.
Yeah.
Are you really putting that in there with
Denver's
famous movie quotes?
No.
Okay.
No, I was scrambling for actually the most famous line from Toy Story
That's
would
pretty
be,
good.
We got cows. You don't know that one?
That's Twister, Speedy. That's Twister.
Oh boy.
He's going to quote Twister every time you bring up movies, just so you know that. So here's what you got to do: you got to watch Gladiator today.
Yes.
And Braveheart may be the greatest movie ever made. I don't want to put no pressure on you or anything, but it's really good.
Braveheart?
I love Braveheart. For me,
over Gladiator.
Yes.
Okay.
I disagree with that, but that's okay.
I don't.
like it.
I'm not ready to make a stand on that. But
better than Where Eagles Dare?
No,
That's
Bubba,
good.
I'm sorry. I won't touch that.
But my first reaction is I kind of want to push back on that a little bit. But I mean,
I'm
you're
just
wrong.
saying in my world, the things I like that better than that.
I got you. You know, one thing, that movie that really struggles, and I have to be careful because I'll probably give the plot away to Todd. But the I always kind of dread that scene where they take his wife out.
That's a rough one.
That's a rough scene.
You got to get through that one.
It's like I'm watching.
He got mad about it.
Are you back on Gladiator?
Yeah,
Braveheart.
Did you just say
Braveheart? That happens in both.
You ain't seen Braveheart.
It does happen in both movies.
I haven't seen that scene actually.
But this has been around for a while, hasn't it? Clint Eastwood. Yeah. We always knew what was going to make Clint mad. They're going to burn his house down and kill his wife and kids.
Oh yeah.
And now
you talking about the outlaw Josie Wells?
And then it's bad.
Yeah, you don't mess with your family.
It happens in all those movies. By the way.
Anytime you're trying to get him to go back and kill people again, all you have to do is burn his house down, kill his wife and kids, and he's back.
Or mess with his neighbors that are Hmongs. What do they call them? Remember Gran Torino?
Right.
Or you knock or you feel lucky punk.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
Also,
love that. I got to watching The Enforcer. Right. You remember The Enforcer? Dirty Harry.
Oh yeah.
I got to watching that the other day. A little goofy. Hold up well against time.
Let me tell you another thing too. If he's behaving and he's developed a close relationship with Morgan Freeman, don't kill him either.
No. Also, don't kill John Wick's dog. No. Do not kill John Wick.
That started a whole series.
Shocker! I haven't seen John Wick.
I just recently did, so I can't say a lot.
Where do you put the Patriot in with Braveheart and Gladiator?
Oh, right up there with them.
Yeah.
Right
you
up there.
You don't know what it's like. You weren't there. It ruined my family. Back to Twister.
The Patriot was good.
Is that Twister again?
You've never been through one. You don't see what it does.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I'm about to go to the store and just try to get some things to decorate it. Maybe hang some welcome family banners across it.
Now that's a good idea. Now you're thinking. If you got lemons, make lemonade.
Hey, now what about the ditch, Lisa? Has he bush hogged
Don't bring that up.
Listen,
it's a hayfield. What do you want me to do?
I didn't know there was a ditch there.
It's a hayfield. Well, it's not time to cut the hay.
You'll find out when family hadn't seen years fall in it.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. I mean, God loves him. He tries, but just like yesterday, I kept looking out there, and the grass is wet because it's been raining, of course, and it gets stuck under the lawnmower. So he gets out. I can hear him in the house yelling and pitching a fit. I ain't never going to get finished with this. And he's like just throwing grass. It's embarrassing.
My hand's stained green from digging it out from my lawn.
Lisa, listen.
Good to hear from you, Lisa. You have a nice day.
Hey, Lisa, listen.
I thank God every day that we live on 20 acres because nobody can see him.
Lisa, we'll come into work, and there's monitors you can see, like the studio, even if you're back in the offices, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And I'll look in here and I'll see him and
looking at the computer,
trying to getting everything loaded for the day and the computers and all that, and sooner or later you'll see him throw his hands up. He'll start stomping around in there.
Oh yeah. Can you read his lips?
No.
Hey, but let me ask you a question. Has he pressure washed like the walkway leading up to the front door or anything?
I told him why I can't.
See that? Well, baby girl ate the cord.
Well, at least y'all got that rug for the back, right?
That's not his fault that baby girl ate. She also ate the cord off of his leaf blower too. So he can't blow So I was out there sweeping as he was cutting yesterday because baby girl has just destroyed everything.
Well, at least you got the new welcome mat you got.
Rick Burgess, don't bring that up. I had just put that rug down.
At least that's not on me.
Came in the house and looked out the window, and it was wadded up, and she was up underneath it just going to town on the corner.
I love it. Just tearing it up.
Well, Lisa, you've been you're very, very kind to come on the show in a very high-pressure situation.
Well, let me say this. I got
a lot of pressure when you're hosting something.
It's going to be, I got it. I'll pull it off. It's going to come in under the wire. I'm coming in under the wire.
How many folks are coming? How big of an event is this?
It's just probably about 40.
Oh, my gracious. You downplayed this, Greg.
You ain't got that many people.
I thought it was 12.
She don't have that many people in her family.
Greg Burgess, yes, I do.
You better get in trouble.
And keep in mind, these are 40 people that have never been here before, so everything has to be perfect.
Wow. Greg Burgess.
Lisa, thank you.
Greg Burgess.
Look,
I know you got to get back out and pull up weeds.
Yeah, I got to go get that weed eater crank back up.
Lisa, this has been long. This has been long overdue, and let's not make it so long next time.
Okay.
Next time, won't you do your impersonation of Betty?
That's it. Bye, Lisa. See you.
Bye. I'll see you in the yard.
Greg, you're in trouble, dude.
We'll be right back. 17 minutes past.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Here comes the phone troll. All 10 lines are available. If you want to join us, you can. 866-WE-BE-BIG, our number. At the end of 30 seconds, the buzzer sounds. Your time on the program comes to a close, and we'll move to the next caller. No meaningless shout-outs, no shameless plugs, no baby predictions, nothing like that in the troll. The goal is to keep the troll moving. So we can get a lot of folks in, so be ready to go. Kind of get your thoughts and your comments in a nutshell form for 30 seconds a pop. If you move right now, you should get in. Greg taking phone calls. Charity Charge today, benefiting the U.S. Marine Corps Reserves, the Toys for Tots program. So if you want to help provide gifts for children who may not get Christmas gifts this year, you can do that by simply eating delicious Buffalo Wild Wings in Alabaster, Birmingham on 280, Gardendale, Tuscaloosa, Hoover, downtown Birmingham, 4th Avenue South, Trussville, Pell City, Oxford, Chelsea, and then the Buffalo Wild Wing to-go locations in Vestavia and Northport. Those are all in Alabama, but I wanted to specify that for those of you in Alabama. Also, the Rick and Bubba University podcast is out. Came out over the weekend. Naomi Wolf is our guest, and you can have an opportunity to hear our conversation with her wherever you get podcasts. And Thursday night, men's conference, Henderson, Tennessee, Williams Auditorium. Blake Prime and I will be there from themanchurch.com. Looking forward to it. It is free, but you do need to get your ticket by using the link provided at themanchurch.com under upcoming events. And as I mentioned, Todd Jones, our guest today, he'll be speaking at a men's breakfast for the Man Church. He's been working with us for a few years now, and he'll be at the next West Mobile Baptist in Mobile, Alabama. Come see Todd in person as he speaks at that breakfast on December the 7th. Let's start with Jason and Phil Campbell, Alabama. Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. Jason, you're on. Go ahead, buddy.
Good morning, guys. How are y'all?
We're good.
Got a question for Todd.
Yes, sir.
Have you ever danced with the devil in the pale moonlight?
Woo! What movie is that from, Todd? Todd?
I remember the reference.
Okay. Todd?
Somebody mouth it to me so I don't look like an idiot.
Batman.
Oh, Batman.
And the quote came from the actor Jack Nicholson.
Oh, yes.
Who played the
Joker.
There you go.
There we go.
Ooh.
Todd, see, you're on it.
There you go.
Thank you for that. Sorry about that.
866-WE-BE-BIG, 30 seconds. Jeremy, welcome to the show. Jeremy, 30 seconds. Go.
All right, I got two Biden questions for you. First of all, have y'all seen the video of him wandering off into the Brazilian rainforest after the press conference? And did y'all also see where he okayed Ukraine to use the long-range missiles, and Putin says he's going to use nukes if they do?
Yeah. Well, part of that was Putin was using some larger missiles, and then he brought in the 10,000 troops from North Korea. And Biden cut them loose to shoot deeper into Russia with our missiles, and Putin didn't like it too much.
Yeah, this is here he goes walking off into the rainforest.
There he goes.
Can we help?
Somebody walking into the sunset.
Looks like
I wonder if Joe Biden saw Braveheart.
Look,
you know what he's thinking right there. That right there looks like what happens when you're hanging out somewhere and there's no restroom available, and the guy decides I'm gonna walk off in the woods real quick.
Yeah. Why is he dressed like Jim Jones?
Hey, you better be careful walking off in those woods.
You better
take
believe
a leak.
it.
You might.
When you're golfing,
I had him one there, and I'm glad I didn't say it. But yeah, I saw that. Some people think this is just another way for those going out or trying to give Trump as many issues as they can. But Trump says that he will solve it, so we'll see.
A lot of shout out on text message about Tombstone.
Yeah, have you seen it?
I have not seen.
Oh my God, are you serious? You haven't seen? Do you watch any guy movies? Any?
Top Gun, 1 and 2.
Okay.
Wait a minute, you hadn't seen Tombstone, Gladiator, or Braveheart?
I've seen Dumb and Dumber.
There you go.
I've seen.
There you go.
I've seen Top Gun, of course, obviously. Top Gun 2. I mean, I saw a lot of kids' movies. I saw a lot of
John and Huntsville.
You know who Dorothy is from Twister?
Finding Nemo.
Yeah.
Right.
Thank you, Bubba,
Thanks
for that.
Just keep swimming.
John in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Go ahead. John.
This is John Coleman.
Yeah, well, that's probably why I'm saying John to you.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Sorry, my bad, guys.
That's all right.
Well, I wanted to say real quick, I've been listening to y'all for about 30 years, and I love y'all. I'm going to miss y'all very much,
Thank
but I
you.
just had a quick joke for you.
Okay.
So what did the dog say to Woody after he ate Buzz?
Rick.
We'll never know.
Wise move.
We'll never know. John? Yeah, this is John. Yeah. Well, do people call you John?
But y'all said John's from Huntsville and he was calling from Coleman.
Well, the cell phone it just shows.
Hi, boy, Greg.
Yeah, but if I'm saying John and your name is John, I'd give it a shot.
And it's in your general area.
If you're the 10 lines are open and you're a multinational conglomerate like the Rick and Bubba show,
right.
Many
Many Johns.
definitely be different Johns from Coleman and one from Huntsville.
Yeah,
John, I got your back.
Yeah, thank you. Well, yeah, but I guess this thing shows where your cell phone is based out of or something.
Well,
I
you
don't
don't
know.
be. I know what he's doing in there. He's not punching that in.
No, well, I mean that's fine on the troll. Let's go to Greg, and it's not important. I should just call people's names. Greg, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Yeah, I just got one thing to say to Todd Jones. You can't handle the truth.
There you go.
Oh, do you remember that movie?
That's a good one. That is A Few Good Men.
All right. Yeah.
Thank you. I did see that one.
David, welcome to Rick and Bubba. David, go ahead.
Hey, I was wondering, Todd said he has not seen all these movies. Has he seen a video of Richard Simmons' Assault and Speedy?
Have you seen that video?
That has much worse than the description.
No. You've never seen that?
Richard Simmons assaulting Speedy.
You know what? You've been around so long.
Adler rolled the one where he's
that.
holding him down.
You remember that.
Why are we doing this?
You remember
He
that.
licked his eye, Todd.
What?
Licked his eye. You didn't see that?
Richard Simmons?
Why did he?
Wow. Thank you, sir.
You put that one through, huh, Greg? You got the city right.
That one got right on through.
Stephen, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
I got to ask Todd, what about what we have here is a failure to communicate?
Yes, I do remember
What's that one?
And I'm so sorry. What we have here is a failure to communicate. I don't know. I remember the line, but I don't remember.
I can
the
eat
movie.
50 eggs. Same movie.
I can eat 50. I don't know.
Oh, here it is.
Look,
Watch this.
Look, audio, Rick. We need
What
audio.
movie is that?
Look.
Oh,
Todd, look at this.
Fine movie.
We got audio.
He had his hand. He's groping Speedy. He doesn't have a hand. Look, his hand's down there. Look, his hand.
You okay, Todd?
That was the eye. That was the eye incident.
You okay?
That's a little bit more than I was ready for.
Do you see the way Richard had him held out, pinned him?
You okay, buddy?
Sorry, Speedy.
And that
No, you're not. See, no,
Bubba
you're not.
told me to do it.
No, you're not.
and you were terrified hanging on a water tower, and that didn't bother you.
No, it bothered me. I don't know if you saw. It bothered me.
You looked like you were ready to throw hands.
Yeah, it bothered me.
Of course, you were being assaulted.
Right.
Me too.
Oh my gosh.
Sorry, Speedy. No, you're not.
What was the name of the movie you could eat 50 eggs?
That is I'm trying to think of the name of it.
Oh wow. Cool Hand Luke. Cool Hand Luke.
Yeah, Cool Hand Luke. Paul Newman.
Cool Hand Luke.
Yep.
Okay, got it.
Cool Hand Luke.
Platoon.
I did see Platoon. Born on the 4th of July.
Different movie.
Apocalypse Now.
Okay. Interesting where you'll go.
But Smokey and the Bandit. Smokey and the Bandit's one of the better ones.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Fried food. You know, we're a society now. This is what's wrong with America today. We're afraid of fried food. We've become afraid of it. I mean, we live.
We run from it. We read about it. We put warning labels.
We
about
are
it.
gripped in fear.
Talk show guests.
Now let's disregard the fact that we won 2 world wars on fried food.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
And how about this? Can we honestly
How about
say
this? Fried food has defeated rice.
right, that's right. Fried food won. When it came to stir fry versus fried won.
Convincingly.
Okay, now let's say this. Okay? And also we beat boiled too, the Germans.
Yeah.
Okay? So here's the thing. Was America a stronger, better country? Were the men less puds when we ate fried food or when we became afraid of it? Can you honestly say that America is a better place since we've become afraid of fried food?
Well, Rick, we have a story out of the Telegraph today from Britain, and the headline says, fried food heart risk, a myth. And you know where we get this information? Warren Buffett's secretary.
That's why she makes what she makes, baby.
That's why she makes the big bucks.
Right.
Rick,
Good for her.
A rather intensive and big research project with over 40,000 people studied went on from the mid-90s to 2004, and they studied fried food, their habits eating at home and abroad, and also followed it up with coronary heart disease,
right?
Heart attacks and angina requiring surgery.
That's right.
What did you just say?
Angina.
Angina.
I know.
There's a funny joke about it.
I know.
I love that joke. I tell it a lot.
I know.
I tell it well, too, by the way.
I do, too.
Clean your ears out. Angina.
Well, I'm glad.
I've got acute angina. Well, I'll tell you what, I'm glad to hear that.
Because that's the...
All right, man.
Dividing...
I can't believe you just...
Dividing groups. That prayer time is not working.
How about it is a funny joke.
There are...
One of my favorites. Because I tell you, that may be the ugliest. No, okay, that's it. I'm done.
Hams. Take something, hit that bad foot, so he'll quit laughing.
Oh, so you're mad at me for laughing?
Back.
What about the guy saying it?
Because the laughers are the one who encourage it. Yeah. Laughers are the one who encourage it.
You know, I'll just save my breath over here. No good. Rick, here is the key. They studied basically the Mediterranean diet versus that of Europe.
Now, what have we always heard on that note? Well, if Americans would just move to that Mediterranean diet and stop all this fried food, we'd all be a healthier country.
Well, the Mediterranean diet, guess what? They fry too. They use a lot of olive and sunflower oil.
Thank you.
And the big difference is the way they do it. Fried foods from modern American style uses oils that are reused and typically higher in trans fats. So we take away from that the fact that it may be what you're frying the food in, not the fact that you're frying it.
Do we know if the taste? Do we eat anything that's in? What they say? What kind of oils are good for you?
A lot of people are moving to the more.
What I'm asking
oils.
you is
olive and sunflower.
You know, this comes out like, hey, fried food's good, but now if it's going to taste crappy,
no. I've had the sunflower oil. It's not that bad.
I'm just curious now. Maybe that trans fat in our oil is why it's
worth it.
Good.
Bottom line is the country was better when we ate fried food, even when we didn't care what oil it was in.
Okay. But I won't try those.
I'm concerned about this story.
Rick, they have tracked.
Help y'all's eating.
There's no comparison, they say, in the amount of heart attacks that came out of the British study versus the Mediterranean, where the only difference is olive and sunflower oil.
Yep.
Well, and the fact that they don't reuse it.
Yeah, I got no problem making those adjustments.
Yeah, we'll use it a while.
Yes, we will.
We'll put it in that fryer and put that old plastic lid on it.
Mm-hmm. You know what? You know why, though?
When you changed it?
And James Gregory made a great point of this. I think it's healthier to do that because no bacteria can survive boiling hot grease.
Some of the most impressive men I've ever known, and most of them lived to be in their 80s. Some of their finest moments were sitting next to a vat of boiling oil, dropping cornmeal breaded fish and hush puppies into it. You knew it was done when it floated to the top.
Yes, sir.
You fished it out with your little fish out metal net thing. You threw it over on a paper towel that soaked up the grease from it, and you ate it.
Dipped it in a little ketchup.
That's good.
And let me tell you, those are some of the finest men I've ever known. Compared to the men that they say, well, let's meet somewhere where I can have a salad.
$35 minutes past. Thank you for being here. As we wrap up another hour here, a couple more segments. Todd Jones with us today. Been fun to go back over Todd's history with the show today. SimplySafe.com/BigVox right now. Look, when you get to the home security and property security industry, man, they have just gone off and left the competitors in the dust. The things they're developing with modern day technology, like the new monitoring they have, the Active Guard outdoor protection. When you think about somebody wanting to break into your property, one way you can kind of cull all that is as soon as they come on the property, if you could interact with them and ask why they're here, put on floodlights, sound a siren if you need to. Well, you can do that with the Simply Safe Active Guard protection. They're monitoring the property 24/7. They can interact with people who are coming on the property. They can call law enforcement if they need to, or medical emergencies, or whatever the case may be. It costs you about $1 a day. And if this is your first time stepping into simplysafe.com/bigbox and getting one of their security systems, you can now get 60% off. 60% off. So if you'd like to find out more, go to simplysafe.com/bigbox or just use our link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So, Todd, has this been a good visit for you today?
It's been great.
Have we?
Thanks to a lot of people on the text messages shouting out, a lot of people on my phone, and one shout out was, "Are you serious, Clark?"
Right.
So everybody knows that one.
That's a good one. We got that.
I believe I saw that movie.
Yeah.
So you've had quite a history with the show.
It's just been what's been really cool, guys, and like real talk.
Oh, here comes real talk.
We got real talk. This is where we gush all over you guys of just how much we as an army just appreciate what you guys did and will do from now on, and like just a part of everybody's life that the show was and is just not to be understated.
Yep.
And for me to be a little part of it, and y'all let me like introduce myself to the Southeast, and just like to just be a part of it, and how special we've gotten to know everybody's family, and now that Greg and Speedy have grandkids, and you have grandkids.
I don't, not yet,
and you don't have
Nope.
I don't have them either.
Yep.
But we've come from just kids trying to make it in our fields to being here and having the opportunity to look back.
How old were you when you first started? I know when the show started in '94, I guess we were in our 30s.
I was 30.
Yeah, we were 30 years old.
So I would have been 27 or 28. And you're just trying to figure it out. Like everybody that listens to the show, when they first started listening, they were raising kids, and they were getting their kids to school, and now their kids are taking their kids to the school to listen to the same show. I mean, y'all get it all the time because you live here, and people interact and pour back into you what you guys have given us. And I just wanted to just come by and have fun and cut up. But I mean, there's been a lot of things that y'all have went through that we got to go through with you guys that just mean the world to just a regular guy like me. And I love you guys. I just want to say thanks.
Back at you,
back
bro.
at you. Yep.
You too.
Yep. So it has been, and all those things that we've gotten to do and see and
give him his 5,000.
Yeah. Well, there's something going on here that he's after. Does this mean? Does this mean? Am I clear on the incident?
Well, I mean, we've talked about that, and
yeah.
I mean, yeah, I'm certainly over it. I'm
right.
Ready to go. I wish you'd have not introduced me to your buddy in Oxford.
Yeah, well, yeah. But other than that,
Todd's chair falls.
Was that
That's good?
Did that happen?
Did they get that on camera? My chair just fell.
Did that happen did that happen with hunting?
Yeah, there was a hunting incident.
Do you remember that?
Well, don't you wish you'd never went on that hunt?
There was a hunting incident in that situation, but you win some, you lose some. Sometimes you're the windshield, sometimes you're the bug.
Yeah. Is that the one, Bubba, when I kept calling for Shep?
Yeah, you had the pot and pan out on the
I'm
back.
a caution everybody.
I may be wrong here, but I think it's the first time that we ever met at Bubba's at a Christmas party. and Rick's telling the story of helping you with your contract negotiation. And I had to point out to you, Rick's in radio, Todd.
Yeah.
Why would you listen to a radio?
Well, you get caught up in the moment when you get put on, radio, and it's the first time.
Was it the line about Archie Manning that got you?
It was Archie Manning.
I'm so sorry about that.
Look, and for those, we're kind of dancing around it here a little bit.
Let's just go ahead. Let's go.
We're dancing around it. How much did Rick's advice cost you?
So
in real money.
For the people that aren't new or have forgotten or don't care, it's okay. I don't blame you.
You're trying to forget it.
I was a free agent, and Rick became my spiritual and financial advisor.
Which was the spiritual part? Yeah, well, maybe not then.
I don't think then. I think the spiritual was later.
Paperwork is blowing through the parking lot.
Yeah. And Rick was like talking about. I was like, man, I don't know what to do about free agency.
You were a role
You could resign. You could resign or go free agent.
I could resign with my current team or have a chance to.
And they weren't very good then.
Play through the end of that contract and then be a free agent. And then Rick Burgess, famously says, "Well, do you want to be Archie Manning of baseball? Meaning, you play in your town for the rest of your career, and that's how it goes.
They're not really good.
They're not very good.
That's what it is. But, so I didn't, and I ended up getting hurt.
You took Rick's advice.
Probably
real money.
Ran about 12.5
$12.5 million.
$1 million.
But
after taxes, that's only $7 million.
Let me just be sure we got that right. Rick cost you with that advice $12.5 million.
Yes.
In real money.
Yeah.
And let me tell you what that says about Tyson Jones. He's still here today. Even after that, he came today.
That's it.
No way I could have seen the injury coming.
No way I could have seen the injury coming.
We've all joked about it, but that decision was like 2002, and I played another 6 years. So that ended up we ended up breaking even, and that ended up helping. But it's a good time.
Thank goodness.
But if you were sitting around now, you could probably use an extra 12.
Well, I probably would have seen Gladiator by now.
I couldn't afford a ticket.
I could have put a home theater in it.
That's right. It'd been the first thing.
So you hung up with the show, and then you called your agent and said,
"That's it. I'm not signing.
I'm not going to be Archie Manning."
After taxes, it was only
I'm not going to do it.
I'm going abroad, baby.
There's only $7 million after taxes.
Back then, with all the expense, you got cell phone and you got cable, and it didn't go as far as it does now.
Right. You have now paper in front of you. Show Bubba his favorite move when you push the contract away. Push it away.
The Tigers again.
I think I'm okay right
Rick, I talked to my advisor. I think I'm on
talk to
tight.
I talked to 075 about
now, who's your advisor? This guy, he's on the radio in Birmingham.
Right.
Now, was your agent forecasting? Hey, that's not a bad move.
Yes. No. That's what he was saying. And go big or go home in this room.
Right.
I mean, if you're going to go in the paint, you got to go hard in the paint. So you can't just take what's there.
Did you fire that agent after that?
We had a discussion.
You kept Rick, but you kept them both.
I kept Rick and had a discussion with my agent.
I want to go, but two things I wish I had done better on that.
It's all fun and games. We all had good. I played long enough.
It's a great story.
It is a good story.
Yeah. It's a good story.
Also, I wish I'd shown you more clear pictures of coyotes as well. That was a mistake on my part.
Yes. I don't know what that means.
Well, start off, they don't wear collars.
Well, you had not hunted a lot.
We're to the hunting trip.
Yeah, and you
I will say this about hunting. How
much that trip cost you?
And I love to not as much that gentleman that we all know in Oxford, Alabama.
I'm so nervous.
I know. Was
careful.
Rick was a drop in the bucket for that guy.
Okay. Right.
But
don't say his name 3
you
times.
Won't tell that story.
If you say his name 3 times, it'll appear in here.
No. I will say that the one time that I went, and I'm not a hunter. I mean, duh. I've not seen Gladiator, so I'm not a hunter.
No, absolutely not. That's the way anybody.
Rick and Bubba, like the first thing they do, you were there. They feed you. Like there's this unbelievable breakfast at 4 a.m.
Yeah.
Because you have to get into the tree stand before sun is up. Okay.
Yep.
Strike one. Right.
Yeah, that's tough.
They put me in the best shooting house over the greenest green field down looking on this babbling brook on the side and like all the deer, like it was like a deer Stuckey's. Right, I'm sitting right in front of it.
They wanted you to have a good time.
himself with that one.
And I had antlers. Y'all had given me these antlers, you know.
Probably rattle those a little too much.
Rattle the antlers. So my thinking was,
should explain that better.
If I'm rattling the antlers, if I bang them together,
right,
like like tambourine, no,
cymbals,
like cymbals, there'll be a big deer come.
That's not
really how.
That was your thought process.
Yes, but the louder you bang the fake antlers together, the bigger the deer will, because he's threatened.
Right.
Mm-hmm. And that ended up not being true.
All the deer there ran off. They scared
you just made a bunch of noise.
But what happened was the night before. There's like all the corn on the cob and food and all this stuff, and then you wake up in the morning and they choke you down with breakfast. Well, 9:15.
Right.
You need to hammer down, and you can't.
Right.
You got to get out of the.
Right. And we told Todd that if you see a coyote though, that everybody wants that.
If it's brown, it's down. I mean, when you sit there for 5 hours and you see nothing, you're either shooting a can or a leaf.
Maybe a squirrel.
But if a coyote walks in there, he's going down.
Right.
Go to break.
Could you not see the collar?
We're over time.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba.
They don't look like Dalmatians.
Wait a minute, that wasn't a coyote.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
There's no comparison.
These two ate a salad the last time we had a lunch.
Yeah,
Remember
but it
that?
had beef on it.
Had a bunch of steak on it.
Yeah, Greg messed up ordering. He didn't really want to.
I didn't.
Look, it was good, Greg.
Y'all sit beside each other too. Little salads.
I was trying not to jack the bill up on who was paying for it.
Somebody's kicked.
You didn't care.
How about this? Somebody's kicked the door in. They're coming in to attack the family. Do you want a man to stand up and protect the family that ate fried fish, hush puppies, and those big fat hobo potatoes? Or do you want the guy that had a grilled chicken salad that day? Who do you want protecting the family?
Good point.
Huh?
No comparison.
Right. I mean, granted, he may not live as long, but while he was here, we were safe.
Yeah. For a short period, he was a bad dude.
Rick, they said the Mediterranean diet also included slightly more fruits and vegetables, only a small amount, which they said also could help, but was not enough to vastly change the survey.
I'm not anti-fruit or vegetable. Throw it in there with them.
Sure. Look, it's moderation, but this thing that we're afraid of fried, is that fried? How do we do it? We're like afraid of it. I mean, how about moderation? It's almost like fried food comes in, you can't stop it. It bolts into your house, starts jumping in your mouth. You know what I mean? I mean, look, if you
it uses a jack to get your mouth open, and then it jumps in.
I tell you why people can't eat it in moderation, because it tastes good.
Yes. I might check out these new oils though.
I don't know if I've had that on something fried or not. I don't know.
I have. It's
you talking about fried chicken when
I have
some kind of weird.
I have.
Can I tell you something?
Because I made a big fuss about it.
Can I tell you, I love something
that bad?
I love something that only kids order, and I kind of sometimes am embarrassed to order it. But
what ABCs and 1, 2, 3?
I have to admit, I like popcorn shrimp.
Of course, it's one of the greatest things ever made.
But all the kids, they're like, I want popcorn shrimp. And I'll take a basket.
The great thing about popcorn shrimp from a popcorn shrimp health standpoint, we call that one the twofer. Not only are you eating something that's deep fried, you're also eating something that's extremely high in cholesterol. I mean, that's good. We fried a dangerous fish, and you got both in one hit.
Iodine, all that.
But doggone, it's good, isn't it?
How about old fried catfish, boneless catfish?
Oh, buddy, you talking about the riverboat special?
One that's about as long. One that's about as long as the plate.
Let me tell you this.
Come on now.
Yeah.
One is hanging off the plate.
Catch a large mouth.
Watering.
Okay, catch a large mouth. Two things: largemouth freshwater bass. Fillet it. Get your cornmeal right. Drop it in that deep fryer. Let her float to the top, along with the hush puppies that are floating in there with it.
Rick, don't forget the best eating fish around.
Brim.
No, crappie or crappie, depending on what
crappie's
you're
good.
from.
But
crappie is the best. It don't taste too fishy.
Right. I like.
Greg, what do you mean by that?
You know when fish tastes too fishy?
I can't.
But it's a fish.
No, y'all are wrong. It's like a gamey taste.
I know what you're talking about.
Same thing.
I do know what you're talking about.
Because it's game.
But to me, I've always hated that saying. Well, that's too fishy. It's fish.
It is
yeah,
fish.
But
let me say it's too strong.
It's a dumb statement. You are 100% right.
Let me
on
say
that.
this: it's too strong.
Yeah. I tell you what I like too.
Crappie is perfect.
I tell you what I like too. And our granddaddy, God rest his soul, he ate unhealthy, and God love him. He only lived to be 80. But anyway, he could take a brim, because you don't fillet brim.
Oh, he loves some brim.
And drop that whole brim in there. Cut the head off of it. Everything else stays. Gut it out. Everything else stays. Drop it in there and deep fry it, and then eat it off the bone. And he could eat it off a bone to the point it looked like a cat had it. And you look over there and you have a complete, like something from a cartoon. He would eat everything off the bone.
Don't forget the tail.
Yeah, and then you eat the tail like a potato chip. Man, that's good. And was the country better when we ate like that? Is it great now? We're a bunch of health nuts now. We couldn't win a world war right now if we had to.
Rick.
I think
we wouldn't have the stomach for it.
Again, James Gregory, I think, sums it up in his routine so well about kids and learning in school. You can't go to school and be excited about learning after having a banana.
Yeah.
For breakfast.
Right. Yeah.
You have waffles and all that. You sit there and listen.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
You're content.
The point I'm making on that, Speedy, militarily we could.
Right.
But the politicization of the men here, we'd be all freaking out.
Yeah.
But what if we go fight them? What if all they have is fried food? That'd be how it'd be. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba.
It's 8 minutes past till the top of the hour. 8 minutes to the top. 866 We Be Big is our number. Rick and Bubba Buffalo Wild Wings charity charge today. Reminder: go out, eat at the participating locations, and help Toys for Tots at the same time. So. Anything else that we have not hit? I mean, we didn't talk a lot of news headlines today, which is probably a nice break from all that. Just hanging out, cutting up, and remembering. Have we done everything you want us to do today, Todd? Now, you mentioned you want us to do drive-through password, but we can't. I mean, that's now there's a part of that element of that we can't do anymore.
Yeah, I think that's legally off the table.
Well, it's just we could make it okay, but if you did what was required, it's now not a funny bit anymore.
Yeah. Right.
Because then the surprise element's gone.
Yeah, the curtain's pulled.
Yeah, who messed that up for everybody?
People whining. You remember that used to be one of those staples of if you had a radio show, you had to do crank calls.
Nothing better.
That was standard.
I guess I would ask you, as a fan, can you all remember the first time that someone had come up to you and said something, or that really let you guys see the impact that you guys have had on people, like that really hit home? Like, wow, we've really done stuff we didn't think we were going to do, or we've really accomplished, you guys sold out arenas and things like that.
Yes. Are you talking about those lines when you knew the show was successful, or are you talking about
something cool we got to do?
Two things. Something where the show was higher than you thought it would ever be, to where some famous NASCAR driver said, "Dude, I listen to y'all all the time," and you're like, "Wait a minute, what? Would you leave my message on my cell phone for me?" Yeah. I did that with J.K. Simmons this year. He's an actor. He's in the new.
Yeah, he's in Big Red 1.
He's in Big Red 1.
When Santa's all buffed up.
Oh yeah.
He's in the insurance commercial.
Yeah,
Farmers Insurance.
He's a big Tigers fan.
Whiplash.
Is he?
Won an Academy Award for Whiplash.
Yeah.
And I go and he's a big Detroit fan, Tiger fan. And I got to talk with him and spend time, and he goes, "Man, I thought you were a great pitcher." I'm like, "Sir, could you leave the voicemail on my cell phone for me? That would be really,
and
really
let's face
great."
it,
that's awesome.
Hey, and he knows because he's seen a thing or two.
But I mean,
we know a thing or two because we've seen a thing.
What's the thing in y'all's career where you had something outside of like before the president? What's kind of something that took y'all back. Say, wow.
I don't think I've ever met a famous person that listens to the show.
No, I don't. I still haven't. Man. No. You, Todd, probably it.
I can tell you a marker for the show, and Rick Humphrey is going to come by, old friend of the show, before it's over here at the December 13th, is when we went from not even be able to get into Talladega Super Speedway to when these guys were grand marshals of Talladega Super really Speedway. Cool. Now that's back when NASCAR, when they were at their peak. They were at their peak, and all the grandstands. 90s. Now some have been taken down, but
heck, Dale Jarrett came to our auction that Rick and Bubba emceed.
But when y'all were standing up on that mic telling everybody start your engines.
Big one.
I was like, now that's a moment. We used to not be able to get in the track, and then we went from there to there.
See, you were in jail, and I was banned for life. But
other than that, that was a nice comeback.
That is a good comeback.
Yeah, but that was a pretty big
Trump. That's a comeback. Now.
I think one of the times when you're thinking about when you're going, I see what you're asking now, because impact is different.
That's what I'm talking about. Impact.
Impact. I mean that. I don't know. There's so many examples of people that are saying that, on a day that we didn't even know, they heard something on the show they needed to hear that, had impact on them, and how I was going through chemotherapy and the show helped me get through. There's so many of those over the years. Mm-hmm. I mean, you never get tired of hearing those, and you're reminded again of the impact of the platform and why we really do what we do and have done what we do. I mean, that's all that's really going to matter at the end. But the other question you were asking, when we were on Turner South and in Nashville at the same time and working with the Titans, those two platforms kind of pulled us into that world of NFL players, country music stars, just regular music stars, just all kinds of. And so you kind of were running in some circles there. And when they would mention like the Titans players that they listened to the show and coaches, Coach Fisher, hey, love you guys, and being on the sideline doing those promotions and
invited to the softball game,
and then Turner South's like catch a plane to go here. You're doing the show on location, and Zach Brown Band is playing, and probably when you get into that category. And,
that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
coming from Calhoun County.
Probably
to that.
Yeah. And you'll appreciate this. We went to spring training where the Braves were there. We had Shearholtz on. We had Rockin' Leo. Yeah. We had Bobby Cox, and they let me go throw on the mound to one of the Braves catchers. And Terry Pendleton and Glenn Hubbard come out there, and they're standing behind me, and we're talking while I'm pitching to a Brave. And I'm like, dude, this is – because I grew up loving these guys, watching them every single night.
Especially Hubbard and Pendleton. Those guys were –
when they made the turn, it was great.
Well, when you think about like that, when the Braves – I mean, Bubba and I find ourselves calling innings – with Don Sutton, and I don't know if you know this Pete Van Wieren, but he passed away. But I mean,
I put a picture of that on social media not too long ago. That was really fun.
You're sitting in the booth with headsets on. You're calling the Braves game with them.
Yeah, that's
a ball
crazy.
Outside.
Well, and then during the game, they're putting the Rick and Bubba show up behind home plate on the person batting. Watch on Turner South.
Yeah,
that's when that as far as that category. But that category is not the longevity of the show, but you asked a specific question. The longevity of the show is the other category.
The impact.
This is how this show impacted my life, and I'm a person who is, a hardworking American that needed to hear something one day and heard it. That's what is the show's true success.
I'll tell you one of the funnier moments to me, Rick. I don't know if you remember this. I ran into the people the other day, or maybe they were in the golden ticket seats. We had done Hannity's show on radio, and we were leaving with him to go somewhere to eat or something. We were going to come back for the Fox show that night. And we come out of the building, which is in Madison Square Garden. It's up above it. And there's a couple walking down the street, and they go, Rick and Bubba, we love you. And they asked Hannity to take a picture of us with him.
It was a good moment.
With them. And that was pretty funny.
That was a good moment.
That's pretty awesome. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about.
And in that moment, we knew how it felt to be the naked cowboy. Todd, love you, buddy. Great to see you.
Guys.
Hey,
Thanks
Todd.
Thank you for everything over the years.
That's the way to bring something to the show today, buddy.
See you later.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.